sneezing. It's not good. Not good.
Oh, it's that one. Okay. I thought you were
Thank you. I'm sorry.
Yeah, what is that?
Thank you so much. Okay, thank you. Okay, thanks. Several times now. Okay, I think we're good to go now. I looked up and I saw an error message in front of the video box on there, and I thought, well, that can't be good. Okay, so are you guys ready? Okay. I think we probably should start with introductions, since we have a new person sitting at the table with us. So I'll begin that. We'll go around, and then we'll dig in, since we're about 45 minutes late. So I apologize for that, but I promised Casey that I would try to send her the information, but I was hoping that she could also, if she needed to, go back and hear conversation over the standards. If, of course, anybody else is not here, but she had planned on being here at 6. So I wanted to make sure we had that going. So anyway, I'm Carrie Skeeters. Everyone else knows that by now. Curriculum coordinator in the Winston School District. We'll go to
Sure. Sorry. Lindsay Thompson. I am a high school English teacher at Fort Osage.
Elizabeth Lauber. I am the invited speaker here. As a mom, I've also been president of a 501c3 organization that deals with economically disadvantaged students and helps them get the education they need to become self-sufficient.
Carrie Reisner, I teach culinary arts and baking at the Columbia Area Career Center, and I was nominated by the Missouri Association for Career and Technical Education.
Jeanette House, teach at West Plains, Missouri, 6th through 8th English for 32 years.
Stacy Shorn, mom was paid by Miss Nicholson, 3 kids.
Maribel Carter. I'm an old mom.
What? Kids, 30s. And I'm the English language arts 9 through 12, 4 years experience.
My name is Janice Scott, and I work at the University of Missouri at Columbia, and I provide professional training to teachers of all types. Prior to that, I was a classroom teacher for 24 years. So.
I'm Ann Franklin, and I'm a retired teacher, but I'm on the independent school board, and I was appointed by Missouri School Boards Association.
Michelle Noble, and I teach preschool, high school, special ed, reading, English language arts, science, history, fun things.
My name is Lillian Saban, and I'm a retired teacher today from Blue Springs School District. I taught special needs children in Blue Springs District, and I taught in Nebraska, taught in Kansas, so I've been around a little bit.
I'm Karen Mason, and I'm from East Newton High School. I'm in the southwest corner of the state. I'm a family and consumer sciences teacher.
All right. Okay, so we left off yesterday starting to work on standards. From what I have, and I'll turn this, well actually I'll have someone else turn the records over here. We started working through our reading literature strand. We have, do we have enough copies of the document that I created that we can share it, or are we going to need more? What I did this weekend was, let me put it up so you can see it, so that I'm not just I was just like, oh, there we go. And I guess it was up that high. Oh, guess what? It's not one. You're not going to see it. So Saturday, well, actually, I told the folks that were here yesterday that after we left in October, something that would help us significantly, or at least I felt like would help us significantly, to get the standards work done, was to have them as best as we could laid out side by side, so we could see them, and then so you had that language next to side by side, rather than having to flip through this document and this document, try to find the common language. I took, I cheated. So the way I cheated was I used states, that we've talked about and that had a crosswalk to the Common Core. And the reason I did that was because it gave me something common to line them all up next to each other, rather than me having to look at every document and go, where does this standard go? Where does this standard go? Where does this standard go? So I have on here, you can't see it, let me scroll to the top. I put on here, so there's the current career learning standards. I put the GLEs or CLEs, the Massachusetts standards, the South Carolina standards, and then the Sanders-Totsky standards. So they're laid out there, and I thought that it might be a helpful piece to have, so that when we're trying to find language to write our standards for the overarching standards we've already identified previously, that we have it all there rather than having to dig. So the group yesterday agreed that it was a helpful item to have, and we began working from that. So we are currently, I don't know that we're stuck, but we started discussing author's purpose and theme.
And that's in reading literature.
Yes, we were in reading literature. We have our, we're under cluster 1. We decided to start with reading literature. Okay, let me go back a second. I only did that little spreadsheet for, what's that?
Is this in this document?
No, she said.
No, that's what we did last time we were together. This is what we did last time.
This is what we did yesterday.
No.
This is what we did last time we were
Oh, yeah, that's what we
together.
did last time. I thought you meant that
No.
document that
Right.
was a comparison.
Yeah, so this we did last time we were together. This is our, well, it says, I think it's the reading literature
our
at the top.
strands.
And you emailed this out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So this is, and this is what I sent, this exact document is what was sent to the,
That's what you reported.
for the public hearing,
Yeah.
yeah. So this is the reading literary text. And then our 3 clusters under that, and then the, sort of those overarching standards we drafted last time. So we've worked through citing evidence, we've worked through determining word meanings and context. So we got to determining author's purpose and identifying themes of the text, and we started talking about taking out author's purpose here, because we felt like really that's not what we do in literary text, right? It's more about, if we can determine the theme, then we are determining the author's purpose for the most part, right? So we said, well, we're going to cut out author's purpose and identify, so that's why that's got to strike through.
I think like in that would be really confusing.
Yeah, it's more point of view.
Right. I mean, in more advanced classes, you even talk about like wide author versus the author and things like that, but nobody really talks about
Are we gonna leave claim in there?
claim. I don't see claim.
Oh, wait a minute, am I on the wrong page?
I don't know.
Yeah, I'm on the wrong page, I'm sorry. Hang on.
Okay, so.
Oh, identify the theme, got it.
Okay, so what we did not do is take it out of here. So we need to take out.
If you identify the theme, would that would be the same all the way through, wouldn't it?
So we reworded it to say determine the themes of a text, right? Determine the themes of a text, yes. Okay, so what we'll want to do then is start building a standard for this. Now, what we've been working on is starting at 12th grade and trying to pull it down through 6th grade together. I would say that's been time consuming thus far. And we talked about about maybe once we get comfortable with that process, that we could maybe split into 2 groups where one does 9-12 and one does 6-8, but I don't know that I'm not in a place where I would feel comfortable if you turned me loose, that I would feel good about it. I think I need more practice with the whole group, so.
I'm looking across theme now, and actually the Missouri Learning Standards, the current one, is probably closest to the Stotsky one. Hers is apply for 11 to 12. Hers is apply knowledge that a text can contain more than one theme, either stated or implied. That's poorly written. I don't know who wrote it, who she or somebody else. But the idea of containing multiple themes, which is exactly what's in.
You don't know what apply
Missouri
knowledge
Learning
means?
Standards, yeah, I know, that a text can contain more than knowledge that it can. It's not a knowledge thing, it's identifying multiple things.
What number is that?
Well,
It's on the second page, and yeah, it's 2.
Is your crosswalk in the shared?
No, I didn't put it there. I started to make it in Google and then I didn't.
That's okay, I was just,
I might try to upload it. I love Google, but Sheets makes me angry all the time. Now I
Better just to email it.
You don't have to
Google's
explain
so-
your distaste, it's
Okay.
fine, I just didn't
They
know if it was
made me
in there.
angry. I started it there and I got angry immediately and I quit. So I went to Excel. So then I didn't email it because I didn't want to be presumptuous and think that everyone would think that my idea was great. Now what I should have done was email it last night because people who were here yesterday thought it was great. So I can email it now so you have it.
No, it's fine, I just
Okay,
happened to be
I
there.
plan to, actually, since we're, digress for a second, if we like it after today, what I'd like, or before we leave today, what I'd like to do is set up a template. Maybe if we can try Google Sheets, we can, but what I'd like to do is get some help in that, so going forward, saying, okay, let's take the writing standards, and if someone will say, I will take Massachusetts and dump Massachusetts in there. I have all of the links to all the documents I use saved, and I can just send those out, and it was just a copy and paste. It's just a long copy and paste.
Right.
So it's okay, because I said it yesterday, I needed to have it. For me, I just need to be able to look across and find the language that I want to use and just extract it, you know?
Because then people who have some investment in one or more of these can
Right.
see how
I just need to be able to have language at my fingertips to be able to pull from, and that was what I wanted, but I wasn't sure it would serve that same purpose for everybody. But if it works, and yesterday it was helpful, but if it does, I would certainly welcome a little help copying and pasting those things in, because it's just, I had a secretary should be doing it, but I don't have one.
This is the only one you've done, right?
I did
first
that
grant.
and nonfiction.
Oh, you did the information.
Yeah, because it was just easier to do them at the same time.
Sure.
Because I was kind of back,
Right.
it was easier.
I get it.
Anyway, so it'll be back to what we were talking about.
So anyway,
Okay, so anyway.
if we wanted to combine that idea, the one on Missouri Learning Standards looks longer than it needs to be clear. But the notion that Stotsky has of determining multiple themes in a text would seem to be appropriate, certainly for 11, 12 grade.
Determine one or more themes either stated or implied within a text.
No, 2 or more.
2 or more.
That's multiple. I
Well,
think that's what you want. For 11th and 12th grade, you would want.
So, and I'm sorry that it doesn't have the titles at the top of the
Alright.
pages. I
And-
tried, but it.
We need to kill central ideas,
Right.
Right. 2 more things or something, yes.
And
because we decided.
Over the course of the text.
Right.
Okay,
And
why
what
don't we
about-
just say determine 2 or more themes of a text and
Yes.
analyze their development over the course of the text, period.
Done, yes.
all right, now does that analyze piece go under the second cluster, analyze craft and structure? Let that analyze
No,
piece.
We didn't say that, we said determine 2 or more. We didn't talk
No,
about analyzing.
no.
Analyzing their development over
You
the
did.
course of the
Yes,
text.
analyze their development over the course of the text. Does that go, that goes under cluster 2?
Oh, I don't
Cluster 1
think
is
so.
just
I don't
basic.
either. It goes. Okay.
Because you're just
It's
talking
not-
about how the theme
How it
is
evolves,
developed, yeah.
not about structural
Yeah.
elements.
So when we get to the second
11th
cluster, we start
cluster.
talking about the word choice, because that's what we talked about yesterday, how word choice impacts
Characterization.
theme
Yeah.
and the different choices authors make. that would help us go, how does author reveal theme?
Well, there you go.
That's part of the curriculum.
Is the first part just basic comprehension, and the second cluster, when you get into any type of analysis?
But the problem
Almost.
with making that discrete and of grades 11 and 12 is you
Yeah.
can't do it. I mean, you
Well,
really
most of the time
can't.
they're not
If
just
you're
reading to
reading
comprehend.
Faulkner or you're reading
Yeah.
Shakespeare, you have to
Alright.
analyze to do the interpretation. That's
Well,
just part of.
we'll just go ahead, and if we find that we're repetitious, when we get down into the second part, if we find repetition, we'll deal with it then.
Well, and also, I'm gonna question whether if, just because something's repeated, that you have to eliminate the. I don't think we can get into that. Yeah.
I don't think it's that bad of a thing to have a repetition now and then. I mean,
Well,
it's not like you just find it in one area,
but we
period.
do, right, but we,
You don't wanna be.
some repetition is good, but you want to avoid redundancy.
I just think that analyze once.
Yeah, let's
We've
just
been
deal
trying
with
to
it, we
just
come across
totally
it,
avoid it.
we'll deal with it then. If we find that,
Yeah.
See, yep, I hear you.
We should put those in bowls instead of stuff.
That's what you need to bring in bowls instead of candy.
The dry air and the
Yes.
you know?
Yeah.
Just like, I woke up this morning and I'm like, oh my
I bring
God.
like moisturizer mask.
Yes.
More.
It's just like, oh.
Analysis.
Yeah.
Yeah, I wake up and I'm like, I feel dried out, which I don't know, maybe that's a good thing.
All right.
What, Friday, this is the,
Yeah,
white wash up this morning, lay back in bed.
Just sit in the shower.
Yeah.
So, grade 10.
That's the one you were looking at, and they determine us being a central idea of the text, and analyze its development in the course of the text.
So a little bit of the blur in that single.
Including
To identify us
shape.
But do you think that 10th graders should be able to?
Well, especially if they're reading something like Night that we talked about yesterday. It's not just one, multiple. I think it's okay.
I think
for them
they
to-
can. I think ninth graders can determine multiple themes.
Really?
I mean,
Even something like Romeo and
they
Juliet.
need you to help, I don't even know if they even need you to help them determine it, because when you start talking to them about what do they think, what do they perceive the theme is in a text, they come up with different ideas.
8th graders.
They come up with different
Yeah.
topics
That's why I
sometimes, but
think-
that's,
Well, maybe we should have the same one for those at the beginning.
For sure.
I think so.
So the only thing different on the Missouri Learning Standard is the single idea versus multiple, correct? That's really the.
Yeah, it is, absolutely.
Well, how about, Stodsky?
I know, that's an interesting one she
Yeah,
has.
it
And
is.
again, her wording is bad, represents as
But I like the idea.
But the idea's a good one, and that might be a distinguisher between 11, 12, and 9, 10.
Could be.
Because on the AP literature exam, for example, question 3, the open-ended question, that's exactly what they have to do to get at least a 5 out of 9, is to relate it to human nature,
Yeah.
social, life.
A universal theme,
A
is that?
Well, yeah, or just a comment on human nature in the world.
I like that portion
Yeah,
of
I
it.
do too.
I think Massachusetts is rather unique too, where it says, I interpret the theme, identify and interpret themes and give supporting evidence. You know, that's unique too.
what does it mean to interpret?
Yeah, how do you interpret the theme?
You would just
What-
identify the theme
Yeah,
and give
say what it
evidence
is.
that that is
Yeah.
the theme. I know,
I know
some
this
wording
is,
in the,
I know
when
this
you
is
know
the
English
theme
teachers bring out
because
wording
the
that's
text
not
says blah, 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 blah.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, it's the same
That
thing as
might
trying,
be
as
a-
developing
that
a
might
scoring
be a
guide
good-
and being really happy with it, and then you sit down and you try to score with it, and you go, why did I
Yeah.
put that on there? That's
Yeah.
terrible.
Identify and.
That might
Yeah.
be a good distinguisher for grade 8, so that grade 11 and 12 would add, we could add the element of, relate, and relate the theme to human nature and life.
Okay, let me put that in there, then let's see what that looks like if we
Human-
back it down.
Human nature and life experience.
So we have, so instead of analyzing their development or the course of the text, which feels kind of really 9th and 10th grade or lower level.
Right, that one would be
You're
become
thinking
the
add,
ninth and
instead of
10th
that,
grade.
add,
Right. And
okay,
then the
It could be a
Explain it,
relationship with
gonna-
nature, it could be a relationship with social institutions, it could be a relationship with other people.
But what I see that as is more of a common theme,
Yeah,
like that
so
all
like
people
universal.
struggle with, good versus
Right.
bad, evil versus, you know.
So you know,
Explain
but if
the
we say
relationship
universal
between the theme and
themes,
real life
will they know?
experience.
Well, I would think they would, I mean, I teach universal themes.
I'm just saying, when you say that, what do you?
Well,
think?
it's like,
Man
good,
versus
good over
nature.
bad, good always triumphs, you know, it's, or, well, the American dream is just an American
is, and-
universal. What are some others? You know, it's just, it pervades all societies.
Right.
So are we asking them here to explain how it,
What they say, and again, I know I keep saying AP, but what they say on the AP test is explain its
We went back to
significance for the
11,
work
12,
as a
but-
whole.
Yeah.
We have to remember that not all, that these standards are for all students.
Yeah, they're not, I realize
They're not
that, but I
just
was
for
just-
AP.
That's why I like the related
we
to
have to keep
nature
that in
and,
mind.
to human nature in the world or something
So are we
like that.
talking about the whole idea of theme and interpreting theme? Is that what we're talking about? What are we talking
Well,
about?
we're talking about adding on to that, and she's
Okay,
working
here's-
on it.
There's a wording that we're kind of
Yeah,
throwing
I
around.
looked up, Professor Sam H. Ham from the University of Idaho, and he's talking about the thematic approach, and he defines it as developing the theme in such a way that it will be highly relevant to an audience. According to studies, presenting a strongly relevant theme greatly increases the likelihood that an interpreter will succeed in provoking an audience to think about theme-related issues. So I would say, for instance, To Kill a Mockingbird. What is that gonna provoke the audience to think about?
Yeah, human nature in the world, how does it relate to?
So, and I think that, you know, even if you're not an AP student, I mean,
You should
I
do
taught
that, absolutely.
English 3,
Absolutely.
those students can do that, you know?
What about
And they
just
should do
adding-
that, because they need to be thinking about, why does this book matter to me?
Right.
Yeah.
What about
Exactly.
just adding to the
How does it
end,
relate to my
and
experience?
explain the
My life
relation, and explain its relationship to real life experience?
To
Oh,
humanity.
okay, that what you
Well,
have?
that's why I said human
Miss
nature in the world,
Massachusetts
how much
has
bigger
it so
can it be?
succinct,
All right.
right over the world, Massachusetts.
Okay,
All right.
here's-
Identify, interpret themes, I'm looking on ninth grade, and give supporting evidence from the text. I mean, that's pretty much what.
Yeah,
it's
and I
Well,
like
we
that
don't-
as an eighth grade.
Yeah, we like that as lower, we don't like the word
Yeah.
interpret, because we're not really sure
Right.
what you do with
Here's a
interpret
list of
theme.
the universal themes, abandonment,
Like, we don't know how what do you do to
abuse,
interpret?
acceptance,
Interpret it.
anger.
Well, just
Like, we're talking, like, you can support,
Yeah, okay,
like,
I got
support
it.
the things
I know
that
what you're
what does
saying.
that mean to interpret a theme? You pretty much
No,
identify it and then say,
instead-
here's how I know.
Yeah.
So
You know what I'm saying?
you don't make a judgment against
Which
it,
I-
so, yeah.
I'm just gonna
Identify
have to
theme.
interpret them. You explain it.
no, it's identifying it or determining it. Then couldn't we just make 9 and 10 that, without the to human nature?
So determine 2 or more themes in a text?
And we don't want the,
I would
and
just
trace
put
their,
themes, issue words, just put determine themes.
why did we trace their development through the text?
Because I
On
thought that's
11
what we
and
were
12.
doing. That's what
Okay,
that's
see,
what
I
we're
thought we
doing.
would have all that within.
Okay, I can add that in there, you tell me what you think.
So determine 2 or more things in a text. Trace its development and.
No,
Wait,
I'm gonna say what's from the word trace, because I know that Jeanette is not.
Well, I can understand it in this context.
It actually helps us with the
It
Jenna
works
issue
there.
of getting rid of an analyze, because you are tracing it as
Yeah.
it evolves through the plot.
So you want
That makes
trace?
sense.
Yeah.
I approve of the trace of the T word.
I never thought I would hear you say that.
Well, it works
The first
better.
time I met you.
It's gotta work somewhere.
What a
It
great
does work
piece
there.
of evidence.
Yeah. The missing piece.
I gotta get this to wrap a little bit.
Follow.
You've come a long way.
Not quite like that.
That's not what I
Well,
wanted.
no, the other
That's it.
say
You have
trace
to
at the very
know.
I
beginning,
know, I
trace
just gotta-
such and such, and it doesn't work there.
Yeah.
So Jill, when she gets that up, see if that looks like what you were thinking. Of course, To Kill a Mockingbird is usually taught at 9th grade, but it absolutely could apply, isn't it?
better? There we go.
Common after tabs, I know you're gonna say which tabs.
No, I'm not. I saw it when you said it. Okay, sure.
I do too, because when you get down to 6, it's more simple, it's determine the theme.
So then 9 and 10 are determine 2 or more things in a tag and trace their development throughout the text.
So it gets simpler down to 6.
Okay, so 9 and 10. Okay, so that's nice.
You know,
I like it. I like it for 9th and 10th grade. I don't think that I do. When I taught 9th graders, we would have done the same thing.
Meaning,
We would have determined the themes. We would have traced their
Right.
development throughout the text, and we would have related them to human nature
We
and the
would have
world.
done- okay, well, that same
Especially
thing
given
would
what
have
we
done that,
read,
okay.
Romeo and Juliet,
Sure.
To Kill a Mockingbird, like all those things are so relevant to their world.
Yeah, my sophomore students.
So I feel
Yeah.
like it's not, and
Well, the only difference that I see, if I'm on the right,
yeah, we're looking at theme.
11,
Mhm.
12.
Here, I can pull it up.
you know what, if you say to life
The only
experience
difference
for
with the
9 and
11th
10,
grade
it makes
Okay.
it a little more concrete, doesn't it? And whereas
So life
they're now
experience
going
is
to be
maybe
more
better.
abstract in 11th and 12th when related to all of society.
So it's not so
behavior.
global, it's
Yeah.
more personal.
And honestly, when I think about what sometimes happens with theme is that it becomes this like, just identify it
Yeah.
and then move on, and
Isn't
and I don't like that. I like that we look at, like, that's so intentional. The author really has this message to send to you through this text, so it's worth
What do
digging
you think
into
of
it
the-
and finding out where did he leave you clues, or should leave you clues as to, you know.
So summarize it.
So what you want,
So what do you think
well,
of that idea and relate it to
Okay.
life experience?
so let me put that in there and take out what you just said
Yeah, it's a little more concrete, less
Yeah.
abstract.
to life experience. Like that? It's the same things for 9.
Or experiences.
Oh, yeah.
Which one?
It'd be the same thing.
What do you think about that?
Would be experiences.
That makes
Oh, experiences.
In other words, they're thinking about
Yeah.
their conflicts and their parallels in their life.
And like, and depending upon what they're reading, sometimes it's, and what they're studying in social studies, or what they're, like, there's that, I had so many of those, we just learned about this in social studies, or I learned about that last year in my history class, and then there's that connection that they can make, so I like that.
So I think 10
And I think that should be for 9 too, because that's, I don't think 9th graders don't do that. I think, although,
They do it because that's why they love Romeo and Juliet.
But in the high school.
It is. Well, I mean, they love the idea of it. They love the idea of it.
So I think not.
Right.
I think this is how you help kids get to that level of reading too. Like, I really like it because it connects to my world.
Yeah.
Even though we can't put letter reading in there because you can't. So what about 8th grade?
Jeanette, what does this look like in 6th grade?
Determine a theme and how it is conveyed through particular details. And I would, that's a little bit of a stretch on the particular details, but
Rather than that, just give supporting evidence in the text, which is in Massachusetts.
yes. I like that. Give supporting evidence of the theme.
In Massachusetts students.
For 6th grade, is that what we're talking about?
You
No,
said
I
eight.
thought she said 8th.
Well, I asked her
No,
about
no,
6th
yes.
grade, just to kind of
Well,
give me
I
an
thought you-
idea of.
Yeah, I thought you dropped down to 6th.
Okay,
Okay, determine the meaning of words and phrases. No, that's.
Sorry, I'm trying to get this.
That's okay.
Trying to get this, we can see them all on the screen at the same time. Oh, we can. I don't know what I did there. Okay, whatever. Anyway, I'm not even on the right one. Now I am. I don't know what I did. Oh.
On 8th grade, Missouri Learning Standards are determine a theme of the text and analyzes development over the course of the text. Massachusetts has a unique, it says analyze and evaluate similar themes across a variety of selections. That's a very sophisticated standard.
Yeah, it is.
You know?
No,
I mean,
it definitely.
I know,
That's like
but
an essay.
I know, I mean, it's almost like we might wanna keep that in our mind, that's,
Would that go on number 3? Relationships among text?
Yeah.
It would.
okay.
That's hard.
And I didn't
We
know that.
ought to keep that in our mind, though,
Yes, I agree.
that's excellent.
Absolutely. Yeah, that's in the Massachusetts one.
Yes, on 8th grade.
I mean, in 8th grade, are they determining the theme and supporting it with evidence?
No,
I mean,
it's in Missouri
Is that
Learning
what's happening?
Standards says analyze its development over the course of the text.
Yeah.
They can.
I mean, if we're getting them to, in 9th grade, if what we want them to do is, and I, you know, again, just going back to what I know about the 9th graders I've taught, is that they can do that if I ask them to. You know, if I ask them to determine one thing, they will. If I ask them to think about multiple things, they will. So, I know that they can do this work. And I know that, so, yeah, especially when the text is, you know, like a Romeo and Juliet, they certainly can do that. So, in 8th grade, I would think that determining the theme in a text and supporting it with text-based evidence would be, that would be like the step to, the next thing is now you're gonna determine more than one.
I think you could do that at the 6th grade.
That's what I'm wondering.
Determine
Well, I
the
do
theme.
too.
You could do that at the 6th grade.
I do too, I'm just not
Students
sure
at
if
the
it's-
6th grade, and we have to remember, it's not what they can do, it's what we want them to do. What is your standard? What are you expecting of kids? That's what we have to keep remembering.
Right.
Because I know
There has to be balance.
So I know at 6th grade that they can determine the theme
Oh,
and,
yeah.
and use details from the text to explain why they think that is the theme. I know they can do that. Yeah, and then we need to build it up and make it a
Give
little
me
more
an example,
challenging.
give me, like, when you say.
A text, tell her, yeah,
Like,
tell
give
us
me
a
an example
text.
for a 6th grader. Let's
Okay,
say.
6th grade. All right, what is the theme of the story? What are 2 details from the text?
When you
that-
say
No, but we
theme,
want an
like,
example.
give me an example of a
Action.
theme,
Oh,
like what would a
okay.
6th grader say?
All right, the
Right.
theme might, 6th grader's answer might be,
Like for a certain book, like
okay,
a comic book.
let me
Jill
just give you
said
an answer.
hatchet, you know that one, the Carrie
Alright.
Paulson.
Let me just give you an example. All right, the theme of the story is when life gets tough, the tough get going. All right, I know this because in the text, when the character came up against a obstacle, the character did not give up. He or she did this, or he or she did that. So what you do, what they're doing is they're giving an answer, and then they're giving a detail to support that answer.
Or it could be something like human survival is an instinctual thing built into, that's what I've done with 6th grade
Right.
before, and then we've looked at all the ways he had to fight to come out of each problem, and every time he kept trying. But then there was one point, you know, where he's really low and he thinks about killing himself. And that's another theme,
Yeah.
you know, when you just give up, you can't go
Sort of
on.
related to that abandonment.
Mhm.
Right.
This might be, the answer might be no, but it sounds like with those younger kids, the character plays a part in theme. Does it
Yeah.
always? For 6, 7, 8? Like, should that be part of, like,
I think
Probably does most of the
I
time.
think, well, the
Conflict,
eight,
character and conflict. all the
eight
way
says
through.
including its relationships to the characters.
What are you thinking?
Oh,
well, should it be that, we ask 6th, 7th, and 8th graders to identify those story elements as part of theme development.
And then that's where I think we're
Well,
getting into cluster 2.
Yes.
Which is the interaction of plot setting and
Right.
character. And that's why I'm saying,
That's
I think we're
cluster
moving to
2.
another level.
You need to
That's
say
interesting,
something.
'cause
It says,
It's really
cluster
hard to
2,
distinguish.
including
I
the
know.
relationship to the character, setting, plot. That
So,
would be.
if that's the
Really good
distinction though,
elements.
then that means, I'm thinking then what that means is, all we're doing here is just determining theme.
Yeah.
Like, for comprehension, all I do is determine theme and support it with evidence.
Right,
And-
but I
and-
think
and
the things
then-
we have there are relevant, that we.
No,
can-
right, but I mean, like,
All right.
when we start talking about all the things we've been talking about, it feels like we're moving into that next level
Cluster
of
two.
analysis, and I know that
Exactly.
just recently conversations I've had with my high school teachers have been, we want students to see how all the parts in the text help reveal either the central idea or the theme.
Do we want to, here's a thought, since we're having so much trouble drawing that line between cluster 1 and cluster 2, and we keep bleeding over into cluster 2, do we wanna merge those?
No.
Okay.
Speaking
that
from
takes
a
care of
9
that.
to 12 level, absolutely.
Persevere, I mean, we're almost through it.
Okay,
So-
all right.
They're good conversations to have, I think. I think they're really good conversations to have. I think they set us up well for the next
Yeah.
Yes.
set of standards that we talk about,
I
but.
think of it this way, the what and the how. This is the what, and then you do the how.
Be a lot that
And-
goes into too.
Yeah.
And when I think about some of the work we're doing currently in our district about, you know, we're doing work with Marzano and scales and, you know, what does proficiency look like and what is, you know, what's a 3, which is proficient, what's a 2, and some of the work we're doing, that determining the theme would be the 2. Like, you're there, but you're not where we want you to be. Like, you
Yeah.
determine the theme, but what we really want you to do is to be able to analyze its development over the course of the text, plus understand how the story elements help reveal that. That's what makes you a 3. But that's the building block. Like, we have to have that foundational piece. Like, can you find the theme?
Right. And if we can, and it's an inference thing, obviously, but if you think about the ACT exam, that is the exam. And the first passage they read, the literature passage, is a cut passage, but it's, you know, from a short story or a novel, but it's cut in such a way that inevitably, I have never seen, and I've studied lots of retired ACT tests, you don't ever see one that doesn't have a question about theme. And then other questions about details and character and narrative viewpoint and the elements that, but there's always also that theme level question they need to practice on figuring out, because they'll hone in, some of them, on something very specific as a theme. And the answer choices are always, there's one that's too general, there's one that's too specific, and then there are a couple more. They have to get the subtleties of the language in those two to determine between them. So they really have to be able to do that.
Yeah, I looked up some questions. Which of the following sentences would best continue the personal theme expressed here? After they gave a little excerpt.
Right.
That's
Those
a
are,
key question.
and again, life isn't the ACT, but if you're trying to go to college, then.
Well, I just think about, you know, help for developing curriculum and, you know, we would start with determining theme before we would ask students to get into that deeper work of looking at how the
How did you
elements
figure
help
that out?
reveal theme. So, you know, in my first unit of the year in 9th grade, we might just be working on that comprehension level of theme. And then in my second unit, we might build on that and start looking at, okay, well, how does that character really help reveal that? Like, we would get into that deeper
How do
analysis
you
that
know
way.
that's the thing?
But just helping out with helping teachers see the progression is a nice thing too. So, that being said, what are we talking about here for 8, 7,
Danette
and 6?
has it.
Is it, oh, Danette has it, okay, Danette, what you got?
Okay, great.
I'm ready.
Go on to the next sixth and tenth.
Determine a theme or central idea of a text.
Do we want social idea? And
No.
What's the theme
I'm
of,
blank.
text?
A text. And
Oh, hold on,
analyzes-
I don't know what I just did. I did something really weird. Okay, sorry.
And analyzes development over the course of the text.
We're gonna do trace instead. I need to ask you that.
That's what we did all
We
the others.
could.
Keep it consistent.
Do some tracing.
It's the key word. But it's
Over the course.
no,
we
it's
write
of the
throughout
course.
on all the others.
Development of the
No,
course.
it's of the course.
So that's the Missouri
Oh.
Learning Standard piece, right?
Determine the theme of a text and trace its development throughout the text.
Yeah.
Throughout, that's what I had.
Throughout
you
is what
said?
we used on all the
That's
others.
what I have, okay. Through, not throughout of the text, throughout the text.
Analyzes a given literary text to determine its theme.
And
That's
it
another
say
one, but-
determine the theme, I'm sorry. I couldn't do what you're doing, but it's fun for me to tell you. I know, I have no idea how to do
As long
that.
as you don't mind being bossy, that's all right. I really want that to fold and it doesn't want to, there it goes.
No, I don't worry. I do a good job.
Determine the theme of a text and trace its development throughout the text. Okay, so what is that, does it look different at 7th grade or is it the same?
No, it's the same.
And is it the same at 6th grade?
6th grade is maybe a little more simple. Well, Massachusetts says apply knowledge of the concept. That theme refers to the main idea, which it
Right.
doesn't.
And then,
And meaning, whether it's implied or stated.
all right, and then also while we're on 7th grade, if you'll look at Massachusetts, I like that analyze and evaluate similar themes across a variety of selection. So we might wanna consider that when we get down to that part too.
Or 3.
Yeah.
Multiple solutions.
Yeah, right, or 3, yeah. So you might wanna color that one in, that, Massachusetts one.
I don't have nothing to cover.
I still.
There's a box over here. I brought a box in earlier.
All right,
If you need more, I know where they are.
okay, and make a note, cluster 3, yeah, that's a perfect cluster 3.
We need to do colors.
Yeah, that's perfect. So when we get stuck, cluster 3, thing. And that's South Carolina.
Okay.
Compare and contrast main ideas within and across, that's a good cluster 3 too.
So we want 6 to be different.
I think a little bit. Apply knowledge of the concept that theme is some.
Which one are you looking
I
at?
just don't know what it means to apply knowledge.
I don't know, it's not a knowledge level, it's hugely
No.
beyond that.
I don't know how
You don't,
students
they
do
don't
that.
state it that way anymore, you
It's
just give
the
the verb.
concept.
You, instead of apply, you just give the verb, distinguish, determine,
My kids would look at me crazy if I said.
compare and
"Apply
contrast.
knowledge
Right. Well,
of the concept that theme.
it's more of the,
You wouldn't say that to your students.
Well, I don't know how to do it as a 36-year-old adult. I don't know how to apply knowledge that a theme.
Like how, what would you see them do?
That's just a
grade are you
The
on?
redundancy.
knowledge of the concept.
Like what would
What
you say?
concept?
Theme.
Refers to, let's tease that out, apply knowledge of the concept, that theme refers to the main idea.
I
Well,
don't like that.
all you have to do is when you say apply knowledge of the
Main
concept,
idea.
no, don't forget.
I know, just hang on just a minute.
I just explained that.
Yeah, I don't like that it refers to the main idea.
But what about the concept? That's, I mean, I don't
Well,
like it.
no, what they want the student to say is the theme is the main idea.
Well, I don't think that's the
That's what they
case.
want the student to say.
It is what we,
That's-
it is what we want it to be.
We already agreed that the theme is the purpose, so we
Yeah.
already kind of blew that one away.
I don't know that I would not want my students thinking that theme and main idea are interchangeable.
No.
Okay.
Especially since we're setting them up to determine more than one theme later on. You know, like.
Yeah, let's not confuse them.
Yeah, I don't want them to think there is a main, I mean, there's usually like
Let's
a
not
main
confuse the
theme and then there's some
teachers.
other ones, but I don't want them to think that's the main thing.
Well, as Joe pointed out, this document is for teachers and they'll be as equally confused.
Well,
Right.
if
That's
you
the
wanted to
problem.
use that, you'd have to straighten up the wording, and the wording would be explain how the theme conveys the main idea and meaning of the selection.
Say that again, Holmes.
Explain how the theme conveys the main idea and meaning of the selection. That's what that whole thing is trying to say.
how the theme conveys the meaning?
So how would it apply?
Theme
that?
is
Maybe-
an idea.
I know, it sounds
Janet,
crazy, but
Janet,
that's what it's trying to say.
Apply that, make that apply, application to the,
Don't let me give another example.
yeah, give an example.
Oh, God.
Well,
Well,
I
I
know
would
you
apply
can, that's the
theme.
point.
Well,
No,
let's try.
explain how the theme of a text conveys the main idea and the meaning of a selection.
What's the difference between the theme and the main
That's my
idea?
That's
I
my
don't know
point.
that.
That's my point.
Well,
That's
then
my
why do you
point.
want both of those
Right.
words?
I'm not. I'm just saying, I'm
Oh.
telling you what that person is trying to say.
Oh, okay.
I'm
I
not
thought
saying
you were
that's where-
suggesting what we should put in.
No.
What is the difference
No.
in the theme and the
What,
main idea?
what, so
Yeah.
let's
The main
talk
idea,
about
the
that for a
theme is
second.
the message.
This is
Yeah.
so
The
complicated.
main idea is what it is about.
The wording right here
We
is
need
very
to
convoluted and
somehow
difficult to understand.
Laura,
But what
writing
the person
is
is
about
trying to say
a girl who goes to the
is
forest
what I
visiting
just
her
stated.
grandmother. But the message
I mean,
is,
It doesn't make
things
sense.
are not
So,
always as they
other
appear.
things, Janet, can refer to the main idea, like I'll give an example, like water imagery and splendor in the grass, right?
Uh-huh.
Movie Natalie Wood, that movie.
Yes.
Old movie,
That's a good
wonderful
movie.
movie. And remember how water imagery throughout contributed to the meaning. She's pushing water away, she's still, I'm pure, mother, I'm pure. The rain coming down, there's going to be trouble ahead.
Water always bothered her.
Right. So it's not just, so my point is, now that I've given the example, my point is that it's not just the theme that contributes to the main idea. There's alliteration, there's allegory, there's water imagery, there's body blah, there's other things. So I think that, I agree that those things might be higher level, like, than where we are. However, I don't think you just look at theme, main idea. You look at, and that's where I need help. I look at what?
So when I think about something like Three Little Pigs, I think about the main idea of Three Little Pigs is work ethic. The theme of Three Little Pigs is if you have your priorities in line and you work hard, you'll succeed and not get eaten by a wolf.
Well,
you know, that to me is the difference between
The
main idea and
The
theme.
main idea to me on that would be that three little pigs go out and build three different types of
Right.
houses. I mean, I may be taking it too
But
literally,
this-
but that's
There's
the
more
main
than one way,
idea.
there's more than one way.
And-
And not all ways are a good way.
I think it's more descriptive.
Well, but this,
Like of what's happening.
the
main
standard
idea.
here, the way it's written,
I don't understand
wants the
it.
student
No, I
to
don't.
realize
I don't
that the theme is the main idea or main message of an author.
I don't agree with that.
No, I
So
don't
can it
agree.
You don't-
I
be
do not
interpreted?
agree that theme
No.
is main idea.
No.
Yeah.
No, I don't
The
think
main
that's what it
idea
says.
is the umbrella.
I'm
Can it
reading
be
the
different
Lisa's written.
interpretations
I'm
of
not-
these?
I like
Oh, yeah.
Lisa's, I like
So I mean,
Lisa's
but it's
analogy
almost
here.
like in my
Our theme
interpretation.
of the water.
The main idea, apparently.
Right.
I don't
Well,
know what
the
the
main
heck.
idea.
Well, are we talking about, are we on the same
But
page?
there's
Are
other
we trying to
things
interpret what
going
this
on.
person is trying to say here on the end?
Yeah, but I don't
Yeah.
know.
I don't agree with what they're saying.
Okay, well then we can move on.
Okay.
Well, the others do,
Yeah.
I kinda like the idea of the theme referring to the main idea, and I think it's, I mean, I don't think we just need to automatically keep referring to Missouri Learning Standards and like, great, check it off, let's go to the next one. I think
Well,
we
this
need
is
to tease
not.
this out.
What I'm saying is not Missouri Learning Standards. I'm saying theme and central idea are not the same thing, period. That's what I'm saying. That's not what it
That's why we
says.
cut that out from
No,
Missouri
we're
Learning
talking
Standards.
main
We cut out
idea,
central
not
idea.
central idea.
Well,
No, we did
on
yesterday.
8.2, it says central
No.
idea.
Let's
I'm
just
over
talk about
here on
sixth
the-
grade.
Yeah,
What
let's
what
go
is
on.
theme at sixth grade? 'Cause that's where we are.
Sixth grade
Right?
is
That's where we are.
central
Are we-
idea.
Are
We're
we
agreeing
over
six.
here on this last one?
It says
We're just talking about
determine
theme at sixth grade. I don't, that's where the conversation went.
All right, we're
We're
We
talking
talking
about
wanted
all
to
of
know
it.
whether it would be the same as at seventh and eighth, or we need to change something.
If we need to change it. And so we started looking at some other language, which is fine. I don't, and it's probably something I would be willing to, I feel I'd be willing to die on, I don't know. I do not like the idea that theme, refers to main idea, or theme is the main idea, or that there's a connection there, because I feel like that sets us up
Well,
for
I
issues
agree with what you're
as we
saying.
move up the grade levels, because that's one of the reasons why I don't like main idea and I like central idea.
Basically, that's the second grade standard.
it is subjective.
That standard is a second grade standard. The student will know that theme means the main idea or the main message
And
of the author.
I still disagree with that as well. I just don't think
What's the
students
difference
should.
between central and main?
I like that central is like there are lots of ideas, you know, that are at play in this text or whatever whatever we're talking about. But that there's like this is the central one that everything is kind of focused on. But I feel like, well, yeah, but I feel like
Splitting
for
hairs on the words. So-
it is, but the reason I feel that way, not that this matters at this moment because I'm not talking about it really, is that main idea indicates that there is one idea only, and there's a right and a wrong answer. Whereas I feel like a central idea, I could say this is the central idea of the text. I can support that well, and be right, and someone else could say, but I thought this was the central idea of the text and support it well, and also be right. Just like I think there's multiple themes, and I could say this is the theme that I read, and I can support that well and still be correct. So, but I feel like if we point kids in the direction that theme is main idea, then we set ourselves up for having to like break that thinking when they get older. And I don't like the idea that we teach them. It's one of the reasons why I like using the vocabulary. Like instead of calling them action words, we call them verbs. Because we at some point have to break them of using that so that they understand that there's terminology.
And there are plenty of verbs like is that have no action in it.
And what we find is students struggle with that breaking of that after we've taught it, you know?
This is a level. For Hayakawa's levels of abstraction.
What's that?
So S.I. Hayakawa's level, the linguist.
Yes.
His level and semantics, levels of abstraction. To me, I'm confused, so. But to me, main idea is below theme and meaning is above theme. All of those are confuted in this 6F too. And that's what we're struggling with.
Well,
So and other people may understand it differently from me, but the point is, since people are gonna do that, do we wanna mess with trying to throw all those words in there? I think that's,
I think
you know what I'm
we're
saying?
talking about that.
I like theme.
I don't think we're disputing that. The only thing that I was doing was trying to interpret the meaning of that
Right.
last entry there.
Right.
I'm not promoting the ideas, I just tried to interpret the meaning
Right.
of the entry.
Yeah.
Now, all we have to do is to come up with some effective wording that we like for number
Right.
6.
And I think you should do that, because you're the authority in the 6th grade. I mean, really,
well.
and then we'll tell you if we don't like it, we'll be sure to do that.
Well, if you'll look over in the second column where it says identify and explain the relationship between the main idea and supporting details, you can take out main idea and put theme in there. Identify and explain the relationship between the theme and supporting details, that's one option. That's one option.
I'm gonna type in.
That brings in everything.
And then the next step would be.
And then, and I think it's exactly the same. I think it's exactly the same as, would that work for grade 6? Or do you want to tweak it however?
I like that, because now you're not tracing it through the whole text especially, you're coming up with instances.
Right.
That's,
And it's one step below, one step below that grade 7.
I like to answer one question, which is, we've talked before that there was more than one theme. So do we say that the central idea or the themes or the theme?
Well,
is
you
the
could put a
theme or-
parentheses behind the word theme and put an S on it if you wanted to.
I like this though, I do like this, apply the knowledge of the concept that the theme refers to the main idea, because I see it in my mind this way, the main idea is an umbrella. It's like the pinnacle of the umbrella, and there are many themes that can fall under that umbrella. So to me, it suggests that there is a theme, like, I just read to my little boy The Secret Life of Edward Tulane, he's a 4th grader. And it's just so interesting to me, the themes that he extrapolates versus as his, older mom, what I look at, it's so sweet, that so I don't know, I like the idea that there is a main idea, but there are different things that can be interpreted differently, and that kind of points to that. There is one main idea of a text, but the themes can all be different, so that's just in my novice mind when you guys are doing this, that
that makes sense to me. That doesn't make that much sense. So I don't know if all sixth grade teachers just read that and go, oh, okay. Because to me, it's apply the knowledge of the concept that the theme refers to the main idea. It refers to, and meaning of a selection, whether it is stated or implied. That's pretty clear to me. Just my
Well, the
thought.
only thing that you'd have to clear up is what, on that apply the knowledge of the concept, if you circle apply the knowledge of the concept and you write the word how, if you figure out a word to put in there, then it would be clear. How is the student going to show you
Applying that knowledge.
well, how are they going to apply their knowledge? How are they going to show you that application?
So how does it
Applies too
translate?
vague. It's not measurable. You have to
What you're
define
saying.
it.
So maybe, but I do like the concept that the theme refers to the main idea. But how do you measure that statement?
That
Yeah.
is,
Yeah, I
you
agree.
say, what is a theme? What question? What is a theme? A theme is A, the main idea of a text, B, supporting details of the text, C, D, whatever. That's just showing you that they can apply the idea that theme means main idea of a selection. A theme is also is synonymous sometimes with main idea. Now, I know that some people agree and disagree with that, but that's what this is saying right here.
When I teach theme and main idea, they're different.
I agree.
Totally
I
different
agree.
things.
Yeah, I agree.
They just are even.
Right, I agree with
The
that.
theme is the message the author
Right.
intends for you to understand. The
Right.
main idea is more plot related.
Right. I agree.
And we're in theme.
And I guess I see, like, what you just said, Danette, is like what we were talking about earlier, which is that, like, craft piece of what are the things that are going on in the plot that are helping to reveal the theme. So you need to know who are the main characters, what is happening in the story, what is the conflict, all of that stuff to understand how the theme is being developed by the author. But I agree, I
So
never
are we-
have used main idea and theme at the same
Well,
time.
So are
I
we
agree
saying
with
that,
that.
that cluster 2 will address the main ideas?
That's what
Well-
I'm thinking, Stacy, if you could expand on what you just said. I'm thinking that in cluster 2, they're gonna dig a little deeper. What did you say, what you just said?
Well, I just, my thinking is just that when you think about a main idea of a text, it's kind of the pinnacle of the umbrella, if you have a visual. But the theme there's not one theme. Potentially, then the interpretation among many there can be different themes. So I just don't think it almost suggests that you box into the idea that there is a theme, but is that always true?
No,
really?
there's multiple themes.
Right,
Yeah.
that's just the language.
Well,
that
then
So
we're
that
just
main
saying to put
idea
a
is like an
apostrophe
umbrella.
S on those,
Right.
But you understand what I'm
Yes.
saying, is
I
that
do.
it's
Yes.
broad enough that
It's
it's well
umbrella.
yes.
Like this?
Here, this may help us. I have just a second. I just want to shout this out. I just looked up the definition of theme and main idea. And they're different.
Yeah, they are.
Okay. So, a theme is although they don't totally agree with us either, but this is just a dictionary. You don't have to agree.
What
With the
dictionary?
We're smarter than the dictionary.
Yeah.
No,
Okay,
what,
but just
really?
wait. But just here it is. It
Okay,
says-
but I wanna know what dictionary, because literary dictionaries are different, so I need to know what dictionary.
Dictionary.com.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oops, sorry. Thank you. A subject of theme is a subject, I like that, a subject of discourse, discussion, meditation, or composition topic. A unifying or dominant idea, as in a work of art. A short, informal essay, especially a school composition. If that's the definition.
And that second definition is the motif definition that is also used typically in literature with theme. But we could just,
So
here's a pattern that runs through a painting, a composition, a literary text,
This
any
is
kind of
from,
art
yeah,
text.
this is
We
from a
don't wanna
literary
get into
dictionary.
that, just let me know.
A statement that unifies and controls an entire
There it
literary
is.
work.
That's it.
I like
What is
that.
it?
What does that mean again?
Say it again.
statement
No, that's
that
theme.
unifies and controls an entire literary work.
And that was what?
That's theme.
All right, and what's main
That's
idea?
good.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's why I asked that question. It's gonna be different.
And
Oh,
kind
yeah,
of
no,
sharing.
totally.
There's
You know,
18,000
in all
definitions
the
in here.
years
I think it's funny that it has the definition that it's like an essay. You know, we just watched the
That's the
Christmas
third
story and the teacher says, I want you to write a theme, and I'm like, no one says that.
Yeah.
Like, no one calls it a theme
That's
anymore.
why it's the third
That's,
definition.
I know, but that's
No,
just funny, you
you'd be
know?
surprised when I go into school districts and help with their curriculum,
Nuh-uh.
their assessments.
Uh-uh.
They use those terms interchangeably.
Really?
Yes, they do.
Huh,
Yes.
I've not heard
There's
that
still a
since,
lot of
you know,
confusion on
I
it.
watched the Christmas story.
Well, a long time ago, before we started
I'm not
this-
saying it's right, I'm just saying
I
that
know,
it's a
it's just
common
funny.
misconception.
I was thinking about it the other night because I was watching that movie and I thought.
What's main idea?
Mormon.
I have a lot of definitions here, but I'm gonna wait.
Oh.
Oh, you go right ahead.
Interpretation.
And I was just gonna add that if you start thinking about what Stacy said about the umbrella thing, which I was interpreting in terms of the Hayakawa ladder of abstraction, go down to cluster 2, and all of a sudden you've got to identify and analyze how the overall structure appears to the meaning of the text. This is why I said, throw that word in, and
Yeah,
now you
that's
have
why-
something even more umbrella-ish.
Yes.
Okay, so that
And
is
you're
the
gonna get
definition.
pretty
That is-
darn
What
confused.
That
is
is the definition of main idea. A main idea is important information that tells more about the overall idea
Yes.
of a paragraph or section of a text.
And I looked at
Section versus whole.
3 literary dictionaries and main ideas in any of them.
Right, so would
Good.
that be something that might
Thank
go
you.
into?
That's a great idea to look in the dictionaries for.
What did you say, Lindsay? I missed it.
I looked up 3 literary dictionaries, Bedford St. Martin's.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Who's this? An Oxford Dictionary and Carson Newman College, and none of them have main
We need
idea.
to
I just think main
idea
idea is
thing. We've
almost
just
dead,
done it.
really. Yeah, it is. But before we came up here and I was making notes on my own, at the very beginning, I wrote, theme is the idea that recurs or pervades a word.
And that's that idea of motif, is you see it over and over and over, whether it's in a visual art, composition,
So,
literary text.
Yeah, main idea could die and I wouldn't care.
all right, are we
Me
ready to
too.
move on to the next one?
Well, are we good? I added an S to themes.
I like that idea, actually.
And here's something else, never
But
mind.
I think it needs to be
Never
added
mind.
also.
It
to
does,
7.
it grades it.
Okay, all right, I think we got that one.
7 or 8 needs a apostrophe or a parentheses.
Okay,
These are themes.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're doing 1, 2, 3, now we're summarized text is
So-
next.
Can we take a break before we do that?
Breaking, no.
Amen.
No.
No, keep going.
3 to 1.
Taskmaster says no.
I say yes.
I'll vote it.
Go.
A second.
Yep.
Okay, we're not
All
gonna
right.
do it.
Jana, you need to calm down.
I know, I wanna work.
Well, I need to go to the bathroom.
You're breaking.
Oh, we didn't have that. I imagine we'll probably break at 1:30, because that seems to be a good time to allow people
Did
to
you
get
send
food
in
and
more
get.
of those, Common Core, the Smarter Balance digital library things?
I haven't done anything at all. I've been
Right at the last
writing
minute, I
notes.
sent a bunch of them, but
Prepare units.
I have gotten paid for only one of them.
I'm
which is okay.
on a contract, I signed contract. I do everything.
How unlucky was that?
So this whole thing is different from the other one. This one-
Yeah, I didn't
Oh, I
sign a
didn't sign a
contract.
contract, but they sent me money.
I didn't ask for anything.
I didn't ask you.
Oh, did you not sign a contract?
I don't remember doing
Oh.
that.
I wish I didn't sign a contract, somebody just sent me money.
No.
James. I just didn't want to
Yeah, I
say
don't remember doing that. They sent me
I wasn't here and you don't know.
I haven't said anything.
Came right over it and it comes.
I've written several examples, but I've.
You have, that's why I
I think so.
because I did. I sent in, they said this told us to
It was
send 4, so I hurried up at the very end and got 4 sent, but I haven't heard what happened.
And that's what they, that's what I think they showed it.
That's all.
You're always ready. That's why I did
The training's like,
Yes.
I don't tell you this.
I know, right? I know.
I know.
Yeah, oh my gosh, it's so much better. Oh my gosh, so much better, but, hey, real quick, who were you telling me, I have a text me his name and number, because I'm gonna be there from noon to 2:30 tomorrow, and I'm bringing all my contractors tomorrow. I'm trying to stagger them while I'm in this meeting, but will you text me? Yeah, I have a break right now, but will you text me his name and number? Cause my thing is, timing is huge. She closes maybe in a week and a half, and we need to start like right away, if possible. And so I just, I'm trying to get at least 3 bids. Oh yeah, you pulled out. Yeah, it's kind of upsetting. I'm just pretty much,
Bless your heart.
listening and learning, but not
Bless your
contributing.
heart.
Obviously, I and some others are way on the lead when it comes to this.
Since 1990, I've been working as a teacher trainer, and what my job since was working since all these standards, assessments, curriculum, and
Not good, Lindsay, not good.
Is that what you're showing?
No, my,
At some point, we're gonna be voting.
yeah.
Yeah.
My sinuses are killing me.
Poor thing.
It's not good.
I don't know if you know that still. Decide to do it. This is gonna take time. We're gonna have to divide it up.
And maybe not real.
Oh, yeah, that's good.
And doing a good job.
That's good. Yeah, that's true.
I love your necklace, Jan.
Thank you.
You didn't sit down. I don't ever sit. I stand all the
Uh-huh.
time.
That's hard to say.
I did. 2 for $1.
Where'd you get it, downstairs?
Cashews are more expensive.
I've gotta go to the ATM before I have lunch.
Yeah, well, I was wondering because I forgot to grab some cash for a parking garage situation.
Do you have an ATM card?
Yeah.
Okay, they have an ATM machine in the lobby.
Oh, good.
Otherwise, you can just stay here. They're gonna hold you captive because you can't pay.
My
your car
$6, I bet I can buy $6 and change my car somewhere.
Just start digging in your purse.
Life of a teacher, I only have like 7 bags in the back of my car, you know, I'm sure I could find $6 in some of them.
Did you
somewhere.
check your coat pockets? That's
Yeah.
where you're supposed to look and find you the bag like, can you believe, okay. You know, when you say, oh, I'm an educator, all right, and people, you try to portray that real organized look, but we're always stepping back.
Yeah.
Have you ever noticed?
Yeah. My favorite is the guy who did, my sophomores right now are all studying issues in education. So we had, all of our administrators come in one day and our superintendent came in and my sophomores just grilled them. We've read articles about this, the Thanks Michelle Obama campaign on Instagram and Twitter, like kids taking pictures of their school lunch and sending them to her. And then we read an article about should sports even be in schools, school start times, is homework a necessity, all these different issues. And they asked the administrators, so what are some of the biggest issues that you find in education? And the administrators were like, you guys have brought far more to the table than we think about on a daily basis. Like, gosh, you guys really have your ducks in a row here. It's good. I like it. Superstars.
Zero in on some important stuff.
Yeah, they're funny. So they just emailed me, and somebody said, because they're doing their own research today on some other issues in education, and sent me an email about, we watched the TED Talk, Do Schools Kill Creativity? It's awesome, really, really, really interesting, and the kids are always like, oh my gosh, this is the story of my life, I don't get to do anything creative anymore. Oh my gosh. That doesn't mean that you get coloring sheets, come on. But anyway, the guy who does.
Which are not creative, by the way.
Right. The guy who does that TED Talk, Do Schools Kill Creativity, they talk about teachers that are invited to dinner parties and how we only get an invitation once. Because they're like, oh, we're going to invite an educator. And then we come in with like 3 coats and 2 bags and we scarf our dinner down in 17 minutes. And then people are like, oh, you're a teacher? What do you teach? They expect us to say like, 3rd grade, and they're like, oh, that's so cute. And then you say high school, they're like, oh. Oh, you teach high school? What's that? Why?
Aren't you
Really
afraid of them?
Yeah, that's true.
How do you do that? Or,
Are they scared of you?
I could never do that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I could never teach them.
No.
No.
But it's the same thing. Every time I meet someone, oh, what grade do you teach? They expect me to say elementary school. Oh, high school English. Oh.
I get now. Like, oh, so what is it you do? I'm a curriculum coordinator. Oh.
Did they just make that up?
I don't I don't wanna talk to you anymore, cause I don't know what you just said.
I don't know what you do.
Yeah, I don't know what you just said. Sometimes people will say, well, what does that mean exactly? Like, do you do curriculum? Yes, that's what that means. Okay, good, that's all.
Anyway,
I don't wanna
I
talk about it,
thought it was
it's pretty funny. I don't even actually engage in that.
And we just had a meeting that popped up at 2:45, so I need to know to reply.
I mean, bummer for you and us. You're not ready to roll here.
I go through being hot and being cold.
Next time, but I'll make sure that it's still time your turn. I'd like to get started.
So Luann, do you teach in Blue Springs right now?
Yeah.
Oh, you
Yeah.
don't? You did, okay, because I'm retired from there too, but in part and back, I'm a part-time person, so that's what. Oh, okay.
Okay, we have no people in the room.
We do have. No, I got some that are kind of. Stacy had them, that's what I saw. Cause I had some that wasn't that.
Okay.
Oh, no, I didn't think.
So our next, item, summarize text recognizing significant details and drawing logical inferences. So I'm gonna add a tab here. Hello.
Hello.
we'll start with 12, 11, 12.
Are we starting a new one now?
Yes.
Can I,
Summarize.
can I have the floor for a minute?
Sure. Okay. So, interest is here. Oh, yeah, this is this. We put it in the first. What's up with that? Oh, I did, but I guess what is happening? As well as differences drawn. Oh, just to support it. It's not to.
We haven't really talked about the order of these either, have we? I mean, I'm
Well,
not saying we
yeah.
should now, but we may need to shift it, I'm looking at. So, I mean,
Yeah, for sure.
Whereas like site doesn't come first. or
like
something.
theme would come, no, site relevant evidence would come first, determine word meanings, summarize the text.
And then theme.
And then move to, yeah.
Like if we're looking at like logical.
Yeah.
So summarize theme.
I will admit that I was the person that was sort of held back on this summarizing skill. And I think it was because my kids that week were summarizing and how frustrating of an experience it was because they didn't do it very well. However, I don't know. I don't know how important that is
Summarize.
for 11th and 12th graders, yeah.
On my level, the problem is paraphrasing and summarizing. There's kind of a blurry indistinction in there.
Something I can't articulate that straight.
I knew what you meant though when you did that. Cause hers won't stay in the.
Yeah, I know. I tried to put it in there earlier and it fell right out. I'm sorry to interrupt. I was watching, I was like, I was
Watching
hearing
you
you struggle
struggle.
over there and I thought, I know what's happening. So I tried to plug it in earlier, it just dropped right back out. So we put this in the bottom because I love them in there.
My students today are writing crazy over an article and I just, I feel like it's important, but I realize that perhaps I just need to be talked off the ledge as well.
You need what?
Oh.
I could be talked off the ledge, I suppose, of the dying on summarization.
Which ledge? Because before it was you have to have it, now it's you're not sure if you need to have it. Which ledge are we
Yeah, I don't
talking about
know.
here?
Yeah,
I was
I
even
think-
thinking about it last night. Because, well, and here's the other thing, is I'm not sure how different this is than, standard number 1. Can you show us that again?
Well, they actually, in the Missouri Learning Standards, it has it attached after a semicolon. Provide an objective summary
Yeah.
of text.
Yeah, but they have that with the theme and central idea.
I know,
number
that's
two.
what I mean, they have it
It's the
after.
second piece of that standard.
Right, but if you look at what we did on our first one, analysis of what the text says explicitly, as well as inferences drawn from the text.
To support it. So you're citing, because the whole point of the standard is you're citing evidence to support what the text,
Analysis.
what it says, what it doesn't say. My problem with summary, and I think it's important,
I do too.
but my problem with summary is that, it's really difficult to know what it should look like in 6th grade versus in 12th grade. And I don't know how you articulate that, and like that work can be done in a district, but I don't, I mean, it's hard, like in our district, it's a struggle to get that work done.
Well, thinking about college, ready, you have to write pre-season summaries and abstracts, I mean, in graduate school.
True. Well, I think it's important that you can summarize anyway, and that you understand what are the most important parts, and what's, you know,
So
what's,
it
and that you don't retell the entire thing, you know, I mean, like,
That's
I'm
the
trying to
thing,
get my
is being able to
13-year-old to
pick out-
summarize things that happen in her day, because I don't need every
Exactly.
detail, please. So, I wanna pause though for a moment, because Danette asked if she could have the floor, and, we dove in, and I wanna make sure that, thank you, Ian, that, when you said yes, I wanna make sure she gets fine, so.
Okay.
Go ahead, Danette.
Okay, I'd like to make a motion, in light of Nick Kramer's assertion that he meets the criteria of House Bill 1490, and in light of the tremendous value add he's offered to our group, with a lack of political agenda, and in many instances a leadership approach to keeping the group moving forward when it was at risk of splintering, I would like to take a vote. As a group, we appeal to the Speaker's office to re-examine his credentials and not contribute to turning this episode into a media circus that puts the spotlight on the politics of the Common Core debate. Missouri doesn't deserve that. This group has come together to construct Missouri standards, and Nick is an essential value add and voice in our work. Please let us move forward without inciting more action that is intended to tear down rather than help our students. And so my motion would be that we as a group request to the Speaker for a re-examination and reconsideration of Nick's removal from this committee.
I'll second your motion.
Any discussion?
Can we just have an update on the status, Nick?
As far as I know, he had a meeting this morning and planned on being here later on after the meeting. That was what he said yesterday when you left, and that's what I've heard.
He did text me and say that he did not want to come in until we had decided, that he did not want to make a big show, a big fuss, and he wanted us to talk about it. And
Can I ask what you mean about keep the politics out of the Common Core debate? It was none of us in this room that removed him. It was the
No, I
Speaker
realize that.
removed him.
Uh-huh.
And from what I understand, based on the interpretation of the law. So is it ours, I mean, for us to say it's even our place?
Why are you assuming that you,
No, you just said that, keep the politics of the Common
Yeah, no,
Core. You read that
I get
statement.
of the Common Core?
Yeah, no, I think that makes sense. I think the concern that you were trying to express is that if it could blow up into a situation that could become political, not that we were.
But the issue for us to override the lead, I mean, for the people that appointed him, that's not our place.
We're not asking to override, we're asking to re-examine, because we have looked at his list of qualifications, and I feel like they do come up to what the level it is in the bill.
I just think we should give deference to the Speaker. I mean, to re-examine, I don't think that that's up to him completely, but for him to come back into this room when he's been replaced, that's not our place to invite him back in. We can't appoint or remove. That's not.
Actually, there's a very big question as to whether or not the Speaker has the authority to replace something that is, and the bill does not provide any whatsoever.
I would never want to get into that debate with the Speaker of the House who has power and authority over this. I would not want to do that, especially in light of an outgoing Speaker who's about to lose his power and take that on. That is not I do not believe that's appropriate. I do not believe that's our place. And I agree that that is the Speaker's jurisdiction
Re-examine and reconsider is the motion.
But
Okay.
didn't you also say that based on, I'm confused, based on if we take a vote to ask the speaker to re-examine, that's your motion?
Yes.
Depending on how that vote goes, determines whether Nick decides upon coming back in of his own accord?
No, I don't believe so. He texted me and said he did not want to come in and create a big upset. And he wants to get things straightened out, but get it straightened out the right way. He doesn't feel like it's been a fair process to him, and frankly, neither do I. But we do not want to have a big fight about it. I just feel like he's been treated very badly in this, and he has been a very valuable member of this committee, and would continue to do so. And
Well, it seems like a fairly straightforward motion. I mean, you had some other, you had some rationale in there, but the motion, as I understand it, is to ask the speaker to re-examine the credentials, in light of what the required qualifications are, and to reconsider based on that examination.
Yes.
That's all that's being.
And based on what he's done as a
Isn't
Yeah.
that
I
why
get
Nick,
that.
Nick met with him this morning? Was that the nature of why Nick?
who did Nick meet with?
Oh, I don't know, I assumed.
She said,
No,
he got a meeting with his own district.
He's at a,
Yeah, he
curriculum
has a
meeting
meeting
in
at
Columbia.
Columbia.
Well, Nick's credentials were presented to the speaker before he was
Yes.
appointed. He was appointed based upon the same credentials that the speaker now maintains are not adequate.
Yes.
Which makes no sense whatsoever, and that, there's a bigger picture to look at. If this happens, then basically it sets a precedent for any entity who appoints members to the committees to replace them at some point over some perceived
But, you know, the lottery commission, the governor just removed and appointed new members. I mean, that to me
But this is not the lottery commission.
No, but it's the leadership of
It's
our
the
government, it's the
prerogative,
hierarchy
yeah.
of how it works. The Speaker of the House, and is the governor, speaker, the pro tem, those are, the entities are, they have the ability to appoint and remove.
Actually, there are
And so
two,
that precedent
there are
is-
two kinds of entities that they appoint to. Some are standing, and yes, they have the authority to remove from standing committees. But this is a specific committee with a specific time frame, and the precedence is not for
So this
those
is like
appointees
this is
to
like
be
an ad
replaced.
hoc.
It's like an ad hoc committee.
The
And
issue
once
is, I
those
agree with
appointments
Liz, I mean, it's not our jurisdiction.
Yeah, I wouldn't get into
in
that.
any way,
Yeah.
shape,
Well,
or
the only
form.
reason, the only reason I bring it up is that we're setting a
Right.
precedent. We are setting a precedent.
Well,
And I think
that's
that's
a good-
very important to
I
the
think that's-
overall success of this entire piece of legislation.
And I think the precedent that's been set, not just on this one, every other committee that, unfortunately or fortunately or whatever, our democracy has it currently, there are people in power who can make those decisions. I mean, that's not the question on the table for this. I mean, I'm not gonna question the Speaker's decision. Whether or not I agree with it or not, he's the Speaker right now, that's his decision. What I want him to do, I agree with that motion. Let's re-examine and reconsider it, and especially, I mean, I think Vic has been a tremendous person in this room. He's done a lot. He's kept his cool, at times when I think that it would have been a hard task for many of us to do that. And I respect that. I think that he's tried his hardest to keep himself focused on the work. And I respect that. So, I mean, I don't know I don't know why the Speaker chose to re-examine Nick's credentials over somebody else's credentials. I don't know why but it's not necessarily my place to say that's wrong and judge that. That's the Speaker's decision. But whether, I mean, I can support re-examining it in light of Nick's contention that he's qualified.
I mean, in light of the fact that a lot of us feel that he's been essential. In my opinion, he has been.
Well, he's definitely been a knowledgeable contributor. He knows
Yes,
the process.
he is
That's
very
good.
knowledgeable.
As long as we submit to the, I mean, if they say you can't come back, then that's their decision. I mean, all you're asking essentially is for the speaker to re-examine and reappoint. Is that-
No, it's
theoretically, you're saying you could have them sit and observe.
I haven't seen anything that says that.
I just don't want this to end without some voices being heard. And I don't want us to be rude or, you know, but I just.
Well, there's also a notion of, speaking to that point about his contributions, that I feel personally uncomfortable, and I totally realize there are reasons people can't attend meetings or they'll attend part of the day and not. There are sicknesses, there are other job commitments people have, that you've gotta go make you've gotta make a living. I totally get all that. But there also is a lot to be said when you start a process like this for valuing the people who consistently are present and know how to track what's going on, because it's kind of an issue. As we all know, it drives your brain crazy, even when you are with it. So I appreciate that aspect of asking the speaker to consider also. Maybe somebody that's pretty consistent.
Do we need any more discussion? The motion is to request that the speaker re-examine, that's Nick's criteria, credentials, to see if it meets the criteria, and
just
to
say-
reconsider his serving on the committee. Is that what your motion
Yes.
is?
Taking into account what he's already added to the group.
All right, okay, taking into it, that's
You need
just
to write that down.
okay.
I'm gonna write it down, because I want to get it in my head. Motion for speaker to re-examine.
I'll just type it up here. Request the speaker. Nick, how about Nick? Or Nick? Primers. Credentials. And reconsider his appointment to the 6/12.
Actually, not his appointment, but his being
Status.
his withdrawal. Yeah, his removal.
12.
6/12.
ELA work
Yeah.
group given value.
How about given the contributions he has, significant contributions he has made?
Well, no, just leave it as a motion. That his removal from the 6/12 ELA work group.
Well,
Yeah,
but
that's-
I was.
No, she gave a lot of support.
Well, when I repeated it, then Elizabeth said, given the.
Contributions he has
Do you
made.
have the motion
This
written down
weekend.
as you, do you have it written down there?
No.
Okay, I thought you were reading from it, so I just thought.
Well, I'm just reading some scribble notes. It's not the actual motion. Because I didn't want to talk about it all.
Well, you know, the tours are also mainly public. There's only like a couple rooms where the tickets go. You can virtually the same thing.
Yeah.
Okay, so, the motion by Danette is, request the Speaker of the House re-examine Nick Kramer's credentials and reconsider his removal from the 6/12 ELA workgroup, given the value he has added thus far. Yes? Okay, so seconded by Ann, and, now we need to take a vote, so all in favor of, all in favor, I'm not saying it again. So that's a unanimous, right? That's all hands?
So should we write a letter basically stating that to the speaker's office from the group, or how does that logistically occur? A letter?
An email.
I think Carrie is our
Write an
chairperson.
email right now, Carrie, on your screen, and then.
I want this to be very respectful, but just, you know, asking, please read it.
So we
As long
can
as it's
draft a letter for you,
considerate.
or you know,
She's
you wanna do it, Jill, are you saying do it up on the big screen and
Yeah,
write it?
yeah.
Sure.
Oh,
Can you just
okay.
all see it?
Oh, I thought you wanted her to like type it out.
Yeah.
Okay, I got
She
you.
said do it, so I'm doing it. What's his address, anyone know?
I have no idea.
Oh,
I'm
Chris?
sure it said
Yeah.
.go.gov something.
Yeah, I
We
have
could
Chris's-
probably
I have
look it
Chris's
up.
email address right here.
But
You're
Chris
sending-
isn't the speaker.
Well, you can, yeah,
You
but
can just see, I would see
T.
G, but I would do T, I think it's like T Jones.
T.Jones at housesello.gov.
So you sure?
And then just to Chris dot,
Hang on,
Is it T. Jones though? I mean, or is
I don't know,
yeah,
they all
let's
have
see.
like a, it's a standard like
Yes.
email
Yes,
address,
they
but I'm not
do.
sure.
And I would- I have
T.
it.
Jones, do you have it?
Yeah,
I don't, I don't know, it's just like, I don't know if it's T. Jones or T. Jones.
here, I got it on my But if you said, no, it's Tim, not T. But why don't we do that last, I'll look it up.
Okay.
And you need to send it to Chris, cause the ones that go into the speaker's office go into like the constituent mail thing.
Right. Okay. Told me to type it on the big screen, so I am. What do you want me to say?
We the members of, we the members of 612, ELA 612 Workgroup. Does anybody know about the person that's never attended the meeting? Who is it that's never?
It's the parent, appointee like Nancy Haig or Nancy Haig.
Does anybody know about if she's coming or?
We're trying to contact her, and I
Who was
told,
her? I thought Barry replaced her, but that wasn't.
No, Barry was an additional, and I told Tom Dempsey and Todd Scott, that she has not been here, and they said, okay. And I think that actually that's someone that Todd knows,
Okay.
like,
I
in real
thought-
life.
I thought
So
so.
I think I thought he was gonna touch, not Nancy Haig, the other one, there was another one.
How many
Oh, there was Nancy.
Well, I
Some,
thought
you
Barry
replaced
Baumgartner
somebody.
I did from the, pro temp.
Yeah, but there's another one, he gets 4.
Yeah.
Okay, so I.
So one of his is missing, and when I just talked to him about a week ago, I think Todd said, I'm gonna look into that again, because they were not aware that,
I feel bad for anybody coming into this now.
Okay.
Well, I'm just wondering if she's not coming, I mean, what do you do?
okay, you gonna help me out here?
You know?
Writing to on behalf of the 612 ELA Workgroup to respectfully. Okay.
Morning.
So respectfully request. Well, and the thing is that the only people that know that are, I think, Nick and the speaker. Like, I haven't received any,
No,
no
none of us
communication
have
has been
heard a thing.
given to the
Yeah.
group at all by anybody. You know what I'm saying?
Yes, we've received no official notification.
So you did.
So let's just
No.
back up to speed since
No.
he's here.
But
We
Nick
took a
knows.
vote for
No
you
one has
to
communicated
reconsider
anything to the
meetings
group
inside
at
the
all.
speaker's office. We're writing a letter to
But-
inform Chris Howard
You know
and
what I'm saying?
Sager
Like,
of that. And
But you understand where I'm in a
we
very
haven't
bad
officially
position?
heard anything, and so,
Like, how do you-
we're not sure
you
whether,
don't communicate with the group.
until we do, how to proceed with you as a member of the public, or as a, so
Right.
if you could just grace this with, waiting till we get that information.
Oh, absolutely, I'm just,
Yeah, that would be, I think, probably the smoothest transition for everyone, and let's see what we can do as far as, what did you wanna say?
Respectfully request that you review the credentials of Nick. Come on, everybody jump in here.
What was the motion? Like, what,
Yeah,
let's just retype the motion.
Is it review or re-examine?
go back to the motion.
Re-examine is a better choice in this context.
I would just cut and paste the motion.
Cause he's already looked at it once.
Yeah.
And I think it would not be inappropriate to say the committee agrees that his credentials are worthy of service.
I don't know that because I'm not seeing his
You haven't
credentials.
seen them?
I'm not.
I haven't either.
So for us, to speak for that, I disagree because I don't know when they are personally, so that would be putting words into my mouth. I would say the only thing that Nick did that made me very uncomfortable in his email to the group was saying that a subpoena was the only thing that would remove him, you know, or not an injunction. And I think that's very disrespectful. As you said, we need to stay respectful. Well, suggested that an injunction would be the thing that would take to remove him, I think is very defiant in the.
He has spoken to
Again, I say,
legal.
again, I believe.
Said lawyer.
But the issue for us
I mean,
is.
it may boil down to legal interpretation of the law. I mean, that's
The issue
basically what's
for
going to
us,
happen.
again, I get that. I mean, I get that, but the thing is, at this point, the person, the government official, the elected official that appointed him, removed him.
Can I see your motion?
And that's what we know. He has removed him, the individual that appointed him removed. Now, for Nick to say, I'm gonna stay and invalidate the process essentially by staying, that's a problem. That's, to me, I mean, I think that's a problem. So until he knows he's been reinstated, he has to be a member of the public, but don't provoke, act in that same measure of respect that you talk about, let's be respectful, but act in that same measure, don't challenge the leadership, you know, that's placed you here. That's the issue I have.
I'm not challenging the
I'm not saying you, I'm saying when he said.
I'm questioning the
injunction.
clarity of the law.
I understand that, I understand that's what he's questioning.
Yes.
But again, I think that in line of just trying to be respectful of the process and giving deference, you know, to those in leadership is what we're doing. I don't think he should challenge also by suggesting that the only way you're gonna remove me is to have a court injunction. That's not respectful.
And that was a private message,
Well,
really.
I mean,
Group private message.
the issue is, he's still here and he's not removed. So for him to say, I still come and I'm gonna come to my fire, unless it's a fire, that's not respectful.
I'm not sure that respect is cause for removal though.
Sorry, that's
We're
Sometimes
we are taking on behalf of our students.
have hindsight, you know, I mean,
That's what it's for.
that message was meant for the group, it wasn't meant to be.
But again, he was here, he knew it had been removed, and no one else did.
Well, the
You
point
know,
is whether or not you actually acknowledge that the speaker has the power to do it. The opinion of many is that the speaker does not have the
I
power to do
believe,
it.
and for that many that he does, I mean, he
See,
has
that's where it has to go to.
If he has the point to your point, he has the ability to remove.
No, it's not
Well,
necessarily.
we disagree, clearly we
Well,
disagree.
yeah.
And many
That's
legal
where it has
minds
to go
will
to
tell
court,
you,
and
I
that's
mean,
why- that's
the
where the injunction
Constitution,
comes out.
exactly, and that's what needs to be reviewed, but until then, for him to potentially, interrupt the process by making it an issue, and provoking,
Well, I'm wondering
that's
if
not
that's
okay.
something that-
Well, the other way to look at that is the speaker has interrupted the process by doing something that's
Well,
illegal.
again, I give
Okay.
deference
You
to
can
the
look at it.
leadership of
Yeah.
our.
Who's doing the interrupting?
Did you? Yes, I do, yes.
I do.
I'm
I don't
wondering
think
if.
That's your speaker is required.
Well,
I
why
don't
did they
know.
audit
I don't
those
know.
credentials?
Well,
Was there an audit?
And not, it did not even communicate that this.
I don't know, we don't know who the auditing body was.
What is that audit?
Who was the auditor?
Hey, you know what? If Nick hadn't brought it to our attention, how would any of us in this room even know anything about it? Because they never communicated with the chair.
That's what
So
shocked
how
me.
would we, if Nick hadn't brought it to our attention, how would
I still
we
haven't
even
heard
know?
anything other than what's just been
Why would they pick Nick out and audit his credentials? We've got all these people here in this room, why didn't they audit my credentials?
And why weren't they audited before he was appointed?
They were.
If that was an issue.
They were vetted before. I know that. For that. They were vetted before he was appointed, that's a fact.
So,
And approved?
what
Because I
accounts for
wouldn't
the
have been
change?
approved.
What accounts for the change?
I don't know.
And that was not explained to us. It was not even communicated to us as a work group.
Well, nothing has been.
You could
Nothing.
ask the question,
Yeah.
you know, is there a reason why Nick's credentials were reevaluated? Is this ongoing process? Anyone who, you know, I don't know, but I.
It's a little bit late to start
I don't
doing
know if
that
that's gonna be
after all
really
this
useful,
happens.
I mean, to this discussion.
We're just asking what the process is. for removal, potentially, is that what we're asking?
Yeah, I mean, I guess.
we're asking
It's
what-
not in the bill.
What is
Any
the
of us could
process?
do right.
I mean,
Right,
I-
what's
even
the
though
process
Mr.
for
Manager,
removal?
with you, I don't think, like, I think the speaker has, that just, for better or for worse, and I'm not putting my judgment on it, the speaker has the ability to do that. The speaker isn't going to tell you, oh, well, I looked it up because someone called me and said I didn't like Nick in the group, and so I decided to pick on him. Like, no, you're not gonna ever get that as an answer.
No, that's not the answer I'm looking for. What the answer I'm looking for is what the speaker did, he did.
But it's legal. Is
See,
it
I don't think we
legal?
know that, we don't know that.
Well, I'm
Well,
not aware,
I
then,
think
I mean, I
we
guess
know
that would be
by
a
virtue
question.
of the fact that, I mean,
Yeah.
even in my town with my own mayor, we had a similar situation come up with the park board, and he appointed 4 or 5 people to the park board in hopes that they would be on his side because he wanted a particular thing to occur. And somewhere along January, they didn't vote the way he wanted them to, and the thing he wanted them to do did not occur. He pulled them, all 4 of them.
But your municipal,
That's a standard
your
condition.
municipal government may not be the same as the state
I think you-
constitution. I mean, we've got different governing.
I think when you make elected officials make appointments, you serve the
I think that's
population.
fine.
Please allow
That's why
us
I
to
never
move forward
even
without more
questioned
action
this. I thought, well,
taken that will disrupt
have
the important
prerogative of
work.
putting him on,
Thank you.
putting him off, putting him on, putting him off. It's their prerogative, I guess.
See, that really isn't possible for us to judge, that's where it has to go.
I guess I would say, it's Chris Howard at house.mo.gov. This is email, and it's Tim Jones at house.mo.gov.
Well, I think what we're asking is it possible to remove a member of an ad hoc committee once they have been appointed?
Or what is the process for? Chris, what, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry,
Apparently they think that they can, so I guess what we're asking is, what's the
Is
process?
it that one? I'm sorry.
At house.
Well, you could even ask for
Dot
the
gov.
statute that explains that you can remove a member of an ad hoc committee
Right.
once they are
Statute
appointed.
or even the Constitution amendment or whatever.
You know, what statute, what statute specifies that a member of an ad hoc committee, once appointed, can be removed by the appointee?
Well, I mean, but again, this is a moot argument. They're saying that he doesn't have the credentials, therefore he can't be on the group. They're not saying that they have the power to remove him. So you can fight that fight, but you will continuously lose that fight, because that's not the fight that's being given to you.
Because we've not been told anything. I mean,
Again,
the issue is.
like, I
we
feel
don't
almost
know
kind of
the
silly even sending
factors.
this email, it's like you
We
haven't even
don't
communicated
really know.
anything to me at all.
Well, we just don't know
Okay.
the factors.
You know,
So
look
does
what I'm
that-
saying, like, it's just, I don't know,
Does
that's
that need to
something
be
that's really
mentioned?
aggravating.
You might,
should
you
say
might
that
put
as
that
a-
in your top paragraph.
I think you should say that as a.
Although I have received no official
I
communication
think we
from
should,
their
as
office.
a chair.
I think you should put that in there.
If we haven't received official notification of this, has it happened? I mean,
No,
it's
technically,
hearsay as far as we're
yeah.
concerned.
Yeah, I think that's very good.
So I think we should do nothing, to change the makeup of this committee until we have official notice in writing, and then we have something to react to.
I would feel better with something in writing instead of just this guessing game that we're in.
Exactly. I don't think we should acknowledge any change to this work group until we are
Although I have
officially
received
noticed.
nothing official from your office, I am writing in response to.
Nick's contention, I guess. Was it your contention that something occurred?
He again emailed 2 weeks ago and told me that was going to happen.
Right, that's right.
But
That's
I
fine.
hadn't heard anything since then either, which is
Yeah.
why I didn't say anything until yesterday.
So,
So you've not actually been notified that you're no longer a person, a member of this work group.
I can read you the email if you'd like that I received.
As of today, you're no longer a member, so that you have received official notice.
Just read the email. So, I'll take you back in time, there's actually a couple of emails. So Monday, October 20th, I received an email from Chris Howard that said, Nick, following an audit of the credentials of the work group members appointed by the speaker, despite the quality of your work experience, you do not meet the strict standards prescribed by law pursuant to HB 1490. Specifically, you do not meet the strict 10-year classroom teacher
so to see
requirement.
therefore, I am
But these requirements are specifically prescribed by law. We have no discretion in permitting someone to continue to serve on the work groups who we know does not lawfully qualify. As such, we are regretfully required pursuant to the law to remove you from the work group on which you serve. Your efforts and participation to date are most appreciated. Your district should be very proud of your efforts, and the speaker is grateful for your service to date. If after another year of classroom teaching service you wish to be reconsidered for a position on the work groups, please do communicate your continued interest with the speaker's office.
Does that mean you're on your short?
Well, to which I responded on Wednesday, October 22nd. Hi Chris, thanks for contacting me. I hope October has been treating you well. I admit I felt bad when I first read your email because I didn't remember there being a strict tenure classroom teaching requirement listed when I applied for the appointment. Sure enough, after flipping through the bill, the language actually reads, an education professional serving on a work group shall be a Missouri resident for at least 3 years and have taught in the work group subject area for at least 10 years or have 10 years of experience in that subject area. Thankfully, I do indeed have 10 years of experience in 612 English education. I could not find anywhere in the bill where a specific entity is charged with auditing work group members' credentials after appointments have been made, but if you let me know who indeed is conducting this work, I'll be happy to discuss my experiences further with that individual, so there's no question of my legitimacy. I appreciate the speaker's appointment and don't want to be a source of controversy for him. After 6 full days of meetings so far, I feel our particular work group is really making strides to develop standards that appeal to the wide variety of perspectives held throughout our committee and state. I look forward to continuing this important work in the months to come. Maybe the next time I'm in Jefferson City, we could grab lunch and discuss the proceedings so far. Thanks for your help in ensuring the process continues to run smoothly, and dare I say, go Royals. This was during the playoff season, and Chris is a St. Louis Cardinal fan. I did not hear anything until November 7th. He wrote, Nick, I hope all is well with you. Things have been busy closing out speaker's term. Concerning the work group assignment, the decision is final. The speaker has a replacement. I would suggest applying again in a year with a new speaker. You have a great academic background and are well respected in the academic community. I'm not sure who will be handling this for the new speaker in January.
Why does he keep saying we're applying here? Won't this be over?
Yeah, we
Yes.
already told her.
And I'm reading right from the law, what Nick referred to, and it says, second page, an education professional serving on a work group shall be a Missouri resident for at least 3 years and have taught in a work group subject area for at least 10 years or have 10 years of experience in that subject area. And I would think that if the speaker reassessed the vita that you submitted, it's clear that you have more than 10 years of experience in the subject area.
Yeah, no,
Okay, that's it.
Yeah.
What next? November 7th?
That's it. That was
yeah,
the
I
end
would
of the
definitely send
correspondence.
that. Like right now.
You didn't respond after November 7th?
I did not respond after November 7th. Again, I was waiting to hear an official, I was waiting for them to notify the state board or carrier or whoever that that was going to happen.
We're still, we have the list right there.
RISNEO. Yes, but there's no E on that.
Darn it, sorry.
No worries.
I did yesterday when the committee asked me, though, I did send him one last email that specifically laid out my 10 years of experience in English language arts and engineering. So he did get that yesterday afternoon at 3:30.
So it was misinterpretation, apparently. He was under the impression that you had to have 10 years of teaching experience.
Maybe,
And
yeah.
just 10 years of.
Do you think that piece of the bill should be, I don't want to overburden you with this letter, but do you think
Yeah.
that piece of the bill should be
It's-
added in? The reason why we say this
Yeah.
is because.
It's section A2, it's lines,
Maybe we should put some quotes. in.
section A2, lines
There you go.
28
Whatever, yeah.
through 30.
Yeah, that probably wouldn't hurt because it sounds like that he's under the impression that it's 10 years of teaching experience, rather than or.
See, that's what you get into when you're English teachers.
Do you want me to put the words?
Yeah,
I
Mary
would
Donna,
put
according to the
quotes.
bill which states, can you read that?
Okay.
Or bring it over to her?
I can, either one. Here's what it says.
Hold on a second.
email from
us?
Nick today.
Well, it's not for us to review. I mean, no.
Yeah.
It's not.
It-
No, but I would feel
Sure.
better
I have
knowing
no qualms with doing it.
what, you know, what he's
Yeah, I like
considering
it.
to do.
So,
That clarifies what he needs to look at in the re-exam.
Right.
Yeah.
Cause he might not be considering something that you consider experience.
Well, we've got one more person.
so chronologically, the last 3 years, I've been serving as the English and Social Studies coordinator for Columbia Public Schools. I've also been teaching sporadically a few courses here and there, just to keep me honest, is what I like to say. And for the past 5 years, although that's been concurrent with my English coordinator job and my English teacher job, I've also been teaching graduate courses at the University of Missouri in English education. So anyway, sorry. I've been an administrator for the past 3 years. I was a classroom teacher for the 5 years preceding that, 4 in Columbia, 1 in Fulton. And for the 2 years preceding that, I was a graduate student at Columbia State University in English education, where I taught and co-taught courses, undergraduate English courses, and did field experiences at Kirksville High School.
We're not sufficient.
So,
And he studied
His credentials don't need
as
this
well.
I did. That was before 2004.
But you obviously studied English.
Yeah, I mean, there's all sorts.
That is knowledge of the subject.
But from 2004 to 2014, those are my 10 calendar years of experience. And again, I mean, that was in my vita that I presented to them when I first applied for the
Has
position.
questioned that based on his extensive experience.
Nothing has changed about my credentials.
All of these on down at the very end, on the summary, on the back of the.
Well, on the
Yeah.
side of
Yeah.
his, all right. I keep one eye on this, curriculum alignment initiative, Missouri Department of Higher Education.
Sure.
Because if these,
Well,
if
if
our
they
students
carry
don't hit these, they're not gonna go
Therefore,
through. And it says summarize and paraphrase information.
You mean here?
No,
Are you writing this?
Just writing on behalf
of
of
you,
you.
or I just-
Well, I said on behalf of the 612 ELA workers. And then I put everybody's name down here.
And then the.
It's coming from me. It's not from my email. Do you want me to put we?
They've gotta summarize
I
it,
think
shall
that's-
say, in points, key points.
Yeah, I'm just gonna send it from a different account, because that way, I don't think I have everybody's emails in here.
Maybe CC your Gmail account, that way you can send it.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm safe. Sure,
So, but, I'm supposed to the extreme crew, they need to be here, are they're eligible?
What time are we eating late?
I was assuming we need 11:30. Okay, are we comfortable with what we have here? So let's just read through it together, if that's okay.
I didn't read girls. Ladies.
Are you guys okay? Can we read through
Yeah,
this? Is that all right?
yes.
Okay, so, dear Speaker Jones, I am the chair of the 612 Workgroup. As the chair of the 612 ELA Workgroup, I have not received any formal or official communication saying that Nick Kramer has been removed from this workgroup. However, my entire group is aware that your office has been in communication with him regarding his participation. Therefore, I'm writing to you on behalf of the 612 ELA Workgroup. I'm just going to use that as redundantly as possible. To respectfully request that you re-examine Nick Kramer's credentials and reconsider his removal from the 612 ELA Workgroup, given the value he has added thus far. According to House Bill 1490, an educational professional serving on a workgroup shall be a Missouri resident for at least 3 years and have taught in the workgroup subject area for at least 10 years, or have 10 years of experience in that subject area. The group voted unanimously to submit this request to you. This group has come together to construct Missouri-centric standards, and Nick has been an important voice in our work. Please allow us to move forward without more action taken that will disrupt the important work we are engaging in for the benefit of Missouri students. Mr. Speaker, our group requires your leadership to continue our work without additional disruption. I look forward to hearing from you at your very earliest convenience so that we may continue our work together. Sincerely, and then I believe that everybody's name on there.
The only thing I would add is that right behind 10 years of experience in the work area, I would just add Nick's credentials. Upon re-examination of Nick's credentials, you will find that he has 10 years of experience.
Or it appears to the group. I'm not sure everyone will agree with that statement.
Yeah, I think this is, leave it just
Yeah,
like it
because
is.
that's
I think leave it, yeah, I think leave it as well.
I mean, I agree with you. I just don't think this group will come up with the
Right,
reason.
also it's.
Or either that or
be short.
capitalize
Be
the
tell
or.
them what you want them to do. and you're done.
Yeah,
You know what
we
I
did.
mean? Yeah.
Okay, so,
That's
I'm
a
gonna
good business
send this, I'm
practice.
gonna copy it, I'm copying it to my Gmail, and then I'm gonna forward it to you from my Gmail. Cause that's where I have all of your, I just don't wanna send I want it to come from my district email and not from my Gmail, and I also don't wanna put my Gmail up on the screen, if that's okay with you guys.
What's the subject?
Yeah, so that was my next one. What should I put the subject as?
Mark?
This is great.
Just Nick Kramer.
This week, my students are sending appropriate emails to my administrative team. So this is-
It's Nick Kramer.
Oh, okay. Should I make it with a little high priority?
Sure, you just-
Okay, like a.
I know it'd go to Chris Allen. I can't
Well,
promise it's gonna go
are you
to
mailing it to them right now, or are you?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, I thought you were gonna put it in another email and send it from your district.
This is my district email. So I'm gonna, and then I'm copying myself, my Gmail, which is where I have the group saved as a group. So then I'll hand key, and I'm gonna forward it to you from there.
By the mysterious person.
And it's gone. The email's gone? Yes.
Well, I'd like to say thank you to everybody because I feel like this is fair. I mean, we're stating our request respectfully, and hopefully it'll be a calm process, whatever turns out.
We're good models of the democratic process. And we're just English teachers. Well,
I have a minor in too.
I have a major.
I don't think we're just English teachers. Okay.
We're never just teachers.
Yeah, you're never just teachers. Okay.
I love things, actually.
So we have about 30 minutes until we would normally break for lunch. I feel like that should be sufficient time to work through summarized text.
Yep.
So can we get on that? Is that okay?
Yeah. Jen and I were looking through these. They all say the same thing, which is, except for the sixth grade one, it's different, Janet.
What does it say?
Well, sixth grade says, okay, I've looked through every one of these documents, the GLEs, Massachusetts, South Carolina, and Stotsky, and then I went through Stotsky's big document over here. All right, and there's nothing in summary. But summary is definitely required because you're on this college thing. It says summarize and paraphrase information, so we've gotta get it in here. All right, the only thing that I have in every one of these things is provide a summary, an objective summary. That's bottom line, what it boils down to.
Except at sixth grade, it's more about how the plot unfolds, but that may be in there.
Oh, I think you're on the wrong.
I looked
I
up
bet I am,
some-
yeah.
Provide a
Six
summary
instead
of the
seven.
text distinct from personal opinions, but that just
Right.
means, provide an objective summary.
Yes.
Yeah.
I looked up some ACT practice questions.
Oh, it's all over the place on that big
Yeah.
thing.
But I think it's good for us to hear what it sounds like there.
Okay.
Which of the following sentences best summarizes the first paragraph?
So we might want it to summarize portions and whole text. I don't know.
No, I don't think so.
Just
In sixth
summarize in
grade-
general.
Oh,
okay?
wait a minute,
In
wait a minute.
sixth grade, I
Summarize
would
text.
say portions and.
And I think
Whole
in any
text.
grade,
But
if you're
teach-
gonna read something like Poison with Bible, it's 560 pages long, you usually do that, a lot of times you want to summarize.
Right, as part of close reading.
Yes.
And, which is,
But you don't have to specify to the teacher what you want them to have students summarize. If you just specify summarize summarize information from texts, then they can determine what they want that information to be, whether it wants to be summarize the first paragraph, summarize the article.
But it gives them leeway, just like on our research projects, where we decided short and extended. To me, that frees you up. You know, you don't feel like you've got to do the whole shebang of a research paper. You can do a short. And this, I would feel in sixth grade, portions or pieces, parts.
Well, summarizing is a little different than synthesizing. Summarizing is.
No, I'm talking about length.
Oh, I thought you were talking
No,
like
she's just saying
research paper.
there's a somewhat different skill, the whole extension thing, it's a somewhat different skill to summarize a 5-page chapter and to summarize
Yeah, I know
a
that.
100-page novel. And then
Or even
Right.
the same skills are there, but it
paragraphs.
is a different.
But we just want them to summarize information, is that what, create an objective summary?
I just would like it to be more manageable for sixth grade.
I just don't know what the difference is between sixth grade and in 12th grade, other than, other than the text that they're summarizing, the decisions they have to make, you know, like.
They should be able in sixth grade to summarize a story.
Yeah, I think they should be able to summarize a story in first grade. That's my point, is I don't
Yes.
understand, I don't know how you articulate in the standards
I don't think
Yeah.
you
the
can.
difference between what a sixth grade summary looks like and a 12th grade
you
summary
They
is.
have
It's
not in any
just
of these
summarizing.
documents,
Well,
they all say
maybe
the
you
same
can.
thing, and
I
you
mean,
can do that.
That's, cause I mean, when I read, you know, anything to my first graders, they should be able
Well,
to summarize the story, what
yeah.
happened in the
Well,
story.
Yeah.
instead of an objective summary, could we
You
say, provide, an accurate summary of the text and just pull that on?
Yeah.
Top to bottom.
Because, well,
Provide
I'm
an
not
accurate
accurate.
summary.
I like that better.
No, but you're getting into scoring issues, criteria. When you score a summary, then you're gonna look for accuracy as well as comprehensiveness, as well as does it cover the key points. All right, that's the scoring guide issue. What you're a standard, you're just gonna, an accurate summary. Objective summary is a key. That's one of the key elements that you look for in a summary. You have to keep personal, accountings out of it.
How about
Opinions.
accurate and objective?
Sometimes you do, but I don't know that I always ask students to do that.
An
Like I
objective
ask-
summary?
well, I ask
In the
them
high
to-
school, a senior should be able to write, or 11th grader, an objective summary.
They should, but I don't always ask them to write it objectively. It's sometimes part of, again, I don't ever teach this in isolation. You know, part of
But-
that summary is part of a rhetorical analysis, or it's part of an argument essay, or it's part of other bits and pieces. It's not like, today we are going to write a summary and that is it.
I'm
It gets
thinking
embedded in other
about my
parts.
husband who teaches and he showed me a bunch of his papers, and he said, oh, you better look at these, and I understand why. He teaches that developmental EG, or IE, I should say, remedial reading class at the community college. And he asks the students to write a summary of each text they read. Some of them are literary, some of them are information, non-fiction. But, and I understand exactly what Jan is saying, because he has those criteria on his scoring guide, that it's gotta be comprehensive, it can't just hit parts. I get all that.
Yeah.
But it does seem to me that if we say accurate, that term will reflect, for most people, that the summary is not gonna be accurate unless it is comprehensive and it is objective and it is,
Okay, so what if we say something, and we have to get this paraphrase in here, according to this document. How about accurately summarize the paraphrase information? Would that get it all the way down? Or create
Information?
an accurate summary and paraphrase or just, what about accurately summarize and paraphrase information?
accurately summarize and accurately summarize the plot?
No.
No. Wait,
Because
right,
your
accurately summarize
paragraph-
the text, accurately summarize and paraphrase the text.
What were you gonna
Now,
say,
we've
Jen?
gotta
I
remember,
wanted her to go back and look at that.
we have to remember
The screen I was just on.
that we're talking about digital
I think I might have
resources,
scrolled.
but we're not just
Sorry.
talking about text.
Oh, no, I didn't. Is that right?
And
That was right.
also-
I thought I hit something, but I guess I didn't.
Are you going off of B, Janet?
Huh?
B, where are you getting your wording from?
Oh, from here, this, college document.
College career ready thing.
Yeah, Missouri Department of Higher Education Curriculum Alignment Initiative.
Right, right.
If we don't get this, we're not gonna, our
It's not gonna
standards
fly.
aren't gonna go out of this room. Because I think it's in the law, and I saw it last night, and I lost it, and I've been hunting for it all day.
What
Well, how
page,
about the
Janet, what
accurately
page are you on?
summarized?
22.
I put the summarized and paraphrased text.
I realize you paraphrase only parts, but when you go there.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're
You
really
can also
gun
summarize
hole on
a
this
portion of the text also. You can summarize a chapter, you can summarize a page.
Yeah, you can summarize.
Small parts.
Okay. Now, at some point, we need to point out that you aren't always just summarizing text. You can summarize a video clip, you can summarize.
text.
Implied by- Yeah.
Which we said was the
Alright.
text. Yeah, we
Those are all
agreed
text.
earlier that that was all
Yes.
text.
So if this statement's gonna stay the same for all
You
grade
don't
levels.
understand how literal teachers take these. I work with districts all the
Yeah,
time.
but we can't be
I know.
that teacher.
We're defining text in our glossary.
Yeah.
All right.
So Nick, are you here to pass?
I mean, I can't believe people still use
yes.
the word
Not
being
sure,
for a.
to be honest.
They do.
I mean, I
go
go
out,
out, you don't really know.
I go out and work with that all the
I mean, as it carries
I would
class, I mean, we don't really
definitely call
know.
that the category word.
We officially aren't
Language.
I'm not gonna vote on
Yeah, we
anything
haven't
today,
officially been
if
told
that
anything.
helps, like I will
Thank you.
abstain from voting on any issues that come up. But
I would defer to.
I would suggest for the group to consider, if this is the only statement we're gonna make here and we're gonna make it for all grade levels, is it possible that we could just combine this with the first standard about citing relevant text-based evidence to demonstrate understanding?
No.
No, cause you don't
It's
always
different.
summarize when you.
That's right. It's
We
different.
kinda had that conversation earlier.
Yeah.
Okay, so are you saying that you feel like, this is appropriate for 6 through 12, this one line here? I would agree with that, cause.
Are we going to address plagiarism somewhere?
Yeah,
If
that's
so,
in
Writing.
research.
We have
We have that in
a
writing.
Yes.
area, yeah.
I just.
Yeah, I think we have
Yes.
citing
I
and
know
things
why
like
you're
that.
thinking that, because when I'd ask people to summarize, they just go, cause it's something
Yes.
pasted in.
It's
So
a-
I get
yeah.
that.
Copy of
Well,
what-
Right.
that's why
That's a
you have a good
fixed
scoring
guide,
guide, you can measure, you can evaluate.
Right, and really the only way you can
Which is
measure a
why-
summary is through writing or through speaking. You can't do it through reading, you have to, you have to have another means, so you'll have to, that would have to enter into it, that's a good point though.
Well, when you have students summarize text, they talk about the key points.
Hopefully.
Yeah.
So your question is, should we just put that in and all, yes?
Like that.
Yeah,
Yes,
that's all you can
yes,
do, cause
yes.
that's.
Yeah,
noticed
I agree,
you-
that's that would be, again, that would be my first grade standard.
Yeah.
I mean, accurately
yeah.
might not,
Right.
accurately might drop off,
I mean, the real
I want them to be
question is-
accurate, but sometimes it won't.
Well, you have to
First grade,
factor
give
in
it your
that
best go.
with each successive grade, the text, the reading
Yes.
material is going to be
Yeah, great
grade
point.
appropriate.
Right.
Yes.
Much more difficult.
So accurately for first grade will be
Right.
appropriate for first grade and vice
Right.
versa.
Right, yeah,
First
so.
So we're
grade
putting the
is
grade
usually
level
just
appropriate section
retelling.
in our.
Yeah, grade 9, we'll do grade 9 summarizing.
Right, right.
Right, well, I'm saying,
Yeah, we said
We
that in
said we
that
talk
narrative part of it.
in the narrative part
Oh,
about it
yeah.
being the grade level
Yeah,
appropriate.
grade level appropriate. Okay, okay, I was wrong, you finished that in like 10 minutes.
Man.
Okay, yay.
On fire.
All right, we're on a roll.
Oh.
All right, and before we leave, I just wanna throw out one more thing. On this thing, this college thing, all right, it says distinguish between general and specific information, so we need to keep that in our heads. And it says distinguish between fact and opinion, so let's keep that in the back of our heads.
Yeah.
Say that again, sorry.
All right, distinguish between fact and opinion.
I think that is covered and accurate, isn't it?
I don't know, but we might be able to hit that in informational text, and then distinguish between
Oh, we
general.
will hit it.
Yeah.
Distinguish between general and specific information. the more words we pull from this or we fit them in, the easier it's gonna make our lives.
Well, that's the summarize and paraphrase, general, specific.
All right, that's just, in our heads.
No, I appreciate you bringing that document up, I had forgotten about that.
Yeah, this document is actually mentioned in the law, and it has to pass through this board, to even go wherever it goes. I would just read that.
go wherever it goes, like.
Yeah, and since I'm appointed by higher education, I have to be the watchdog.
I appreciate it.
Yeah, I'm gonna take this document and say, look.
Well, as a former business teacher, summarize it up.
These are entry-level competencies for first course.
Every reading, exactly, absolutely.
First course freshman.
Yeah, you guys ready for lunch? Is that what you're telling me? All right. Can I have you back at 12:15, please?
Yes.
Yes. We can start, like, work through 4 standards, and they're not even the really hard ones yet.
Can I ask a question before we break for lunch? It has seemed to be that, and as adults, I know that things come up, that life is messy, and it's certainly not always perfect, but it is frustrating, I think, sometimes that often we have members who drop off after lunch, who just no call, no show. And I tell my students and my basketball players all the time, that is the worst form of disrespect, actually. It's the no call, no show. So, do we have additional meetings after lunch, or are we going to be back and ready to get started? I think that is worthy to be discussed.
I have a meeting at 2 o'clock, so, but I'll be back after lunch. Yes and no.
I have a meeting that I'll have to leave for about 10 till 2, but I'll miss the last hour, but I'll be back after lunch.
Okay.
And
And I have to
Carrie's
leave at 2.
also.
Yeah. Okay.
Are you coming back?
I am. I will be here. Thank you for asking.
Just wondered if you were going.
I'll be
No,
here too.
no,
Like,
that's fine.
tell us something.
No, no.
All right.
And we have on the agenda after lunch to talk about future meetings and locations.
Oh, we probably should do that while everybody's here, talk about future meetings, and, just so you can let this percolate over lunch a little bit, given yesterday's weather, on my way in, I was thinking about the fact that when I got here, which, I was late, when I got here, it's possible that there would not be 9 people. And if that was the case, that I was gonna be really angry if I couldn't do the work. So I think we need to talk about what happens in a case like that, where there are already people present, because like, I think Heather had driven down the night before, Nanette had driven down the night before. I was coming, the roads on my way down were fine. It was just the aftermath of the accidents that I was waiting in. So I would have been here anyway, and I only got Stacy's email because I was sitting in traffic. Otherwise, I wouldn't have known that she wasn't going to be here till I got here. And it didn't matter, but if that number had mattered, so my point is, can we talk about what that weather impact has, so that when like Sunday night or whatever, the night before, we know we're going to have enough people, but then something happens and we don't, can the people who make the trek still engage in the work and everyone be okay with that? And I think, I'm just going to go ahead and continue on, I think that then what we also need to think about is our level of trust in this group. And I am really disheartened right now with just, I feel like the level of trust that we have within the group. I felt really good in October when we left. And then after the events of yesterday, including that an email that was sent by Nick to this group was forwarded to the speaker, was then also put on numerous blogs and now on Facebook and whatever. I feel like, and I know it's open, everything is whatever, requestable, saying a word, by the Sunshine Law, I get all that. I just feel like right now I don't know what I can say, who I can say it to, how far I can push the opinions that I actually have, and I'm here to do good work for students. That's why I came. It's really difficult to continue to want to invest that time when I feel like I'm not sure that that I can trust the people in the room, and that's hard for me, and maybe is a little soft and squishy. I don't know, maybe I shouldn't feel that way, maybe I should be a little harder. But I feel like we should be able to trust the people that come into this room to get the work done. We should trust each other. And so then if, and I feel like right now with that like number, it's like, well, we better make sure that the number is there, because if it's not, then things won't be fair. And I'm all for fair. I'm just also, like, I'm really excited about the fact that I can sit here and craft standards I think are going to be good for kids. I kind of geek out over the standards anyway, because it's my job, and I love thinking about curriculum and what students are learning and the expectations that we hold students to. And so the idea, like, I love writing curriculum. To me, this is like a step above that. It's like setting the bar to write the curriculum too. So I get kind of excited about that. I would like to be able to engage in that work. I'd like to walk in the room in a month and have someone, I plan on having 9 people and someone got sick and now we only have 8, and that we don't sit here and go, well, I guess we better turn around and go home because we don't have the 9 people in the room. We have, that's one of the reasons why I wanted to continue to make sure the video is on, so that keeps everyone honest. Anyway, I just kind of, I'm disheartened. I'll get over it. I'm a big girl and I'll move on. But that was a hard pill for me to swallow last night, was seeing that, this work group is continuously sludged through mud, and I hate it, because when you sit in here, like, really good conversations happen about what do we expect from kids, and on the outside it looks like all we're doing is battling amongst ourselves all the time, and that we're awful people. And I don't think we're awful people. I don't think anyone in here is an awful person. Or the people who aren't here, I don't think they're awful either.
To address your weather question, Carrie, if we continue to have these schools, we didn't choose these dates were chosen for us.
We chose yesterday
this
today.
one.
Well,
And then that's what the other is.
I didn't, anyway. So, to do this, then we need to probably establish a weather, just like you would do for school. So if the weather even looks remotely bad, because where I live, we had no weather at all. So
Right.
I would have, if I had another engagement on Monday,
Right.
I would have come down Sunday night.
Right.
So, but I think it's good to check the weather for Jeff City on Sunday. And if it does look bad, then you just are gonna have to take the lead. I trust your judgment to do that. Take the lead, Carrie, and just say, we are not meeting tomorrow because there's a 45% chance of an ice storm. And if people have a problem with that, tough.
I think that was hard, because in the morning I got up, I was ready to go, and
Right.
my husband called and was like, don't go yet. And I
Yeah.
called MoDOT, I was trying to figure out how to get
Right.
it, because I knew people were
Well, see, I
making
didn't,
the trip. and
I didn't
felt
even
so
know that
bad.
we were expecting that.
Yeah,
I
I
had
didn't
no
either.
inclination.
Well, I didn't either.
Until
Yeah.
4:30 in the
Until I
morning when I
heard
heard the freezing rain, and I was like, I think that,
Very
so you see what I'm saying? Like, some of those things are.
You can probably know. I mean, you would know about snow. If they said, if Jeff City's National Weather Service said Jeff City's
Right.
expecting 4 inches of snow starting at 3 in the morning, you would
Right.
know that.
Right, so I guess the thing is that like like what happened yesterday, I don't know what was here was fine when I got here. I don't know what it was like here at all locally. I have no idea. So it could have been fine, because it was fine in several parts of the state. So it could have been fine here, but not fine where I was and not fine where Stacy was. Because yesterday was a mess. So it could be that Jeff City looks like it's not going to get anything, and we're all okay. But all of a sudden, depending upon where you are in the state, you can't get here.
I want to support what Carrie was saying, like a little deeper for a second, Jill, before we get into the weather. I mean, there is a statement, it's as predictable as the weather. I'm not sure I want to put Carrie in the position of making a judgment of everyone's going to get here safely or not. I don't think she really wants that responsibility, nor do I want to.
It looks fine.
Yeah.
It'll be all right.
Right. So I think the tone of what she's saying is that I agree with. I mean, first, and then also, and this is selfish, and everyone has their thing, right? So my thing is, if I make a plan to be somewhere, I want to be there. Because I've cleared my calendar, I've gotten childcare,
Sure, we've all done that.
right. So that's it's selfish, but I don't want to say everybody has that feeling, but I do, and I would expect everyone else does. So if there's a meeting, we want the meeting to happen. I agree with you. It's not like we just want to cancel because there's 45. I think that, and I think that what she's saying is, can we continue if because of an unprecedented circumstance, all of a sudden I started getting violently sick and I have to go back to my hotel room
did say that we had to have 9 people to vote, but I thought we also said we had to have 9 to meet, so maybe
Yes, we
not.
did.
9 people to vote. 9
For a
must be
vote.
We said
present
for
for a vote.
we did say for a vote, but I think we didn't write it down, it's probably.
I wrote it down.
Okay, it's not written down in this, which is all I wrote down.
There's 9
Sorry.
people physically present in order to vote and in order to meet.
But wait,
I
what
didn't know
is
how to
vote
meet.
or meet? I think we
Voting
can-
procedures, the vote will be taken when a consensus is.
I don't think we had to meet.
I think we said.
Members present for full discussion.
take place, so they have to be there.
9 members must be present in the
Right,
room
to
for
vote.
a vote
Those are what
to
we
take
agreed
place.
on, but I think
But
in the
obviously-
conversation, we agreed that we would, and we did not put it in a
No.
document like this,
Move
but I
up
think
to-
we agreed that
move
would
up.
be.
9 members don't have to be
Move
in
up.
the meeting. to take
Members
place.
present for a full discussion via technology may participate in a vote.
I've got Jana, Scott, 9 people in the room where we don't meet.
Don't meet?
I
think we did discuss this.
I wrote this down.
I think we did say that, and that's why I brought it up, because, you know, we thought that that would be, okay. But, you know, if we had 10 coming in on Sunday, which is I think maybe about what I was assuming we would have, we ended up with 10, so I don't know how that worked. We did have 10.
Yeah.
But maybe I was thinking 11. I must have think we had 11, because Stacy was the 11th. Okay, so even if 11, let's say, like on Sunday, I thought we have 11, right? Well, let's say, you know, Stacy says, oh my gosh, the roads are horrible, which I wouldn't want to navigate that. We did not go to Camdenton for 1 weekend we were going to go, but because of the possibility of having to navigate those roads. And someone else gets sick or something. 2 people get sick. Okay, now all of a sudden we're at 8. Like that's my thing. Like if we're here, people get here. I guess what I'm asking is, can we just continue to do the work? You know what I'm saying?
What are you gonna vote on?
I mean, if 2 people are here, 2 people can still do work and say, here's what we did. What do you think?
Yeah.
Like it's.
You vote on the final product.
Yes.
Not everyone here.
Right.
But
Yes.
to keep the work moving.
That's my
forward.
point. Yeah.
You'll just, if you can just pass it on, just like
Right.
you always do.
Yeah.
In
Right.
electronic form for the rest of us to see. I just would hate to, I felt terrible. I would hate to keep everyone else from working because, you know, something came up.
Well, I would just hate for something that came up that's in the middle of everyone being en route, and then we get here and go, oh my gosh, there's only 8 of us, we can't do the work.
Okay,
There's
I'm
only
gonna
6
make
of
a
us.
motion.
So, and
I move that if we have a meeting scheduled, whoever is able to make it to the meeting, can go ahead and proceed with the work of aligning these standards like we're doing now. But there has to be 9 people in the room in order to vote on a final product or, to agree with what our product.
we voted on the voting procedures, so those
Yes.
are
Yeah,
in
that's
place,
right.
yeah, those are set.
So what is, help me clean
So
that up a little bit.
I would say then, to clarify, the motion would just be that, when a meeting is scheduled,
Who's ever in the room
may continue the work.
may continue the work.
Members present.
Members present may
Not,
continue
not
the work.
whatever, probably.
Right.
Yeah.
No matter what number.
No, because if we're sitting here together, there's no reason why we couldn't drill down and write a few things and then give to you guys for ideas. Because we're eventually may have to branch out anyway.
Depending
We
on how
may
long
have to
it takes.
cluster into small groups.
With members present.
No, it's not meeting, it's we can continue the work.
Well, I would like to thank everyone for being civil and calm this morning. I really do appreciate the politeness and the cordial atmosphere that we
Yes.
have had. I feel like we had some disagreements, but we expressed them in very, very nice ways.
Jan,
I
let's go back
appreciate
to the
especially what
motion.
Elizabeth
The
has
group
done,
can
your
continue the
background
work
that you
with
bring.
any number of
How
members
those
present.
things work.
Well,
Because a lot of, you're savvy.
English teachers
Let's
don't
see
have
how
it,
she's
so
typing
thank
it up.
you.
Carrie, how are you typing that up?
I don't know. Your motion
Okay.
is that, on the, day of a scheduled meeting, the work group members may continue the work at hand, regardless of the number of members gonna
we'll
have
just
like,
talk
what did we have
cancel.
before? Blizzardgeddon, Snowmageddon, whatever, no, Snowmageddon,
Polar
Snowpocalypse or whatever.
vortex.
Those kinds of things, yeah, we can, and I think that that would be something where I would not say, I don't think we're meeting, I would say, I would ask you guys, are you guys good with canceling, and then you guys would obviously say yes. And then we would be done with it, but my concern was like, as I was driving in yesterday, I thought, oh my gosh, what if I get there and there are 2 other people?
Yeah.
Or who also had trouble with the weather, and I don't even know.
Well,
And I know that Danette and Heather are already there.
Well, hey, I'll just go to the pool and.
well, and then, you know, personally,
Call it good.
I would appreciate, honestly, personally, I would appreciate, like, let's say that I couldn't make it in, and 5 people could, or 4 people could, you know, 5 people. I think it'd be fantastic if they went ahead and did, you know, continued working.
Please don't wait for me.
Please get as much done as you can.
Honestly, because they've already cleared their calendars, they made it a point to be here, they got subs in their district.
Right.
And I think it'd be fantastic, let them go ahead and do what we've been doing, we can take a look at what they've done and say, hey, I like it, or I don't like it.
So I have a motion
Yeah.
that on the day of a scheduled meeting, work group members may continue the work at hand regardless of the number of members present. Do I have a second?
Second.
If we wait for a certain number, we're gonna be here for 3 years. We've only got how many times?
Okay, so is there any discussion? We already had some discussion, do we need more? I'm gonna take your silence as a no,
Yes.
and I'm gonna call for a vote then. So all those in favor of Jana's motion, it's not reading it again. Okay, so I better, hold on, I need to take this down. So I have Carrie, there's Lindsay.
Well, I just cut and paste. Got
I
it.
don't think it was unanimous.
Yeah, okay.
No, I'm holding out.
Okay.
I have questions in my mind, scenarios of 2 people showing up and working and, a lot of questions.
But this still has to
Be
go
worried when
through.
I'm gonna show up and another parent's gonna be us too.
They still have to run.
You and Heather
We're
show
gonna
up
nice and
and
stand there, so
do it all.
The product will be heavily
I know what you're thinking.
You
I will excuse myself.
They can work, but the
That is
product will be
funny.
heavily scrutinized.
Hopefully we wouldn't have just 2 people show up. Hopefully if that's the case, it would have been a Snowmageddon kind of thing, I think.
And it's
Well,
not
the motion
final.
says they may work.
That's true.
Yeah.
2 people show up and don't.
So
do
what are you
anything.
gonna do?
Did you
Yes.
get-
Yes,
what are you
spell
gonna
my
do,
name
Ed?
wrong.
Jacuzzi,
Go home.
hotel,
Swimming pool.
exercise room, that's what I'm gonna do.
Don't forget, the Open Meeting Act, you can't take the whole group to the pool.
Not unless you invite everybody
You gotta
else.
invite the whole public, invite the whole public.
Oh,
They can
you
come if they
have a
want.
whole party.
Sure.
You come and watch if you want.
I just laughed.
Sit in chairs. Come and watch.
All right,
So Nick's voting?
I'm letting him vote at this point, I guess. Oh wait, he said he wasn't voting. Did you say you weren't
He
voting?
wasn't
I
voting.
will
Yeah.
abstain, how about that?
Karen had a meeting at 11:30, so she had to leave.
Jill, are you voting no or you?
I'm voting no.
I haven't done that yet, sorry, I should do that.
I'm voting no.
And the good part is that whatever work they do, can be revised or
It's not concrete.
yeah, it's not
a
concrete.
vote.
But any kind of work,
That
you've
moves
got
us
5
forward.
people that are here, put them to work.
Okay, so when we come back, we move on to the next section of, cluster 2. And since I delayed that by a few minutes, can we be back at 12:30, please? Thank you very much.
Oh, we really
Don't you live in fairly near, Kansas City?
Northeast Kansas City.
Okay, because I live in Kansas City.
3 hours.
And 3 hours?
I'm an hour north of Kansas City.
Oh, okay. Well, I live on 070, you're currently on.
It takes me 2
Okay,
and a half.
so it takes, yeah,
Kansas
it takes
City.
me 2 hours and 15 minutes. I think.
But if you come one
But
day,
anyway.
if you wanna stay at a hotel, you have to
Right,
drive here
right.
back, you know,
The
same day.
problem,
You
like
have to
you
do
in
it.
this one,
Which,
I mean,
otherwise you
everybody
don't save
knows
your
that
hotel
it's
bill.
expensive.
Right, and I do that. I write the same.
It would cost us more in gas.
Yeah, the gas are making, well, I'm sure,
Well,
for,
she
I
sized
think,
it.
I'm in agreement with Stacy on the,
What, 5
not
hours?
so much the cost of gas,
Well,
just consolidating the time and not taking up 2 days back to back, because it's, we think our time will go.
Yeah, it is.
Well, I almost didn't even come today, because
Hate
we
to
had
get my
some
glass.
issues.
Elizabeth,
That's what
we're not
it
driving.
Yeah, I
Well, I try to get
It's
some
getting
work
harder.
to create,
And to come back.
to create something, because I'm in the kitchen.
I'm wondering if I remember it was mentioned at one of our meetings a long time ago that there might be some legislation to retroactively, and we can't count on obviously have, so it's a bill to retroactively reimburse us. That was under discussion. And,
I think that still is actually for January.
yeah, oh, good. So, so that would be, really helpful in giving out time for people who spend 1 or 2 nights.
Is there a possibility of starting at 11 o'clock, do a 2-day meeting, but start at 11 o'clock on that first day to give everybody a chance to drive in?
Yeah.
But we're planning on working later? I mean,
Personally.
11 to 5? Is that?
I think we're talking about 2 days back to back is the issue. The problem is being on 2 days back to back, because it's difficult, especially in the classroom, and I know you would understand that in the classroom. And in the wintertime, we're running short on subs. I mean, that's just the facts in our district. Last week, we had a ton of teachers out because of flu, and we did not have any more subs left at all, 0. We were begging, borrowing from other districts to get subs.
Kelly Educational Services.
Well, what?
Because of Kelly Educational Services, yeah, I think
They
it.
pay $140?
Uh-huh, and it doesn't go against your retirement, but anyway, 140?
What is it? They do.
Right now, most districts hire.
Right.
And PSRS keeps track, and you can only work X number of hours, so Mary Della can only work X number of hours throughout the year.
As a
while she's
retired
part-time.
teacher.
Yeah.
As a retired teacher.
And so subs can only do that, but Kelly Sub Services is a company that has
Private agency, and that's what you do.
clued in and been like, well, shoot, if you
Yeah.
go through a private agency,
Me too.
we don't report to PSRS because it's not through education, and you can work as much as you want, and
you
we'll
pay
pay you a little
more?
bit more.
Wow.
So school districts that haven't bought into that yet are short on subs.
Because it is more, it's
That's a lot
It's a
more
lot
money.
more.
Because we don't make $75 a day, I think, in our district.
Yeah,
And that's
70,
part of,
right.
it's part of, I think, getting good people who wanna come back all the time. If they got paid more, it would definitely be much more lucrative.
It is interesting.
Kelly, it's called Kelly. Kelly
Yes.
Services.
And LD Summit's using them.
Yes,
You use them too?
I know.
And do you ever have trouble getting subs with Kelly Services?
My district does not use them.
Oh, does
And
it?
we are short on subs. And the district that I came from was always short on subs too, so,
That's interesting.
yeah.
Maybe I would start.
Alright, that's what I need to do, shorten this
Yeah, gosh darn me, not
So-
thinking about it.
So how do they get paid? Do they, does Kelly Service, do they just get like a contracting fee to?
That's a good question. I'm not sure of the logistics.
Third-party contract.
Because that's what's interesting, is that the district's only paying $75 a day, how can they pay, and so.
Well, the
our
district
pays
enters
more.
into a contract with this outfit.
Right.
And agrees to only hire subs from that pool of people in
So
that.
how does the district afford to
I don't
pay
know,
that
that's
much
the main
more
one.
theoretically?
They don't have to pay, then what Lindsay said, they don't have to pay the other stuff like.
The
benefits.
Gotcha,
Yeah.
so that's.
I mean, it does cost more, but yeah, you
And
don't
then
have to pay
that
the
company would
benefits.
not
You don't have to pay like HR people to coordinate yourself.
Well, what benefits do subs get? You don't pay extra for sub, the district just pays the sub, the daily sub. What
Right.
other benefits are there?
I don't know all the logistics, I just know that it's,
Well,
it's a
then,
deal.
come on.
Sorry.
Yeah.
I do.
If you do a long-term sub,
You do get some benefits.
You get
In
health
some districts.
insurance.
Oh,
Yeah, and that's why they try to
do.
keep subs down.
set dates, is that what we're gonna do first?
Yes, let's do that
Okay.
before we have to go. That'd be great.
And we set yesterday the 16th
Of what?
of March. We said 16th and
March?
17th.
We're not doing anything in January, February?
Well, yesterday we said that with the K-5 group. We agreed we would meet with them again on the 16th of March. Because we wanted to give time for the two groups to get some substantial work done. We felt like March would be a good time to meet, so we said March 16th and, we said March 16th and 17th in the room, our group did. I think they might plan to meet those 2 days as well. So there's that, and then given the time today and where we are, I think we're gonna have to meet in between. Even though we had originally said we'd like to stay away from January, February, I don't know how we can do that, given what we have left to do, and I'd like to be able to bring something of substance, more than a couple standards, to the K-5 group to talk about. And actually what we said we would do is also we would share between now and then, so after today, because it's in a, Excel, thank you, it's in an Excel, it's like, I'll get there, it's in an Excel document. I'll email it to you, and then I'll also copy the chair of the K-5 group on that, and then they'll have it as well. And then I expect that they'll do the same thing for us. I've already sent her all of our work we've done to this point. They have all of our strands and clusters and overarching standards, so just so you know. So we're thinking, what?
Those 2 days or just the 16th is all?
16 and 17.
Okay.
And that's pretty much, we decided that the two groups together. That's something we can write in our calendar.
Okay. So are we planning on one day in January and one in February, or one in February only, or?
So was the consensus to keep it to 1 day? Is that
Well,
what
since we have
I just
that
heard
March date
discussion.
And we said we weren't gonna do anything in January, February, maybe just in 1 day each month. I mean, cause if you guys have a better idea of what we're gonna accomplish today, and then to go all the way to March, can we really pull that off? You know?
Oh, no, I'm just concerned about how little we've been able to get done in 2 days. And just having another day in between. It feels like there's a lot of, if we can get in and get to the work and get it, and like just nose to the grind, get it done, then we're in good shape. But we have constant distractions, and when we have those, it derails us, and that's been happening since the beginning. So that's what I worry about, is that what will be the distraction the next time we get together, and can we, or will we be able to get in and get the nose to the grind, get the work done? So that's my only concern about having 1 day, is that it just sure seems to take us a while to actually get into anything.
It seems like the first day we have trouble getting started at the time we hope to get started, and then
Especially when the weather.
Especially the weather, and then the
Well,
potential of
45
meeting
minutes late
for,
today with the camera.
the potential of meeting
Yeah,
with the
that's-
other
yeah,
group.
yeah.
And so if the first day, before we get everything going, we don't get much done, and then we go home, and then we come back and go through that first day routine all over again. It just seems to me like the 2 days
Well,
is
I
the
would-
potential for doing
yeah.
a lot more.
And I would not be opposed to doing a little bit of homework before we came back as well. Just looking at a standard and drafting some ideas, and then being able to come in so that we don't start over from scratch, I think is advantageous to our work.
The problem, I know you mentioned not using the Google Sheets, but maybe we just had a Google form where everyone could add their comments
Sure.
in a different.
That's a good idea.
We can use a
setup.
Google Sheet, it just was not being nice to you when I started it, so.
And maybe it's just you know, using a Google form and then
Yep, pop it in.
adding comments.
Using the same
Yeah.
form that we just started there. a
Maybe I'll
Google
work on
form.
that a little bit while, maybe what that could look like, and then I can share with you before we go, maybe, if, some downtime or whatever, we can see. Or you definitely have it ready for January.
Can you say that file is something else? And then.
I don't know how well it
Because
would
we
convert.
have done that. Like you've shared things like
Yeah.
that, like a Word document.
Yeah.
You know, like being able to edit it when we're working on the
Yeah,
process.
especially if we
with
can
teachers.
update or upload it to Google Forms.
Yeah.
Let's send that to you. Play with it a little bit too.
That's what I'm thinking. 'Cause that's what we got.
And your, this, just send me one of them, and I'll send you what it looks like.
Could we do a Google form and a conference call?
Well, if
In
we had the Google
January,
form, we wouldn't
February?
necessarily need it because we could share comments.
Yeah.
And I like, I think it's great to be able to look at, we all have this document.
Yes.
And to be able to say, so when we come back in January, because there will be bullets on this document that we don't get to, obviously.
Yeah.
That we, take a grade level and we figure out what that would look like on that particular
But-
grade level.
I'm suggesting that you assign bullets and let one person go from 12 all the way down to 6, rather than everybody do grade levels across this way.
Well, I guess my question is, first, are we deciding how many days we're meeting and what those dates will be,
And let's figure out what comes in the.
rather than
Yeah.
the logistics of how it all looks first, maybe?
Yep.
Okay, are we meeting in January? January 12th? What time? 8 o'clock?
Yes.
8 o'clock.
I thought 10 was the.
Yeah.
I can't
but if it's one,
Start at 8.
Right, so if we did one day from 11 to,
If you did 11 to 5 with no lunch, what if you had lunch before you got here? I mean, we kill so much time, I mean, I like to eat personally, but we kill a lot of time having to break.
and you eat before you get here, when you go drive-through or whatever you do. Or bring your
Or
lunch.
bring your lunch and,
And
at
we
least
do-
we're not getting it.
and we work from 11 till 5.
You all right with that? Okay, so 11 to 5, and bring your lunch. Just put bring lunch.
What day is that?
The 12th of January.
Because we weren't originally gonna meet at all in January, but.
Right.
So this is just kind of a.
Right, and that way it'll give a chance for snow. Yeah, 11 to
We
5.
finally get more.
That's February, I'm already here 2 days before that.
What time?
11 to Monday. Well,
Right.
I do have that open. But just do it one day?
Yeah, 11 to 5, bring
Okay.
your lunch.
That'd be.
So January's 11 to 5 on the 12th. What about February? 16th is President's Day. Do all of you get off on President's Day?
If there's no snow days.
Well,
This place is probably not open on that day.
you're right. All right, what about
I
the
do get off. It'd
the
be
9th?
awesome.
You okay with the 9th?
Of February?
Yeah.
Anybody rather do it Friday besides me?
I'm just a Friday.
Friday the 13th?
I like Fridays
No.
too.
The 20th.
The 20th.
Get us late in February as possible.
The 20th.
Yeah,
Right.
weather.
Fridays too.
No, I can't.
Fridays because it's.
Okay.
Then,
You know, when you get home at night, you're not looking at hopping up the next day
All right,
going to school.
so-
the 13th. I got a whole week.
Should we do Friday from, what is it, 11 to 5 27th? Does the 27th?
Well, let's do the 20th.
Let's do the
I can't
But
do
if it's a Saturday,
You can't do the 20th?
Karen.
Well, is the 27th open for anybody? Like, cause I mean, the 20th is not good for Karen and it's not great for me.
Okay, let's move on.
If the 27th works for everybody else still, then you
Yeah, I
don't
don't know
mind.
that I can make it, but
Might be a maybe.
That'd be awesome, cause I gotta be here the 28th for a meeting at Jeff City, and I could just spend the night.
So
Or I was going to spend the night anyway,
Somebody over
so.
here said it wasn't good.
it may not work for me, but I don't know that we'll get something that works for every single person. I can try to make it work, but I would hate to impede progress if I can't.
So we'll do the 27th, 11 to 5, bring your lunch. And then we do have the 16th and 17th, and that's when the elementary group is meeting also, right?
And I think 2 days on that day is really important, because whatever we hear from that young group, I think that we need that momentum to continue to work that day and then into the next day.
So we told them that we start at 10.
On the 16th.
On the 16th, and then they said we'll just meet at 10. They start at 9.
Yeah.
So it's 10.
10 to 11, sharing with K-5, and then we work the rest of the day.
And then the next day, 8 to 3.
And then 8 to 3 the next day.
8 to 3. We'll make sure you wear your green. Or we'll catch you.
And they started the Irish parade.
Well, if you time it just right, you might be feeling great.
I doubt it. I doubt it.
You might be a part of the parade, you might not know it.
10 to, on the 16th, 10 to 5, and 17th.
8 to 3, or maybe 2, so you can be in the parade.
Well, the parade's at 10, and we just gonna be in Kansas City for the parade.
That's always. Do we need to set a date for, are we okay with that so far?
Let's stop
All right.
yeah.
Okay. Are we ready to get started?
Yeah, I'm sorry. That's this.
On cluster number 2.
Just,
Oh,
Karen, could I?
Yes, ma'am. I'm sorry.
Thank you. In view of our situation with, the speaker, I think we are aware now that the speaker is not going to grant our request to reconsider and allow Nick to remain on the committee. That's not his, going to be his response. And so in view of that and the fact that we clearly among ourselves do not agree on what the law allows, and none of us are attorneys, so it's really perhaps not appropriate for us to even comment about what we think the law allows. So I would like to move that this work group not recognize any changes to our committee makeup until we get an interpretation of the law regarding the allowable procedure for changing the work group membership from a Missouri court.
I think that's a
We
terrible
don't have,
idea.
we don't have that as
I made a motion. I made a motion.
A second.
We do have the authority as the work group to control our own destiny. Yes, we do.
No, we don't.
what's the law, and none of us
We
are.
already wrote actually a letter, and we already agreed that we would submit it back to the speaker for his interpretation, for him.
We got a reply.
Oh, we didn't know that. Nobody
No,
told the rest of us. When did we know that?
No, I got a reply. I just haven't shared it yet. I'm sorry. I'm planning to. Once we got started here, we started talking about dates. So all the reply said was, a letter is being sent to Mr. Kramer. Thank you for your correspondence.
Now, to go beyond that, this is not all about Nick as far as I'm concerned. In fact, it's not about Nick. It's about every work group and every member of every work group and how those members can be dismissed by whatever entity is responsible for appointing them. So it's not really about Nick. It's about the entire process. And the law isn't clear to us. We aren't qualified to interpret the law. So I'm saying this needs to be done on behalf of every work group. So that's the intent of my motion, is to make that happen. And so the speaker will have an opportunity to get that clarified if he indeed wants to make a change to this committee.
So we need a specified protocol. What is the protocol for? Is that for removal and
What is your motion
replacement?
exactly? Let
My
us
motion
see what-
is that our work group not recognize any changes to the committee makeup until we get an interpretation of the law regarding the allowable procedure from a Missouri court.
And so it's about establishing a protocol for how this system works.
Well, we don't establish protocol. Protocol has to be established.
We just
by
like
the
to know what
judiciary.
it is.
The judiciary interprets the law.
That's
So-
fine. I believe that's defying the speaker and his authority.
No.
We disagree.
If he has the authority, we'll find out. Okay?
All
And
we're
he-
asking
In other
for
words,
is
we're
protocol.
Clarifying what the.
If he has the
Yes, we're
authority.
asking
Through a
what is
court,
clarification.
through the court.
That's where the law is interpreted.
Well,
That's
if
the
their
only-
statute existing, or the Constitution is existing, and their interpretation is such, what you're doing is setting up the framework to throw this into the court system. He can send you something potentially, if he believes he has the statutory authority to do so, he can send that over, but will you accept that unless it comes from a court? That's what your motion actually
No, because the
says.
speaker doesn't have the standing to interpret the
That's your
constitutional law.
that's your opinion.
Is the speaker
No,
the
that's not
head
opinion.
of this whole
That's not
thing?
opinion. I mean,
That's what it
You
sounded
serve,
like.
you serve
No,
at
he's
the
not.
pleasure of who appoints you, basically, and that's just like if the
that's what you
governor
two,
appointed.
I don't believe that's the way the
believe
law
that.
is written. So that's why I'm saying the law has to be interpreted, and it's always done by the judiciary.
I mean, I think we
That's
all
the job of the
have-
judiciary.
We all will not argue that Nick can bring something to the table, and it's an asset.
I'm not arguing about Nick.
But the issue is, for me, I'm not gonna question the authority of those that appoint us. If
Okay,
I
the
was removed,
the speaker's gonna change, as we all know. The new speaker comes in, can that speaker wipe out all of these committees and
Right.
appoint new people?
Is that going to happen? Could it happen?
I would imagine that it could happen. I mean, that.
Are you okay with that?
No, but I'm not, I mean, it could happen, I suppose.
Well, we're
Then
gonna
maybe
find
that's
out.
what we wanna know.
But
We
I
need to
don't,
know
I
the
don't
protocol.
I don't think requiring it to go to a court
I agree.
is.
It's just an interpretation of the law.
Reasonable.
That's the only way the law gets interpreted, is by going to court. That is the only way.
Well, but like Stacy said, if it's written in statute, or if it's written in the Constitution, that's enough.
Where is it
Where
written?
is it written?
We're just saying that surely it is, surely somewhere it is.
just need someone to
find it.
Well,
We
and
have a
I
copy of the
think
law.
you're preempting, with this motion, you're preempting them giving us a reasonable legal understanding of why they're doing what they're doing.
You just need a protocol.
And furthermore, the second part of your motion says, that no changes to the group will take place
Until we get that
But here's the
interpretation.
issue, we submitted a letter, we made a motion, we seconded it, we voted on that. So when it didn't go our way, now we're gonna keep revising our motions till we get what we
It
want,
has nothing
until
to
we.
do about this going on.
It does.
It has
We
everything to
submitted
do
it to
with
the
it.
speaker for his review.
You didn't get the answer
You
you
didn't get the
liked.
answer you wanted,
Well,
so
now
now
that
we're
has
gonna
happened
do something
before.
again.
Everything has happened before without the answer that we liked, and we reversed it.
But under what authority, be specific, what
Are you talking about the Missouri Learning Standards
Yes,
versus the
I am.
Missouri Showing
That
Standards?
the
But
vote,
we were
but
not
the
subject to the
majority,
scrutiny of an elected official who
the majority
actually.
vote was to go with the,
To use Missouri Learning Standards
Yes.
as a base document.
and then the minority said, and I didn't vote for it, but I said I'd work with whoever won, but it was reversed. So we do have precedent for reversing things, because we reversed that.
That was within the context of our work here. That wasn't.
Well, I have
When there's a
to
motion
somebody
and there's a
by
second,
speaker.
I
Was
call
there a
for the
second?
vote.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear this, I didn't hear the
Can
second,
I
so.
just have a little bit more discussion?
Yeah, that's fine, but can you let me get the motion down? Is that
Yeah,
okay? Cause
sure,
I didn't
please.
capture it, so can you please let me?
I don't wanna take up too much of your time.
No, no, it's all right, I just wanna make sure I get it down, and I didn't realize there was a second, cause I didn't hear that part, so if you can, help me.
I move that our work group not recognize any changes to the committee makeup, or you could say work group makeup, to be consistent, until we get an interpretation of the law regarding the allowable procedure from a Missouri court.
Procedure for what?
Or procedure to change the makeup.
All right.
Removal or.
Procedure to make,
Procedure to
So who's gonna file this motion, like with the Missouri court? How's that gonna happen
the
exactly?
speaker will have.
Well, first of all, is it gonna, let's cross that bridge.
Hold on, yeah.
We won't
Sorry.
be doing it.
Procedure to change the makeup by the, what did you say?
Well, to change not the makeup of the group, but
And Missouri court.
By Missouri court.
By Missouri courts.
Second and by. Sorry, I did not hear that. Okay, now you can have more discussion. I'm sorry, I just really wanted to get that down.
Oh, yeah, no, that's fine. I guess what I would say is, once again, we have two different issues that we're working with. And the first one is, it's really disappointing the speaker didn't even give it.
I can't hear you.
Oh, sorry, I'm tired after lunch.
I know.
Go downhill. It's really unfortunate the speaker really didn't give it very much consideration, before sending back any message about Nick. I think there's two different issues. One of them still is about Nick. And I think in this case, what I would suggest as far as Nick is concerned, it's up to Nick to do what he wants. We've done what we can do as a group to ask him to reconsider. And if Nick wants to take that further on his own, you know, and somehow engage the group at a future time, that's his prerogative, and certainly I would understand if he made that choice. But as far as what this group decides as far as interpreting the law, I guess if I was really gonna follow protocol, and we really wanted protocol, and I would first go back to the bill author and say, this happened in our group. It led to, the bill authors, who, by the way, both, Kurt Barr and John Whitney. And I would, you know, go back to them, and I would say,
Emery was the author.
Senator Emery, and Lamping had the original bill, so you're right, Emery. But I would go back to them, and I would go to ask them for an interpretation of what just occurred. I would say what happened with, I wouldn't shy away from this, in fact, this is about Nick, this is about Nick, this is about what happened. This happened, this is very discouraging, and this is, you know, some of the group want to just go forward with the courts. I mean, I'm gonna abstain from a judgment on that. I'm not gonna vote for it today. I think it's premature. I just feel like what we're doing, okay, I'm just gonna tell you what I think, black and white. We're here because we're trying to work on what Carrie keeps trying to get us back to, which is focusing on standards. And yet, and I'm part of the problem, we're here talking about our procedure. What does this do? What this does continues to elevate that we have a discussion going on that's about Common Core and the frustration with Common Core. I thought that when I joined this group, I was against Common Core because it didn't go through any kind of legislative process. So I felt like teachers were handed something by essentially Bill Gates and Microsoft owning a computer in every classroom. I'm overstating it, but that's the bottom line of what I thought. I didn't think that was fair to teachers. I didn't think that was fair to students. But now that's passed, and we're supposed to be working here on our standards and coming up with Missouri Central standards. And now we're talking about fighting a fight of going to Missouri courts and trying to show the speaker that he doesn't have the power. I think we're going to lose that battle, because I think that this clearly is written what's contended in the bill, and the speaker contends Nick doesn't have the exact requirements. That could be a legal court case, but interpreting it isn't. I mean, I don't think it's that difficult. I think if they go back to the bill sponsors, they'll help interpret it.
Elizabeth, that's, no doubt the bill sponsors will tell us what they intended. That doesn't really matter.
It does matter, because the
No.
court actually yes, it does.
They added
The court
educate,
would go back to the
adjudicate.
authors of
Right.
the bill
The
to
court will
adjudicate.
interpret what's written.
No, they
No,
will go
they will
back
go
to the
back.
authors and their intent.
Okay, I'm willing
That's
to
how
take
it
that
works.
risk. I'm willing to take that risk.
Why not ask them their intent?
Instead of
to go
spending all that
through?
money.
I'm for that, I mean, we're for that, we're for
Okay.
understanding their intent. And like, we voted to send it back, we're good with that, revisit it please, and that's what we did. And now we don't like the answer that we got, so now we're gonna say, no, now we're gonna take it to the courts. You're wrong, the court would actually, they do submit to the authors and their intent, they will go
I'm
back,
willing to
that's
take that risk.
procedural.
I'm willing
No,
to take
that's
that
what
risk.
they do. So, to your point, that's how it works, is that you do submit to the authors, which would be Bar and Emery, so to ask them their intent. Maybe that would draw clarification, but to drag it out in the courts and then to diminish the integrity of the group based on, you're right, look, it's gonna be a fight. I mean,
The
that's where
integrity of
we're
our
headed.
group has been diminished by removing Rick, or Nick, in my opinion.
And
The
we
integrity
don't
of this group has
necessarily
been diminished.
argue, but the
We have been attacked as a group, and our integrity and our work has been diminished because of the way this group's been treated and the way Nick's been treated. And I foresee it being a potential problem for every other work group, every time this has to take place.
And we're not
it needs
arguing
to be-
that
Well,
point.
this is the way
But
that
we're
we
not
get
ready
the
to
procedure.
challenge, we're submitting to the
This is the way
authority.
we get the procedure defined.
I
This is
think
how
it's
it's done,
premature.
because everybody,
That's not how it's done, that's your opinion, it's not how
Well,
it's
it's a
done.
fact that Nick is qualified and he's been told that he's not.
Well,
And
Now,
we
that's
don't
a
argue
fact.
that, that's not a point for argument, we don't, I mean, that's the speaker's interpretation, and we
Well,
don't
right,
argue
and
that.
he has issued formal communication to that fact. I have the letter, indicating that he has been removed, that Nick has been removed, and that, because he don't meet the qualifications stated in,
Can we ask who it came back from, who did it come
The
from?
speaker.
from,
The
it's
speaker
signed by the
himself?
speaker. Well, Tom Dempsey's office forwarded it to me.
So,
I've been in communication
sent
with
to
Tom
Tim
Dempsey.
Jones.
I know. Well, Tim Jones only responded, a letter is going to Nick. I've been in communication with Tom Dempsey's office to let them know that this has happened and no one has said anything to me. Mainly because I'm like,
That's ridiculous. That's
what is
what
my,
I'm
what is
talking
my,
about.
res-
That's
like,
ridiculous.
like, what is our responsibility here? Well, I would have expected a better response from the speaker, but I don't think he cares.
yes.
And I don't mind saying I care. I don't think he cares.
So it
And
came
he's
back
window,
from-
so it's fine.
So it came back from Dempsey, that's the where the email.
Well, his office, yes. I mean, he's, not him specifically, I
Okay.
did not come from him, but, his office, I indicated that, that I had not received any communication. They indicated that there would be a letter. I indicated I had still not received communication. Now I have it. So anyway, it just says, also pursuant to Article 3, Section 18 of the Missouri Constitution, the House has sole authority to determine its own proceedings and membership. This letter is informed me the speaker is exercising this authority. So, Tim Jones.
I just think this will-
CC'd Tom Dempsey on
this
that.
will keep our committee intact and the work continue as it has gone with no changes until we are absolutely certain that the speaker has standing to do this. And if he does, fine, we move on.
So did they cite where they say he has the evidence to do this?
That, just that article.
Would you read that again?
Yes.
Yeah,
You're okay. You're okay.
I haven't seen it, so I
Yeah,
have no idea
read
what
it.
You haven't seen it yet? Awesome. So I have it before you.
all right, what does it say?
That's excellent, really. I'm sorry, it's
No.
goodness, I need to pull it back up, I'm sorry. Probably should have said something to you first, that might have been nice. I think we're beyond
Okay.
that now. I'm just gonna read you the whole letter, is that right, Nick?
Please do.
Okay. Mr. Nick Kramer, I stated in the email dated 10/20/2014 from Chris Howard, please let this letter serve as notice you've been removed from the Common Core work group, which is interesting, but anyway. Yeah, from the Common Core work group. Do you know what that group is? Certainly not this one. Due to not meeting the strict standards prescribed by law in House Bill 1490. Specifically, do not possess the requisite 10 years classroom teaching experience that is outlined in the provision of the bill, which is inaccurate information, but anyway. Also pursuant to Article 3, Section 18 of the Missouri Constitution, so you're asking about here. The House has sole authority to determine its own proceedings and membership. This letter is to inform you that the speaker is exercising his authority. The replacement has been named. Thank you for your service on this very important topic. Yours truly, Tim Jones.
So he's saying it's already been interpreted by the court, so
Can
the
you
House
tell me
has
the,
authority.
what
Article
bill is
three.
Article
He's,
three?
he's
It's
citing
a
where in the
Constitution, Missouri
Constitution, he feels he
Constitution.
has that right, but when I consulted
What
House
is this?
counsel,
The House rules.
they said
What is
that
it?
that was not.
Article 3, Section 18.
Which, again, we're not lawyers, and this is not the place for it, but
This is not the
I
place.
did consult House counsel, and they told me my interpretation of the bill was what they read it as well. If that helps at all, and if it doesn't, that's fine too. But it was the House of Representatives' own counsel that I consulted on the matter.
I have talked to,
Did you tell them that?
I have talked to
Did
the
I tell you that?
MSBA attorney, and he assures me that
No.
the speaker does not have standing to do this.
Who
So,
did you talk
and
to?
I'm no attorney.
Who did you talk to?
The MSBA attorney, Missouri School Board Association attorney.
Well, of course not. And because they're.
Now, look, he's an attorney, he's not going to just tell me what I want to hear.
It's not common cool.
It's not, we're not saying that it is.
Yeah, well, what'd you say? Of course, he's for common core.
Yes, that's
It's
not about
common core.
We're not,
We're not using common core.
well, is that why the speaker's reassigning him? Is that about Common Core?
Well, now that you'll have to ask him.
Well, you
But we
didn't
don't
ask
have
the
to
attorney
be-
from MSBA.
All right, are you ready for a vote?
Okay, would you like me to read section 3,
Yes.
section, Article 3, section 18?
Yes.
And I don't, it says, appointment of officers of House's jurisdiction to determinate membership, power to make rules, punish for contempt and disorderly conduct, and expel members. Each House shall appoint its own officers, shall be sole judge of the qualifications, elections, and return of its own members, may determine the rules of its own proceedings, except as herein provided, may arrest and punish by fine not exceeding $300, or imprison in a county jail not exceeding 10 days, or both, any person not a member who shall be guilty of disrespect to the House by any disorderly or contemptuous behavior in its presence during its sessions, may punish its members for disorderly conduct, and with the concurrence of 2/3 of all members elect, may expel a member, but no member shall be expelled a second time for the same cause.
That strictly applies to the House members. That strictly applies to House members. It has nothing to do with the House.
The point of appointments to ad hoc committees is not.
We're an ad hoc committee, that has nothing to do with
May determine the rules of its own proceedings.
I don't think
It's not
this is
their
their proceeding, is it?
No.
That would be like a hearing or
what
a.
they do in the House. The committees belong to
Testimony. Okay, so do
Are
we
you
vote
ready
on
to
it?
take a vote on this motion, or do you want us?
Yes, I call for a vote, please.
Okay. So, the motion is the work group does not recognize any changes to the work group makeup until there is an interpretation of the law regarding the allowable procedure to change the makeup by a Missouri court.
It's the makeup of
Yeah, the makeup of
Sorry.
group
Of-
membership.
Oh,
or
of the work group
the work
membership.
group.
The work group does not recognize
Does not.
his coming.
We're a bunch of.
Well,
Well, it was like I
It was
wanted
the,
to
you said,
not
I
recognize.
motioned that, the work group not, so I was just taking it down. Work group does not recognize any changes to the work group makeup. To change the makeup.
Of the membership? Is it makeup of the membership?
And that's for it.
Yeah, it's okay.
You know,
We wanna
because-
know, what is the procedure?
How can I do that?
Yeah, but I just think
And it's not in the
court,
bill,
it's for the
really.
procedure, it's premature. I'm not saying I don't want a clarification. of
That's the only
procedure.
place we can get.
Well, I
Because
think
it's
there's
part of
other
the law.
steps along the way that we can do before heading straight to
The court has the last word, really.
The
So
last
as-
word, but
as
we're
long
not
as we
there.
disagree, any of us disagree about how the procedure has been, how they tried to apply it, as long as we do not agree with that, the only place that that can be resolved is in the court.
I don't feel like I have enough information. I haven't gone to the bill sponsors. I haven't talked to legal counsel. I haven't, I would talk to the person that's on hers who also is working on this. She just got a letter from. I think there's other intermittent steps. I'm not saying that I wouldn't vote for that and
All right, all in favor of that motion that you can read on the screen, that I'm not gonna try to read out loud again. Unless you want me to read it out loud. Okay, I'm gonna, hold on. Sorry, that's all right. You can-
Should we get Casey and Heather's?
No, we're not
No,
here.
no, here, no, it's down here.
It's M-A-R-I. And it's okay,
It's
it's
what?
just, it's kind of official. so.
What?
Yeah, mine's not.
M-A-R-I, like Mary.
Oh, I'm sorry, did I do it before too? I probably did. Mary
Yeah,
Dallas and.
Mary
I bet I
Dallas,
did that.
it's a dumb name.
But we're saying.
No, it is.
We've been saying Mirabella and said Mary Dallas, now I say Mary Dallas, I remember.
Having done that for a
Sorry, I'm glad you said that.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's not, just making things up.
But we voted members present for full discussion via technology may participate in the
They're-
vote. So they've not
they've
been-
missed the discussion.
But they've been watching it on the.
It's not
It
streaming.
doesn't stream like.
I never got to vote on anything when I wasn't here.
It's not,
Did
that's
you
not
watch it?
streaming.
Were you watching it?
It's not
No,
streaming.
it's not streaming.
It's just recording.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's not here.
But didn't they tell us they couldn't live stream it?
All I saw was an email from Casey that she wasn't gonna be here. I mean, I would love to, but I can't.
Okay, did I catch that after all?
We asked at the very beginning if we could live.
Did you have your hand up?
And they said no,
I
they
did.
didn't.
You did?
And they cut the lunch
Yep.
ticket.
Yes, they don't.
Okay, all those opposed?
Oh,
Opposed, sorry.
Opposed. Are you opposed?
Yeah. I don't feel good about any of it, so I'm not really sure how to vote, so I'm just gonna vote no for now. I don't really know, I would need like, I'm like Elizabeth, I would need a lot more information prior to. Sorry, she's not talking. Okay.
I'll abstain. See if it's right for you.
Good call.
Okay, so 1, 2, 3, I spelled them wrong. How do I spell it? How do I spell it?
A-Y.
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 Okay.
Oh, Lindsay.
All right, so 7, so that carries. So I don't really know what we do with that, but.
Well,
You have to send it to the speaker.
you communicate that to the speaker.
I would do it right now. Yeah, I would too.
Okay. Give me just a second, please, I'm sorry, I wanted to correct the spellings on my other, because I know I misspelled things all along the way here. Oh, I spelled it right there. Oh.
Oh, look, we're back. Back on.
Is it live?
Not that. Earlier, it only listed in the work group on our page, it only had the social studies and math. But now it's back.
Sometimes if you clear your browsing history, if you don't clear your browsing history every so often, only pieces of a web page show up sometimes.
All right.
Oh, no, no.
Maybe to respond to the other email or start fresh?
What would you be your
Okay,
suggestion?
I was just wondering.
Politician.
I would start fresh.
Miss Politico. Structure.
All right, analyze how the overall structure.
You know, wait a minute, I'm sorry.
I'm composing an email here, so.
Okay. You're in cluster 2?
Yeah.
Okay, but did we do anything with that last bullet? I understand and
have an
why or
early,
when.
I'm probably looking at an
Yeah,
earlier
'cause
iteration.
this is the master.
I think we talked about putting that in the narrative about how everything.
Okay, all right. Yes, and a wide variety of new challenges.
Sorry, Janet. No, go right ahead.
So, just a thought, text structure in fiction basically is the plot, right?
I would think so.
I mean, it's usually, usually in sequence, and it's usually the plot.
Oh, I think.
Is that right?
What do you mean?
Absolutely not.
What structure?
And I'll explain
All right.
why. Think about a book like Scarlet.
Yeah.
The text structure does have plot, but it also has 3 scaffold scenes. It has certain other structural elements that are significant, and
Such
that.
as?
Or like in Grapes of Wrath,
Well, the
interplay
repetition of a
chapters
particular
between the
symbol
plot.
over and over at certain key
Well, wait a minute.
points.
Okay.
That's a structural element.
Well, wait a minute. My definition of structure is a little different.
I know.
All right. Now, let me tell you why. When I'm thinking of text structure, the way it's defined by Common Core are such things as how a particular text is organized. For example, sequentially, cause and effect, problem and solution, compare and contrast. You have several text structures, and usually nonfiction text exhibits those text structures.
And when we talk about,
But in literature, right, they talk about organization of things like narrative viewpoint, time shifts, multiple characters, storylines, detail.
Then my interpretation was too narrow.
I think your interpretation is when we get to the nonfiction.
Yes,
I think
okay.
that's what I.
So, is there a better way? Okay, never mind, go with it.
so text features would be nonfiction.
No, I'm not talking about that.
Well, I-
Text
Yeah,
structure.
you're right, yeah, text
Yeah,
features
you're right.
would be
Would
part
be
of
the
the structure
parallel,
of
yes,
nonfiction.
okay.
Yes.
So,
But the reason I'm such a huge
Well, give me
stickler on
an
that.
example, okay, I'm with you now. It's just that my interpretation was a
Structure
little
is
different.
broader than plot. It does have
Right.
plot as
Yeah,
part of it.
I was thinking cause and effect, problem and solution.
Right, okay.
Compare and contrast.
or use like a.
Now, the overall structure contributes.
All right. Now, what standard goes with this?
Yes, okay.
Is it
Okay.
6.3? Is it RL 6.3? What standard matches that bullet the most?
Okay. Try RL
Yes, sir.
3,
Okay.
I agree that is RL 3, because you're analyzing the author's choices
Can you send it to?
about the
my
elements,
restricted drafts?
What is it?
It's,
All right.
where
my
the
first
story
and
is
last name,
said, how the
yeah,
actions
it's
move, and how the characters are introduced and developed, those are all
Okay.
part of.
How about
Wentzville,
the
WEA.
thoughts,
Easy.
conflict rising, following action, climax, resolution?
Okay.
I do
Is
that.
that
Dot
RL?
A
And
one two.
that's the plot.
Yes, that is,
Yes,
that's
the
RL
plot
3.
structure.
Okay,
Dot US.
right,
Sorry.
all right.
So would that, is
Yes.
it not the overall structure, or just?
No, it's just the plot
That's
structure.
the
To
structure.
me.
It's still
Does it go
structure.
here?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it goes here under plot structure, and then there are other
Other
elements to
structures.
structure, like a repeated, even a repeated image, not just a
So
repeated.
this is going to be a bigger standard than we've done so far?
Well,
Vertical, I mean,
Could you-
it looks like it will be.
Could
Well, I mean,
you,
longer.
wait a minute, were you talking
More
about
parts,
point 3 and point
maybe.
5?
I just wonder if all
RL
of these.
1112.3, but I haven't looked at mine yet.
I think it's more of
But
what we're
more
talking
with
about.
the
Yeah.
other.
Yeah.
I mean, 3 is, to me,
You're right.
up above probably, and 5 is really
Yes.
the heart of the matter.
Well,
Well,
Actually,
okay,
what?
but here's the deal. I understand what you're saying, and I don't disagree, except it
Yes.
does say in 12.5, it has stuff about plot elements, choices concerning structuring various parts of the text. And then it says contribute to its overall structure, and I was talking about overall structure, so that's the difference.
Well, overall is sentence, chapter, is that what you just said?
No, not to me, no.
Okay.
Elizabeth told me.
All right, okay, let me give you an example in poetry, that is a genre of fiction.
he
structure
said.
of a Shakespearean sonnet
I'm sending a
is
letter.
3
So,
quatrains
it didn't come to my attention.
and a
He said
couplet.
he'll be receiving a letter.
That's
Thanks for your
the overall
correspondence. That's
structure.
2 sentences.
Didn't you get it?
Okay, but within
the
that,
letter
there's a
from you, but I got
structure
the-
of a logical
I got the
argument,
notice
if,
there would be
then,
one
therefore,
from the speaker.
or
Right,
because,
the actual letter. It's come to your attention, oh,
And
you
then
got the
the
actual
conclusion.
letter.
Yeah.
So it's now come to, I've now received a formal
And
letter.
with a
that will
novel,
remove from you that will remove the.
it
right?
includes all kinds of patterns of
Okay.
repetition.
It's just starting over.
So that's
I'm
just
sorry,
starting over.
iterations
I think
through
I-
text.
Is that all right?
I'm thinking
No.
lower
I
level.
wouldn't start with.
Right,
you.
and that's why I'm
Structure.
saying, I think
Response,
if we look at the
da-da-da-da.
cooperative, we almost necessarily have to
Yeah.
include, various kinds of repetition.
I know,
Now, I think
letter
about
from
teaching
you.
assembly drawing, I don't know if anybody else
Yeah.
taught that, but, okay, well, there's an example of one where a certain image repeated by different characters, since it's narrated
Yeah.
from multiple viewpoints, structurally, it's that cumulative effect, it was in one of the other, remember we had that?
Yeah.
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 From you. And
Okay,
they were
so
fully removed.
Faulkner, you assume, made the choice to, include what he identified as a significant image over and over again at certain points, like when Barnum says, "My mother is a fish."
Yep.
And then it happens again, and then it happens again, and he puts it at a certain point.
Yeah.
Repeated.
So that would be
Does that make
structure.
sense?
Yeah.
As an example?
Or very simply, like, have you ever watched the TV show Lost?
Just what I have.
How they use flashbacks throughout as a way to
Yes.
present the
Right.
narrative.
So that's a structure.
That's a
Yeah.
structure.
See,
I'm so
flashbacks and-
ingrained on structure on my grade of being physical structure. That's hard for
Okay,
me to think
I
of.
do agree with you on that standard, 5, on that RL 5.
Well, and Stotsky really says the same thing, she just
Yes.
says it in fewer words, I mean, she says the exact
Right.
same thing,
Where does she say,
straight across.
okay,
Right.
analyze how authors use elements of fiction for original concepts.
I mean, she's talking about structure there, she's just not coming out and
Right.
saying.
Elements of fiction.
Right.
And I do agree with you that, and it may be that we may have to include both this aspect of that 5 and also the 3.
Well,
We'll just have to look.
To me, 3 though is gonna fit in better when we get down to analyze how the interactions, plot setting, and
Okay.
character contribute to
I
the
think you're right.
Because
I
we do
think
get
you're right.
there, we're just not there
So,
yet on the
yes, all right,
document.
so if we color that one and put cluster 3,
Right.
Well,
Continuing.
I think it's still in this second cluster, Jana, but it's the next to last bullet.
all right, so we can hang on to that other one and go with the 5.
So perhaps we want to, are we talking about like separating 5 into 2 bullets? Is that what
No.
we have said in our bullets, that we're separating that? Or are we saying,
No, I think it's that one bullet, isn't it? That analyze how overall structure,
Thank you.
including visual elements, contributes to the
You wanna
meaning of
take
text.
these?
I do. Thank you. No, like, you see, that's in like 3 different size fonts. Does anyone else see that?
No,
This is
that's
like
right.
massive
That's
and this
mine,
is
I'm
little.
Yeah, because that's different from the next to the last bullet has the character development, like you said, and
Right.
also plot, the interaction
Mhm.
plot with
Mhm.
those. So that's a different thing from the overall structure that identifies
Right.
iterations of something.
That's our rising action, following action.
That's the plot.
Right, all right.
And I
So,
think what you have, I mean, if, once we start to look at the vertical progression, what you have the option, ability to do is at the younger levels, focus more on smaller chunk, like, you get
Yes.
bigger the older you get, like the
Yes.
amount of synthesis you have to do, if that makes sense. We'll see, we don't have to agree with it, but that's the way that that
No, what he
standard
probably
is,
will do is zap the entire room
laid out.
and start over.
currently.
That's what I would do.
Carrie Spears, could you just make sure they know the vote count? I don't want
I
the
have it.
speaker to think, I just want him, I
It's
want him
in.
to know who voted for and against. I don't want him
Yeah.
to think that I've challenged. I
I don't
personally,
think that's,
I think it's relevant, you don't have to think so,
No.
Karen, but I think it's relevant, I just want them to know how the vote was separated, because I didn't
I don't
challenge
care,
the
I
authority of the
don't
speaker.
feel like it's challenging his
I do,
authority.
but
He
we
is a
do.
political official who we have elected,
But I just.
and
think
he
For the
is
purpose of
responsible to
disclosure,
us.
I just want him to know, for my purpose.
It's
you
fine
don't
with
have
me.
to-
The notes
It's
are-
on video, he can look at it.
I asked, can we please just put the vote count on?
I'm
Did
gonna
you
ask
put
you to
the
make a
vote
motion
on
for
that?
that.
I
so
make
you're
a
gonna-
motion.
I'm gonna ask you to make a motion.
motion.
I did, but I didn't hear you, so I wanted to make sure I heard you.
I'm not seconding it, that's for
Okay,
sure.
no, I didn't say anything, expect you would. I make a motion that we just add the yeas and the nays on the letter to the speaker.
The names?
The names, please, yes.
Let's say that, the yeas. Yes.
Not sure, we don't have to spell the E's and the names. Why is it Y-A-Y?
Well, we just sent him a letter that everyone unanimously signed. That's my, I guess my point is, and all of our names were on unanimous.
Well, yeah, I didn't put your names on this one. I was just signing it my name.
But I would just.
I want to be clear that I wasn't gonna put all the names on the bottom of this one because it wasn't a
I
unanimous
just
vote.
feel it is questioning his authority, and I don't want
Okay,
to be.
to add names of the yes votes and the no votes to the email to the speaker.
I think because I was appointed by this, as a pro temp, who you're corresponding with, my issue is in respect for the office that appointed me, I just want them to know how I voted. That's all I'm asking, and then I think that some of you were appointed by someone different, it was a professional organization, but because your correspondence is going through leadership, that's who appointed me. I don't want them to say, wait a minute, how did our appointees vote? I want them to know how I voted. I do give deference. But that's the only reason I asked, because we're corresponding directly with them.
Oh, yeah. Was there a second?
I'll second that.
I just want them to know I'm not contesting what they've done, and I think that's fair.
I do too.
My point, that's all. So I'm not, I was having to sign that
We can do the other, or is it two? Okay. For a moment, I second guessed when I looked at it. I don't want to do it correctly.
I would feel the same way if I would have written it out.
Thank you.
Okay, so the motion is to add the names of the yes votes.
Can I have Jill come back?
I was like, do you want to ask Jill?
She's
That was-
there. I don't know where she's at, but I'll have her come back in.
Does anybody object to it?
I do.
I don't care either way, but I'm not gonna.
I do, because I don't think that has anything to do with the letter. I just think that targets people, and I think Nick was a target, and that's why he's been removed from the committee, if we all just wanna be blunt here. So there we go.
Well, somebody will be next.
Well, I'm sure. That's what I said.
But I'm just sorry that you have to do this.
Me too.
If that's the part that
I am too.
is the most upsetting to me is.
I'm just sorry that we're talking about this and not about
Me
standards.
too. I know.
No. Just gonna say that again.
She's in the potty, she's coming.
We'll just wait.
Oh, are you in here?
Yes.
Otherwise, we could just say that your representative voted against.
I just, for those of us that have been appointed by the leadership, I just think they need to know how we're representing them, because we are representing them.
It will be all over social media anyway.
I made a motion, and it was seconded that we all put our names as unanimous vote on the last letter that went through, but because I was appointed by leadership, I want to put the yeas and the nays
It's public
on this
record
letter.
anyway.
And I
That's
just
true.
like what to go through, since she's corresponding directly with
Oh.
the pro tem's office.
I am sorry. I feel like because I've been asking for guidance, I'm not getting a whole lot of any, because they don't really know what to tell me to do, so.
I agree.
But that's where I've been going is, you know,
I
personal help,
think
so.
it's totally
Anyway, so that's why I'm
appropriate.
copying them, because of course they sent me the letter, so.
At least they'll correspond with you.
Right.
So-
Well, that's true, and actually they're,
Absolutely.
yeah,
I think
they're
you-
being very, yeah, they're trying their best. So anyway, so the motion is, again, to add the names of the yes votes and the no votes to the email to the speaker regarding the previous motion and vote. If you want me to add more in there, I will, but I really didn't want to type it all out again.
Sounds good.
Okay. So, and it was seconded, so we need a vote. So all in favor of adding the yes names and the no names to the email, please signify by raising your hand.
I'm fine with it.
In favor of listing names?
Well, that's what this is, to add the names. Are you?
I'm just fine with this.
Right, okay, so can I, okay.
Come to my house and.
Don't put your hand down, sorry. I'm recording this, and I'm spelling things right.
It's just me, so report everybody but Karen. Karen
Okay.
voted no.
Oh,
That's how you do it.
Okay.
I'm the nay vote.
Oh.
And I'll just keep abstaining. It's a day of abstinence.
I wonder if we could make this a house of cards.
More like Game of Thrones.
That is Game of Thrones-ish. Okay.
Now, what do we mean by visual elements? Are we talking about text, when we
I'm not
use
sure
the
what I
word
mean with that.
visual elements?
So like, for example, if it was a graphic novel.
All right, so that's what we meant
the
when we said
structure
that. I just
of
wanted to
the
make sure.
Yeah, the way that you,
So that, yeah.
I won't bore you with my dissertation.
Okay,
I was
what
gonna
did
say, please do.
Alright, I was
What did we decide the number was, kind of, on where we're at?
The five, RL five.
Not there's choices concerning.
I just feel like we're
how to
totally out of
structure
line.
parts of a text.
I'll probably need to vote on that.
I would just leave it for now and just do it. They'll send it
Just
to them.
saying. I feel like that's what we'll do.
Well, I don't
Okay.
see any of those on
What
there.
is it? You don't see any of those, you lying?
Well, let me
Yeah.
I
ask.
said
Since
maybe
you
we
see
should
the
add
bill
the bill
off.
authors
And
on.
I
As
said,
a
well,
overall take a
I need to take a vote on that.
Chapter C or
Waste
C
more
or D.
time.
Is that what we're going
Well,
on?
no, we'll probably, I imagine that we would probably
I'm on
have a
6-5.
discussion on that, and then we'll take a vote.
Okay.
I'm fine with doing
Go up
that.
to 11 or 12, go up to.
Someone would need a motion for that.
Yeah, her motion, it was to send an email to these people, so let him forward it if he wants to. I suppose.
That's fine, I don't know.
My concern, Nick, is that when we talk about overall structure, and we're talking about those visual elements, that when we give these standards to a teacher, I mean, we needed reminders that included graphic novel. And it makes total sense to me that it does, because so many students are reading graphic novels.
Right.
That makes sense.
What I would recommend is just simply adding, like if we were going with the language of standard 5, something like adding in the word image. So analyze how a particular sentence, chapter, scene, stanza, or image, or illustration, if you like that word better, fits into the overall structure of a text. I would just include that language. In the same way that when we get to nonfiction, visual literacy is such an important component of nonfiction text, right? Like, so if you're reading an article where there's a photograph involved, or if you're looking at like an infographic, I just think continuously as we continue to find text, there's going to be a visual element, or film, frankly, for that matter, too.
Can you line carbon copy or carbon copy?
Yeah, I'm gonna, do you mind if I do what I did last time and just forward it to you from my other account, because it's just easier. All I have to do is type in HB1490 and your group pops up.
So the subject is going to court.
It's me again.
Yeah, it's me again.
That's how I like that one.
Just put a smiley face or
A little winky face?
Yeah.
Okay, they have some good examples at the 9-10 grade level also. And they could be visual or not. Analyze how an author's choices concerning how to structure a text, and that would be parallel plots, like the main plot and the subplot, that's very typical of
Next.
Korean novels.
Next section.
Order events within it.
Right, well, like I said, the pacing, flashbacks.
Yeah, I like that. It's just the sixth grade one is so
Foreshadowing.
different when you get down there. There's
Well,
so
I
many
try,
things.
when you told me that, it is different,
Yeah.
but on the other hand, I understand, I think, how it fits, the idea that the more discrete elements, how those all fit together in the overall structure.
Yeah, to develop the theme.
Sit
How
and
does the
shout out
last
theme.
paragraph, how does the last paragraph of the text help develop the overall theme, or how does it contribute to the setting?
It's like looking at what you would do, I would guess, and you know much better than I do, grade 6 and 7, for example, you would just talk about, the elements of fiction. And those would be the character, the setting, the plot, who's with Gads through the eyes and all, but also subplot and main plot that are really typical of Victorian novels a lot of the time. Victorian novels and that other weird guy, he's not a weird guy. Remember The Rise of Silas Blackburn? Wingding House. I was just thinking about the Victorian American novels.
Yeah, I remember, Danette, I remember some in 7th grade, just because I remember who the teacher was, and we read something that I think for the first time wasn't chronological. It wasn't told in chronological order. So I remember my teacher taking, and it must have been a short story, because she took the events and put them into some sort of manipulative that we could move around and put them into chronological order so that the story made better sense. And to me, that's what this standard asks students to be able to do. I have no idea what story that would have been, but I distinctly
We do
remember.
one like that, Stop the Sun.
Okay.
The Vietnam vet, he flashes back.
Okay.
And it goes back and forth between how his son feels about his flashbacks, and then the dad will flash back and talk about it.
Oh, and that reminds me of Tim O'Brien.
Yeah.
I mean,
for sure.
seriously, it's
Yeah.
exactly what he does, where he flips it around, he says, this is the way it happened, and then the next story, no, it really happened this way.
Yeah.
So they keep repeating an event, but different angles on it,
Yeah.
and different memories.
Even something like Slaughterhouse.
Oh, well,
Is
yeah.
that crazy train hard to, but, when I think about 12th grade, when I think about my students really struggling with something like stream of consciousness, and how that would play into this.
That's what I meant by
standard
essay
as
like
well.
Dying or Sound
Yeah.
of Fury or something
Yeah.
like that. That's,
sure.
Those are huge.
But also in grade 6, that also relates to how a particular piece of a text helps develop a theme or contribute to the setting. So it kind of is twofold meaning there.
Yeah, and I do appreciate the fact that Stotsky noted that works in poetry as well.
Right.
So, you know.
Yeah, and I brought up the Shakespeare sonnet, but she has in 8th grade distinguished free verse from rhymed verse. I mean, we don't want
Yeah.
that level, but the point is, poetry structures do vary, and
That's
so.
true.
Oh, I don't know.
So, and drama structure, a play structure varies significantly.
You know, I'd see a big difference between the Missouri Learning Standard and on Stotsky. It seems like the Missouri Learning Standard wants to know how the structure contributes to the meaning, whereas the other one is more an identification of the structure. You know,
Now,
right?
when you
you
say
looking at?
Missouri, are you talking about the Missouri Learning Standard one, or the?
Yeah, Missouri
Okay.
Learning
Yeah,
Standard
it
one.
does. Now,
Always
What grade are
asks
you on?
how it contributes to meaning. I'm on 7 now.
7th grade?
Yeah, but it's on all of them. On all of them.
Yeah.
Is how does the structure contribute to the meaning?
Well, and isn't that what we want? We don't want just students to be able to
Right.
identify
Not what is the
there's
structure.
foreshadowing or there's
Right.
flashbacks.
Right,
But how does it help in that Vietnam?
right.
the
It's a
Vietnam
little
story?
more than what is the structure.
Yeah. Like, so what? Why did they all
Analyze.
do it?
Yeah.
Analyze how dramas or poems, that's awkward.
See, and they
Dramas are-
purposely said meaning there, not theme,
Well,
going back to that conversation we had this morning, because it is the meaning, it's
The
not the
structure
theme, and it's
contributes
not.
to the meaning.
We decided to not main idea altogether.
Yeah.
And why did the author use a poem to inform readers about the Wild West as opposed to using a drama? You know, I know that's a stupid
Or why is
question.
there a letter and such?
You know, but I mean, you get my point.
Exactly.
But that's
And
a
I think about
structural
EA Poe
question.
was 7th grade, there would be like a lot of this.
That's number, like, 11th grade question.
Oh, yes, yeah, that's big.
You could inform readers about the Wild West and you can inform them in a
And you
drama
can do,
about the Wild
hit
West
the
too.
pendulum in a rap.
Yes.
We do it.
And they both deal with
Bye,
structure.
Stacy.
Bye, Stacy.
Bye.
If the pig don't hit you in the
That's what it is. What is that?
It's a rap
It's a
about
rap
the
on
pit
the
and the
pit and
pendulum.
That's
Really?
It's a rap, yeah, it's cool, the kids love it.
Well, talk about
Like
structure and
vocabulary.
poetry in Poe.
we went over that, and my kids said, that is so annoying.
Yeah,
I
I
said, well,
agree.
maybe he meant to
But I'm just
annoy
saying,
you.
it's a pretty good example
Yes.
of how structure is used to convey meaning in the sense of that.
Yeah, I even think about something like, Jamaica Kincaid's Girl, was that one
Absolutely.
sentence?
Right.
Okay, can we make a suggestion on 11 and 12 on that standard
Let's do,
5?
okay.
Right.
On standard 5,
If we get rid of, I don't know why they have the EG in there, I'm sure they have it because they assumed that people wouldn't know what that phrase in front of it means. But analyze how an author's choices to structure a specific parts of the text, to structure specific parts of the text contribute to meaning. Or meaning and
to
aesthetic
contribute
impact.
to its overall structure and meaning as well as its aesthetic impact.
No, you wouldn't say how structure contributes to overall structure.
Well, that's what they have here, but,
Well, we don't like it.
okay.
I don't like it.
Okay, well then
Yeah.
take it out.
Its structure
Contribute to
Structure.
its overall meaning.
Analyze how an author's
Contribute to its
choices.
meaning.
And when we do that, when we take that part out, it actually does tie in with what Stotsky said in that standard and in her next one as well.
Are you on 11 and 12?
Yeah.
Okay, so analyze how an author's choices concerning how to structure a specific parts of the text contribute,
i.e.
How to structure specific parts of text contribute to the overall structure.
no, we took
Contribute
that
to-
out.
Contribute
Contribute.
to the overall structure has to be there, doesn't it?
Didn't we just say that?
But I thought we just said we didn't like that.
Yeah, but they
Yeah.
didn't like it that end of the table.
Okay, well,
Contribute-
read again what you
Oh.
have. I'm probably just,
Oh.
I'm old and I'm too tired. No, I'm open and.
Contribute
I'm
to
stupid.
its meaning as well as its aesthetic impact. All right, analyze how the author's choices concerning how to structure specific parts of a text contribute to its meaning as well as its aesthetic impact. Is that what I have so far? Is that what we've talked about so far? Because you didn't like
Aesthetic
overall
structure.
structure. Well, we're not done yet. All right, we're not done yet. All right,
Yeah, I don't-
now.
What did you say, John?
Well, we're not done
What
with
is it
this
about the
one yet.
standard that you don't like?
Well, it's saying the same thing that Stotsky says, but this is more concise, less words.
But it says how to use elements of fiction. Like, what is it about this standard that you don't like? That it's wordy?
Yeah.
That's my problem with it.
It's
It's
very
wordy.
wordy.
I don't think
Very
those two
wordy.
say the same thing, and I'm not sure why they ended up in the same row there.
That's
But
me.
when
I
I
did that.
Okay, it's your fault. Once again, Terry,
With your head.
analyze how authors use elements of fiction for rhetorical and aesthetic purposes. And my paraphrase of that would be, how are elements such as setting, plotting elements like flashback and foreshadowing, repetition of images and symbols, et cetera, what is their rhetorical and what is their aesthetic purpose, which doesn't have to do with the overall structure of the text. It has to do with the impact on the reader. Rhetoric and aesthetic apply to me impacts on the reader, not something about overall structure. But maybe, I don't know, does that make sense? No,
So
apparently
you're
not.
saying
It
there's two
does.
different stages?
Yes, but
I just wanna know where the rhetorical got in there.
Well, so, I don't know, I can't even remember why I put that in there. It might have been a mistake.
all right, but if you'll notice, they both have the word stay.
They do. Aesthetic impact.
Yes.
Well, I think I might have been thinking about,
So Jane, if you were to pare that down, what would you say is the essence of what you're trying to communicate? That's a long statement.
What?
Like the long statement, what, like you had to short.
Well, what I was looking at is I was looking at the other standards to try to dig out the important elements before I started paring down.
Oh, okay.
That's what I was doing.
Well, here's my question: do you? Oh shoot, I have some things. I'm sorry. Keep your
Is
suspense.
our point on, if we analyze the elements,
I think that
The
aesthetic
structural
purposes,
elements.
I think that aesthetic purposes is an important piece, and I think it needs to go in.
Well, here's
Down
from
here.
another state, I don't even know what it is, but it's Analyze the impact of the author's choices regarding how to develop and relate elements of a story or drama.
Oh, I see.
And I think we're so far down this rabbit hole that, again, the particular learning objective that we came up with that we're trying to articulate, right, is now, of course, not in front of me. Do you have our Google Doc? Okay. Analyze how the overall structure, including visual elements, contributes to the meaning of a text. Now, the 11th and 12th grade standard is almost always going to be the wordiest because
Yes.
that's the highest
Whopper.
level of ability. And as we trickle it down to 6th grade and even down to kindergarten, of course it's going to get more simplified. But like that pink statement is really what we're trying to get at. And the question is just, what does that look like in its most sophisticated form? Or another way of thinking about that is if I'm taking a college English course or I'm just going out into the world, what do I need to be able to do with that skill? Does that make sense?
But yeah, I get that first part, and then the second part as well as the aesthetic, what's the second part?
Aesthetic impact.
As well as the aesthetic impact.
Because this one kind
So
of
how
changes those
pleasing
words
is it
around
to
a little.
me when I
Yeah,
read
these
it?
are all
So
different
when you think about like even
But I like
just something
the
as simple
impact
as
of the
a
author's
student who
choice.
writes an essay that's all one paragraph, like that is not aesthetically pleasing to anyone. When I well maybe it is, but it's not to me. Like I need more structure. It's aesthetically I need. You know what I'm saying? So.
It's actually easier to think of the visuals in this case. Like,
Yes.
when you think about the way they structure like an print advertisement, right?
I gotcha.
What aesthetic impact is made by the
Yeah.
way they structure.
Well, even
the
even if you think about like how a textbook is structured, and how the design is sometimes, hopefully with the hope to have an aesthetic impact on students so that they see things that are important, but sometimes it's so busy that it's not, it distracts, and so,
Well, even
but.
if you think of something like a history text or a biology text, and there are various ways that could have organized the entire text. And so I'm getting this, looking at the 11, 12 grades as more of it's more about how the smaller pieces or
I
parts
do.
work together to
I
contribute
do.
to the overall structure and aesthetic impact. It's like how do the smaller pieces, it says specific parts of text, how do those specific parts
No.
of the structure contribute to the overall structure? Because then, think of a history text, so I'll use that as an example. Some history texts begin with a picture and something about now. What would this look like today? And it's some Victorian woman doing it. What is your reaction to this today? And then it moves you into the actual chronology of the history of that era. It's like think about how we feel about this kind of, what this looks like today.
Right.
You know what I'm talking
Yeah,
about. 'Cause
no,
you
no,
do
no.
history stuff.
Or,
So
I
that's
mean-
what I'm saying about, and with biology texts, they do the same thing. There are different approaches to, and what they do is they actually frame how you look at the subject.
Or-
And that's the same thing in literature.
One last
Yes.
example, and
I
then we'll
like
stop
these.
geeking out on you. But like in film, the cinematography, right? So the way you shoot the film, right, can either be aesthetically pleasing or it can just be very simple, matter of fact. But that's a structural decision. I mean, it's an artistic decision.
Okay, I'm not confused anymore. I get it. That's good. Makes sense.
Okay, so let's read it again. Analyze how an author's choices to structure specific parts of text contribute to the meaning, as well as students thinking.
All right,
Oh.
now, if you look down at 9 and 10, you will notice that 9 and 10, if you take out the examples, is worded just like 11 and 12.
Is that? Well, the one I'm looking at has different EGs, is that
That's what I
you
mean, that's examples.
But in this case, it's create effects such as mystery, tension, or surprise instead of aesthetic effect. If I'm looking at this.
Okay.
And
So-
that's where I think I'm gonna guess that they were looking at the types of text that students would read more at 9th and 10th grade. Even I've got in my head the anthology, something like The Most
Okay.
Dangerous Game, or an E.A. Poe story, like has
need to try to build some, pieces of other standards in there if we can.
Well,
I did like the analyze the impact.
yeah.
I liked that.
Don't,
Yeah, cause I think that's really the key part.
Right.
So on grades 9 and 10, if we look at that standard 5 again and take out the examples, can we use some of that other wording anywhere? Can we put some, change the wording a little bit?
Well, it moves it now from 11, 12, is you're looking at individual structural elements and how they contribute to the overall structure. And now it seems to me the focus of 9, if you're looking at the Missouri Learning Standards, is you analyze how the choices concerning how to structure the text, order the events, they create.
it really seems to be
effects.
focusing in on organization, right? So if the 12.1 is the overall, right, in 9th and 10th grade, we're building you up to how do you just, yeah, we're focusing in on that aspect of it.
How to structure the text and order the events to create effects. Grace.
Suspense and
Yeah.
much better.
Is there gonna be wording?
Too tight.
How to,
So are we talking about if that's good for 10 as well?
Yeah, theirs for 9 and 10 is to analyze how the author's choices concerning how to structure a text and order the events create effects such as.
so,
Okay,
What if
so
you
for
put-
example, my sophomores did Out by Frost. And paired it with that excerpt from Macbeth. So when we were talking about that poem, which is simplistic, but he has one word that really shifts the tone, and has this one word soap. Like the kid dies, he gets his hand
Right,
cut
yeah.
in the buzzsaw, and he
That's
dies,
a
and he says, so. Then, everybody goes on about their business like, big deal. So, period.
And that creates the effect of.
Right, the tone of
Astonishment.
big deal,
Yeah.
and my regular sophomores do that. So I think that that's applicable to them.
And that Most Dangerous Game that's anthropologist.
Yeah.
Grade 1, it definitely has those elements to create
Sure.
effects of mystery tension.
Yeah, and then that story that's in the 9th grade book, God, I had never read it before. And Jordan and I were sitting there, we were reading it, and then you find out at the very end that the kid dies. The most awful story in the entire world. I went to school and I was like, that was awful. I mean, it was beautiful, but it was just.
Okay,
but
so
that
anyway,
last line,
back to the standard.
they can do that. But what I'm saying is that 9th and 10th graders in our classrooms are being asked to do that, so I don't know that we need to add anything to it.
And there are
Yeah.
accurate texts, like The Lady and the Tiger, do you do that one?
No.
Right. There are a
So-
lot of texts at all those levels, right in there.
Sure.
What I'm looking at is, instead of just taking a common core straight as is there any wording that we could tweak, or, if you look at the other standards, can we pull a piece from one of the other standards and substitute a word in?
well,
Yeah, because we're not even supposed to be
I was
using
gonna
the
say,
common core standards.
That's not accurate.
No.
That's not what I was told when I
Oh, we
consulted.
can? I thought
Yeah.
we voted that we could.
We voted not to use it as our base doc.
Yeah.
As our base document. Oh, okay.
So we
we didn't usually do that,
Okay.
which just
Right.
abandoned
But
it.
if you look at the
Yeah.
very.
Actually, we voted to use it as a base doc.
Oh, yeah.
And then we later said, okay, well then let's use the old Missouri Standard rule-based
Right.
document, and we haven't
Okay,
really
good.
used them much because there
We
too.
use them
So,
as basis.
at this level, I really do want my freshmen and sophomores to start recognizing this intentional structural use of flashback and foreshadowing.
For sure.
Because those are really difficult things to grapple with. I'm reading a book right now and I'm struggling because it's constant back and forth. I'm in the present and I'm in the past, and then I'm back in the present, and there's nothing to indicate that except I just have to, like, there's no, like once I got the time, the year changed, but that was it, and so I was like, oh, okay, I get it. Now but most of the time when I'm reading it, I have to go, okay, so now she's here, but now she's here, and it's two characters, and they're in the past and present. I want them to have to grapple with that a little bit, because that's so that just changes the complexity of the whole standard. So, what's
That's 11.
And that's like 9th, 10th grade, the ones you're talking about?
well, I think so. I feel like that's where, I mean, I think they get a little bit of foreshadowing in middle school. I don't know, Danette, what you think. I think Maridella and I are having a conversation together.
Well, I really, and to what you are saying, this is the one part of the current standards that I think they do a good job of scaffolding this standard, this skill. Like if you look at 6, it is in something small, analyzing how this particular sentence or this particular scene or stanza, how it fits into the overall structure.
Yeah, they're all pretty different.
Yeah, they are different. And then 7, how does that structure contribute to the meaning? And 8, now compare and contrast 2 of them and how they differ. And then as 9th graders,
Now they're looking at more complex structures.
yeah. And maybe
the
a
effects
structure of an
they
entire
create,
piece.
the effects they create.
Yeah.
I like the 9th.
I don't.
You don't like it?
Not this one.
I would alter that one to just.
I don't like how it's drama.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
exactly what
You
I was
don't
gonna
like
say.
what?
How it's drama.
I would
poetry.
just not make that specific.
There's like this
to drama
random.
and poetry.
So
Oh,
like,
I'm
would you
not,
say?
I must not be looking at the same one you are. I'm looking at 9, 10, 5.
I was looking at 7.
Oh, okay.
I was looking, I went from 6 to 7.
Okay, I gotcha.
Then
No,
all of a
I
sudden
don't, I don't either.
And then it's back to just looking at the structure again, but it's like, oh, in 7th grade, we're gonna hold everything. Make sure you look at drama and poetry, don't forget those.
Okay, yeah,
Hopefully we're
no,
looking at those all the time,
absolutely,
right?
no, I
Yeah.
think you need to keep it
Right.
just fiction in general.
So.
Analyze how a literary text form or structure contributes to meaning.
I would, I'd call it keep it the same word,
Structure, analyze how
how a particular
works, structure contributes to meaning.
analyze how a particular structure of a particular work.
Analyze how a
structure.
text structure contributes to its meaning.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah. For 7, analyze how a text structure contributes to its meaning.
We're saying that it needs to be the same for 9, 10, 11, 12.
No,
No?
well, you don't want the word, you don't want drama or poetry in there.
No, I like what we
9,
had
10,
on
11,
9,
12.
10, but you were talking about 7 when I was typing.
Oh, I was confused. I'm sorry, I'm
Oh,
lost.
okay.
So I went back to 7 after that. Jumped out.
Okay.
Do you
okay,
like what I
on
just
10.
typed?
We
All
are.
Is that
right,
what you're saying?
On 10, if you just take out the examples, can
I
you
didn't
use
have
it as
anything.
is?
I think if you can, analyze how an author's choices concerning how to structure a text and order events within it.
I didn't have that.
Create effects such as.
Okay, you're gonna say that again. I didn't actually have anything here, so.
Analyze how an author's choices concerning how to structure a text and order events within it. Create such effects as mystery, tension, surprise.
And if you wanna take out some of those words, you could call it, I don't know, mood,
Emotions.
huh?
Yeah.
Create mood.
Well, suspense is a plotting structure.
Yeah.
Mood is not.
You want me to put
Now,
suspense?
another thing I like, and I don't know if this fits, you just have to tell me no. All right, on that far end of that 9 and 10, I like create multiple layers of meaning. I like that. On that far end of that 10, multiple layers of meaning. Yay or nay?
I like that.
Yeah.
Isn't that what
Could that be
we
a
did in
distinction
E?
between 9 and 10?
Huh?
Isn't that, but I don't know that it asks specifically about
Yeah, that's
structure.
Structure, that's right.
I know, when
Like
I
it
was
sounds to me
wondering
like
is-
that
That's
asks
about-
the same thing about
More
theme.
theme.
Right.
Yeah,
it
what
is.
I was
Layers of meaning.
what I was wondering is though, analyze how an author's choice concerning how to structure a test and order events within it, create multiple layers of meaning and or establish mood. I don't know, maybe that's too wordy. I think I'm getting tired.
Well, I think it would be the same if we just added, not that I'm saying that we should, but if we just added to the top one, contribute to its multiple layers of meaning. Look at me and Kramer, trying to punch you in the face, I'm sorry.
I finally have rubbed off on you.
Oh, yeah, I think that's good. If we just, at the top one, contribute to its multiple layers of meaning.
What? You mean on 11, 12 now?
Yeah, I'm not saying that we
Yeah.
need to, but that would be the
It'd be a
equivalent
little
of this.
different wording. I just think we need to be really careful about just going and lifting these standards straight from here without trying to integrate a few different words. You know, I believe in being a little proactive rather than reactive.
I guess I just don't know.
Okay.
Yeah, I see your point, too.
Yeah.
I do too.
But
I almost think to do that, and I'm not opposed to doing that, this approach isn't gonna work. Like, I think
no,
you have to
no,
write them
we're-
blind.
No, we're okay. You just tweak a word, go pull a word out from
Don't
this
think-
last column.
I don't think that's going
We wanna
to,
eliminate its up there.
I don't think that's going
Contribute the meaning
to,
as well as the aesthetic.
Solve the problem?
yeah.
But if you find a word down here in this last column that will work out in the first column, it might make your life easier.
Might. I don't think my life's going to get me
I don't foresee it.
By the way, I'm expecting,
Or
I'm not, my
contribute to
wife
its
is expecting
meaning as well
twins
as the
in
aesthetic.
June.
Oh,
so
no,
I'm proud to say that.
no,
just to
I
make
told
sure.
my
I'm like, I did not see
Yeah.
it, I could not find it, because I was looking at.
Sorry,
the
that
10.
jogged that.
How many,
To that meeting.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This
We'll
is
have
it's-
5 under 7 at that point.
Okay,
So
sorry.
this will be
You
seven?
have 3.
No, I'll have 5.
Oh.
We've got 6.5 to 4.5
Okay.
right now.
So can you really say that you're a father?
I can.
Wait, what did you say?
Sorry.
What did you
We're
say?
expecting twins. Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
5 children.
Yeah. Sorry, I
Which will
really
make
didn't mean to
5.
derail this. I
Yeah,
just-
he can really.
Well, that's exciting.
Yeah.
Do you want,
Wowzer.
do we wanna just repeat,
Sorry, back up.
10 and 9?
Yeah, I think so.
And then the way it goes back in 8, in this one,
I think 8 sounds good.
is compare and contrast the structure of 2 or more texts. And how the differences contribute to each of those things.
Is that 8 or 9?
8.
Okay, what do you want H to say?
What it said, just copy the first column, I guess, and do it in.
Well,
You just told us.
okay, compare and contrast the structure of 2 or more texts and analyze how the differences contribute to the.
Well, I hate to be picky, but wouldn't that go on 3, cluster 3, 2 or more things?
That's true.
Oh,
That's a good point.
yes.
That's not
Yeah.
being picky.
Sorry.
I think
You're
it
right,
does,
you're
I think
right.
it does go on question.
You're right.
You're right.
Yeah, because
So
we even
if-
have that as our first bullet, compare and contrast text in different forms.
Yep.
Yep.
So,
So we need
But
something
wait a
for
minute, but
eight
this
of
deals
those.
with structure.
Yeah, I was
Hang
gonna
on.
say we need.
Yeah, but I think to Danette's point, when you get to that standard, you're gonna be looking at
Yeah, right.
structure among other, you're gonna be looking at theme and structure, you're gonna be looking at a whole host of the things that come above it. I tend to agree with you, I don't know if this one really fits. I mean, I get that it's talking about structure, but.
Yeah, we like the idea that there are differences
Yeah.
from 6 to 7 to 8 here, but I don't think that, I don't like the flow of them.
But
necessarily.
in the third one, it's in different forms.
Yeah.
In the third one, it's in different forms. This could be the same form, just different structures.
In other words, genre?
Yes. It says in the third one, it says compare and contrast texts in different forms or genres, media, in that third cluster. But this one is compare and contrast the structure of 2 or more texts, but they could be the same genre. How's this short story compared to the structure of this short story? Number 3, in different forms or genres. Okay.
I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I feel
I do
sometimes
see-
that I'm just talking in circles. Nobody understands me. I look at
No,
people
I
and go,
understand.
what?
I've moved on to the whole thing that the flow of
Right.
this is not working that well.
Compare and
Yeah.
contrast the structure of
That's-
2 or more texts.
What if
That
it?
means within the same genre.
Right, we know, we do
Alright.
know what you mean.
Okay.
We do. I'm just thinking about something else.
What
which
if it?
is the flow.
What if number 7 says, analyze how a text form or structure contributes to its meaning? Seems pretty straightforward. But for 6th grade, it talks about not talking about an entire text, but sort of that baby step,
Yep.
analyze how that
Yes,
particular
right.
scene,
Which is an
whatever. So I
extremely
would be
hard
okay
thing to do.
with 7th and 8th grade being the same, analyze how
Right.
a text structure contributes to its overall meaning.
Because this is all about how parts contribute to the
Right.
whole meaning.
Mhm.
So that 8th grade one then becomes a kind of outlier. And that's why I wonder if we could do, you know what I mean?
Keep
As
7
far
and
as
8 the
flow.
same.
Maybe.
I mean,
And then
what you could sort of try to do with 8, to get to the essence of it, is you could try to have them analyze like how, if the author used a different choice regarding structure, it would impact the. Because I mean, I think that's what 8's trying to get at, right? 7 is like, okay, how does the text structure contribute to its meaning? 8's trying to get at, yeah, but how did this author do it versus this? You know what I mean? I think it's trying to get you to think about there are multiple ways I could have structured this text, and why. How do those choices impact the way that you read the piece?
Could it be genre? Or could you, that's down in the bottom.
Well, no, I mean, instead of saying more text, say the structure of genres. I'm just thinking of like, would War and Peace make a good graphic novel
All right.
or something?
Right.
Well, that genres, that choice of genres, that's down in number 3, in cluster 3. But Nick, does this sound, how does the author's choice of structure?
I guess I was, and I'm not necessarily in love with it.
Is the way the author chose to structure the text effective? Okay, now I'm thinking of a question, you tell me.
Right.
Is the author's choice of structure effective to convey to readers what life was like in the Old West?
The problem with that is it's a
Right.
yes.
I'm just,
no.
see, I know, but I'm thinking in terms of questions.
I guess what I was proposing, and I'm not in love with it, but I guess what I'm pondering is what if it said something like, at 8th grade, analyze how, analyze how alternative decisions on, I don't know that I like this wording, but how alternative decisions on the part of the author to structure this piece would have changed its meaning, something like that.
Analyze how changing the structure.
Yeah, or that even,
Yeah.
analyze how changing the structure of the piece
would
would
impact
impact
meaning.
its meaning.
Do you think
Right.
that's gonna be easier than what they're doing in
Right.
11th and
Maybe
12th
not.
grade?
Yeah,
That is
I'm pretty
for my
much stumped.
seniors.
That's like my students in college couldn't do that, so.
Well, you know what, Nick, that's what they're really trying to get to.
But that's what 8 is
Well,
currently
it just-
asking them to do,
Right,
by
and
using 2
I
different.
agree with you that
Yeah.
that is, but
Hey, guys,
that's why it's awful.
all you have to do is just start out, look, remove the first 8 words. Just put analyze how a different structure, might, change the meaning of the text.
I
Right?
like it, but not.
I mean, I know, but is that what we're
Yeah,
getting at?
that's what I was getting at, but I don't know that.
Can you give an
So, like, so for example, like a poem, right?
Not right.
No, I will, yeah. So like, if you were reading a poem that was written in verse, if you wrote this poem in free verse, how would that have changed the impact?
Yeah.
Does that make sense? Something
If
like
you
that?
change it to a letter or a.
Yes.
Oh, I'm not even going like changing the media. I'm just saying like, or how did I don't know, a change in the way you structure the paragraphing, or a change in the
Oh.
way
And how
that
does
you
that
use
flow to
visual
9, 10,
elements.
and 11, 12 is my
Analyze how.
question.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, in some ways, I would almost.
The use of a different structure would
Yeah,
change.
I almost think that's higher
with
than
that.
9, 10.
This sounds like a fun classroom activity, not
Right,
necessarily a standard.
exactly, that's,
Oh,
that's
we're on a
a
roll.
part of this
I mean, it sounds fun. And I enjoy asking my students to do that, especially if we look at something.
Well, here's the
like
thing that bothers me.
It's a lot more like of conjecturing.
All right,
Yeah.
but here's the
It'd be fun
thing,
to say,
here's the thing that bothers me. 8 is rigorous. Grade 8 is rigorous, the way it's written now. If we lower it down to analyze how a structure contributes to meaning, that's not as challenging as the way it's written there.
It's not supposed to be. It's 7th grade.
I know, but
That's her point.
my point is, you don't wanna take 7th grade and move it up into the 8th grade, do you?
I think it's still tough depending on the text. I mean, that's a hard skill guide. This is not an easy standard.
Well, go back to
This
our
is
11,
not-
go
this is
back to
not
our
easy.
11-12 one. It says exactly that, except just the aesthetic impact. That's the only thing added to that one for 11-12.
And we're a little worried.
It's, yeah, it's a hard thing to do.
When are they gonna look and look at 2 pieces? Are we gonna move that, analyze the different structures of the text? Within a text, like this short story is structured this way, this short story is structured this way?
Well, it seems to me on cluster 3 when we say
That's
compare and
neat.
contrast
Okay.
text in different forms.
All right,
Yeah.
then if you include that 7 in there and just move that to 3, that'll work.
It's something similar, because I don't think it can be just about structure, comparing, contrasting those texts. It's
Right.
about structure and theme and characterization and narration,
Okay.
all of those things, but.
And on 7, okay, so if you just take 7, analyze how structure contributes to the meaning, that's all you need, right? Oh.
Jeanette, what do you think? Middle schooler?
I'm on the bog.
Let's see, where are we? Oh, Lord.
So grade 6, anyone?
So I think that was the vote to change 7 to be the same as 8.
Right.
Oh, it is?
8, yeah,
Eight.
7
Oh,
and 8 are the same, and they are what 7 now is.
And
Is
6
7
will,
6?
will be
No.
a little simple.
All right then. So this
Not
one,
6 is,
so
6
8 is
very
also
doable.
7.
Correct.
I wrote a whole unit on that one.
Now, you're talking about analyze how a particular sentence,
Yes,
chapter, scene,
I've got
or
lots of
stanza.
lessons to give you, I'll give you a whole bunch of them.
Now,
I even
I-
wrote an article on how to teach that. I'll give it to you.
No, I said 8 is 7. 8 is not 7?
Yeah, 8 is 7, 7 is 8.
That's what you have.
Okay. Alright,
Yeah,
so.
it's that one, that's
Yeah.
repeating.
Yeah.
That one is in 7 right now, it's supposed to be 7 there.
Oh,
Sorry, we are so confusing.
no, it's all right. I really lost track of that conversation. I thought we were in a different place.
Well, so did we.
I thought we were still
Joined
comparing
it.
and contrasting texts.
No. we
Okay,
didn't do that.
what,
Oh, this is
Oh.
easy, Jana, hit it.
Just copy the standard, analyze how a particular sentence, chapter, scene, stanza fits the overall structure that contributes to the development of theme, setting, or plot.
Well, we don't have theme setting a plot, I think, in this, do we?
Later, we'll get to it.
analyze how a particular sentence, chapter, scene, stanza contribute to the overall meaning.
How about,
Yes.
yeah, just contributes to the development of theme, and then we don't have those confusing
Contributes
sentences.
to meaning.
Or you can put
'Cause that
contributes to the
parallels the
development of
meaning.
meaning, or contributes to meaning, you can do that.
That's what I would do.
Yeah.
To keep it consistent.
Cut off all the that'll be less complicated.
Mm-hmm.
That
Okay,
way
that
it's
was
a little
hard.
piece.
You got an image to that list of how a particular sentence, chapter, theme, stanza, or illustration, whichever word you prefer.
All right, yeah.
Is that
what
what
about
it is?
graphic? Graphic?
Graphic, visual, whatever,
I like image, it kind of captures a lot.
Image.
Yeah.
is
Image,
good.
yeah, it captures the whole.
Do we need to add image to all of them?
No, I think everywhere else it's maybe not explicit, but it's implied. Like when you're looking at structure, you're looking at image, especially since it says it in the anchor. But in that particular,
Okay.
Well, and it also is implied that an 11th, 12th grade teacher is going to look down and understand that all of those things, we too are responsible for it.
yeah.
hope that it is cool.
Do you wanna put and image? I mean.
I did it just because I was thinking that might imply that they all would occur in a text. and,
Sentence,
you know.
chapter, sentence, stanza, image, or image.
Should be for the meaning of the overall meaning of the text, what it's really kind of, or just meaning, just the image.
Meaning.
Okay.
Or,
Got it.
yeah.
The only thing, oh, never mind. I'm just doing my check.
Okay.
All right.
Glad that you're doing that.
We're not,
Yeah, me
we're
too.
not in a spot now where we can add anything. We're okay.
Is there anything in there about viewpoint? Cause that's our next
Yes.
one.
Okay, so we're down here?
Viewpoint.
So-
And
Well,
narrative point of view is what we decided this was.
Well,
First
this says-
person, second person, not second, well, second is game direction.
Oh, yeah, this is
Third
point of
person.
view.
Yeah.
Right, this is not
Limited.
viewpoint. Point of view.
Yeah.
I have to go to my next job, and I do apologize.
You gonna go, coach?
Yeah, well, I missed a game last night.
Good luck.
Good luck.
And I'm scouting a game today, so we play another one tomorrow.
Thank you. And
Don't have to give me my book back.
Yeah, it's right here. I thought Carrie was going to look at it. I'm not taking it, I promise.
Okay.
I'm
Thank you.
I gotta get on that book.
I'm gonna let you guys start talking, I'm gonna use the restroom. And I'll be back.
Excited to see DC in holiday spirit.
Hey, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it'd be fun.
What are you gonna do?
I'm heading to Washington DC this weekend, I guess.
Wonderful.
Yeah, I love DC, so.
All right, enjoy.
Thank you, thank you. I will
Have
see
fun,
you
Texas.
soon.
Bye.
Yes.
No, I don't see anything at all in very many of the standards on viewpoint, but I don't understand why I don't see it, because it seems
Well,
to me to
point of
be
view.
Six has
incredibly
some of it.
important.
There's the,
Okay.
the
They
point of
stick
view.
it in early on a lot of day ones, and then just expect everybody to know.
There's a real confusion between viewpoint and point of view.
Yes.
Viewpoint is more like an author's stance in informational text.
Narrative point of view is who is telling that story.
Right, that's
From
true.
what-
Right, from what perspective, right. But you would be
And-
surprised at
oh,
how
it's
many
hard.
people
Well,
confuse that.
there's so many things that are written that confuse the two.
Well,
You know,
I don't know if you remember this or not, but for a long time, the GLEs had it all mixed up.
Uh-huh, I do remember.
Well, then I
That's one of
wonder
my
if we
pet
want this to
peeves.
say, analyze how narrative point of view and perspective contribute to meaning. Because we're making that distinction, and we do want people to know.
Do we want a character's perspective? As
Well,
opposed
when you
to
say
author's?
character's perspective,
it's
it could be a
narrative
person within the
perspective.
story rather than the person
It'd
telling
be
the
a
story.
first person point of view, like, think about how you
Yeah.
did. It's a
Yeah.
first person point of view, and his perspective on events is a naive kid.
Unreliable narrator.
Right, exactly.
So are we gonna list those in the glossary?
Well, we can, they're pretty important.
We're gonna
That's why I
have
said
one
that's
extra
really
glossary.
huge.
Are we going past limited and omniscient? Are we
Oh, yeah.
going to do
all
that? Okay.
We'll have a big glossary, I'll help with.
I thought we were
Yay.
making a list.
We're making a glossary. And so
Are we gonna
when a
make a
teacher
list?
looks and it says,
Didn't make it.
Oh, like the terms of
point of view.
Yeah.
All they have to do is
You
flip
started
it.
that last time.
I know, but do you
That's
remember
in
the
lots
days when
somewhere.
people just get the glossary and just put check marks on,
Oh, yeah.
okay, did that, did
Yeah,
that?
it helps, cause it definition.
It definitely helps to have one because sometimes you just need to refresh your mind. What is this talking about exactly? And you turn back there and it's not there and you're like, ugh, this helps me not at all.
you're real busy like me.
Well, I do, because this is the way running standards are going to work in the district forever, as long as it's laws.
Yeah.
And I don't know, they can't have politics.
No.
But if they dismiss all this, doesn't that just mean the current standards are,
You don't think
that's.
If they can replace this, they can bring in
that all new
a
people?
legal release. And of course, they can't find it.
No,
But
I'm
they
sure
should be able
they
to do it.
can.
I don't think they just.
I gotta go, I'm sorry.
I hope it's not,
I mean, we're not a good.
Wasn't intending on it, but, right, so through. I gotta
Have
go.
a good let's see.
Thank you. You all too.
Yeah, have a good, Christmas.
You too. Happy holidays. We'll be in
So
touch.
now, Nick, you have 3 kids right now.
I have 3 kids right now, one of whom needs to be picked up now.
Good luck, good luck.
Yeah,
All right.
we're gonna
Good to
report
see
you
you all.
for not
See you
being
later.
on time.
Okay, so I'm trying to find anything else in here, Jana, that really does focus on narrative point of view and perspective, because I like that Jeanette added that, that's a different, that identifies that difference. That's a good idea. It's pretty important.
Okay, I don't remember, you might have to go over into the older standards.
I'm wondering, because I know it's somewhere in our original, like you said, older standards, and I know it is. Something on your point of view and, narrative point of view.
Okay. You're gonna.
Wait, I see that on our old standard.
Author's viewpoint.
It's R1H. But this is R1H, but she put R1H in there too, because it has about, identify author's viewpoint, perspective, and
I'm sorry about that.
Oh, that's okay.
Where are we?
Well, we haven't got very far, we're sorry to
Okay.
tell you, except I suggested that we could add a general one. Analyze how narrative point of view and perspective contribute to meaning, to make that distinction between first person, third person, and the narrative perspective on the topic, such as Nick Carraway's perspective on the whole Gatsby scene, or Huck Finn's perspective on his culture, based on the fact that he is 13 or 14 and poor and blah, 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 you know what I'm saying. That those are 2 different things, and we really want students to be able to.
The narrative point of view,
And perspective.
Really, I didn't even touch it.
Identify and explain author's point of view / perspective. Okay, what'd you say? I like the way you said it.
Narrative point of view and perspective contribute to meaning.
Right.
So then it contributes becomes contribute. The 2 of them are different and distinct. But we're trying to look through all the documents here and we can't
I
find.
only found one right there in the OGLEs related
Which
to
one
that.
is it?
It's way over on grade 7. And it's the 2nd page.
You know, does that seem odd to you? Maybe it's
What, that there's
not really anything.
R2C is
Yes,
under-
but you see it all the time. I mean, it's glossed over quite a bit
Right.
in 6 through 8.
Huh.
You know, you'll say, what's the point of view,
Yeah.
the narrative point of view of the story, and, you know, you'll have to go over it 100 times.
Yeah, and over here on grade, on the high school, 11 and 12, it says analyze point of view. And that's the old GLEs.
I would say that, I think that the reason you're seeing an absence of it now is because the emphasis has been on first person, second person, third person, as opposed to really looking at what is the perspective, what is the point of view of the author, of the you know, like really that, because I feel like when I talk with my teachers about that, it's, oh, well, it's first person, second person, third person. I'm like, no.
Well, then
like
there's
that's-
no analysis involved. All you do is
Exactly,
identify.
exactly.
Right.
So I feel like what was done with the Common Core standards was this like shift away from that, which is why I think the wording is on perspective and not on, isn't it on perspective or something along those
Yeah,
lines?
and that's why I
not
said
on point of view.
Analyze how narrative point of view and perspective, and then take the S off of contribute, so they
Okay.
contribute. But see, that's the whole thing, you're analyzing them at the point you talk
and I really think that I feel like some teachers that I know and that I have worked with, I think, take it to that place. And I think that texts like Huck Finn really lend themselves to that. But I feel like you have to know you're going there, you know, and sometimes we don't. And sometimes when we use a textbook, it leads us to first person, second person, third person,
No, and that's the
omniscient,
identify with
and that's it. So.
But here's my deal with perspective and adding. To me, that implies that you are also looking at the implied author could be what you're looking at.
Right.
And the context in which he or she wrote it. Why did Kate Chopin write The Awakening? What was it's a third person narrative perspective, and you can hardly even say it's omniscient. It's really just restricted primarily to Edna Huntee. Does anybody else remember? Okay. It's pretty typical junior book. Okay. But her perspective is so unusual. I mean, the author's perspective on this character is really interesting because she tries to be pretty objective, and yet at the same time she identifies with the character somewhat as the implied author, and you end up with a really complex characterization for that reason. And it's a very ambiguous, I mean, I don't know if you've ever talked, I use it in the AP workshops in the summer, and there are women especially that they read part of it and say, I can't read this, I will not read this.
Oh yeah.
That blew my mind the first time it ever happened. I'm like, what? Oh, I hate it. I hate her, so I can't read it.
That's how I felt about Holden Caulfield.
Oh, I can't stand him.
I'm
So
like,
I
that's
identify
not
with
my
I
Holden.
identify with the notion. I do. I really do. I was just surprised.
No.
But you see
I
what I
think he's
mean?
a narcissistic.
He is.
But he wrote him so strongly that and that's one thing I go over with kids.
Yeah.
If
But
a
that's
writer
another
really
one
gets
with
you.
implied author. See, I mean, Salinger was messed up, and he creates this messed up first person character. No, I mean, seriously.
I know, it's just funny. He was messed up.
Yeah.
It's hard to care about him, but the writer does that so well, and that's why I went up to the kids. You know, some
And
characters
so
you
does
fall in
Kate
love
Chopin
with,
with her
and
main
some
character.
you just keep your distance from.
So you see what I mean about how interesting it is. It is a pretty
Well,
important.
Telltale Heart I love because it's first person point of view, but it's unreliable. And you see how it builds throughout the story, more and more unreliable.
And there's another one with a structural element that, oh, I'm not crazy. I'm not crazy.
Yeah.
Look what I did.
You may
Shows
think
that
I
I'm not
am.
crazy. And it keeps saying that over that. So that's
And now
structure
let me tell
as
you what I
opposed to
did that
plot.
was so smart.
That's what structure's supposed to be.
Plotting. That's the bigger structure. Repeat it.
So.
I get excited about this. But it's okay with me if everyone understands.
And it's not author viewpoint. It's
No,
like,
no.
Get that out of there,
That's
that's
why
not
it's
even
narrative,
close.
viewpoint,
And the two get mixed up so often. Well, here on the GLEs, they have listed identified point of view, then right underneath it, identify author's viewpoint / perspective. And they had such mix-up with that.
Well, I remember that debate, and they were saying viewpoint as perspective, so they
Yes.
said viewpoint / perspective to
Yes.
distinguish it from point of view.
Yes, that's what happened. That's another.
You remember that too, don't you?
Theme, yes, I
Main
did.
idea.
I was the one that had to find that out, but.
You remember it well.
All right. So are we okay with?
But how do we carry that down?
What do I have to put? I'm sorry. What did we decide there? I thought we were just talking about the top part.
If you'll go to grade 11 and 12 in this document that Karen made, and let's go over
What number?
Look under RL3. All right. RL3, and for that second column where it says analyze point of view, it's that second column. It's on the B. Letter B.
Wait,
Right now. If you'll look over on the left, now I don't have any clue why that Common Core standard or that Missouri Learning Standard is aligned to that. But
did not make that decision.
No, I know.
I know, I'm just saying,
yeah.
that one I did not
know that,
make.
I know it's a crosswalk decision, I know that.
I know, but the other one I did.
But what I'm wondering is, are we missing, what we need to think about is if you look at that Missouri Learning Standard, is there something that we need to pull from that learning standard to add to this one?
Well, that was when I meant too, and I said, are we supposed to maybe be combining this with other things like
Yeah.
tone or?
All I'm asking is, are we missing anything here?
I need to
Well, are you
look, I
going
need to
to
look back at the big
put the
picture, I'm
different
sorry.
ones, the different choices in the glossary? Is that where the first, third, limited?
Oh, yeah.
See, this one
That's
is
where
more
that would go.
comprehensive.
Right, we're talking.
This one talks about the impact of authors' choices, not only in relation, I mean, you could add to that, as authors' choices, one of it could be the point of view, right?
What are the other choices?
We have, how tone, word choice, and syntax contribute to meaning, so we have that.
Okay.
As the next bullet.
All right.
So,
So
and
we're
really,
impact-
this is just about that point of view and perspective,
So the
yeah.
question is that worthy of one by itself, and how do you drill it down?
Yeah, how do
And
you
is
really
it,
know?
do we say narrative point of view, or do we say point of view,
No, I
character
think-
point of view?
I think narrative
Well,
point of view.
a character's point of view
Character
is
point.
different, yeah,
Yeah.
Narrative point of view.
right. It's
Analyze
different.
the impact of the narrative point of view. Was that, is that too limited for 11, 12?
No, I think, I like the perspective on it.
What did you say?
Yeah, because
to
you know,
analyze
it's
how
the difference between, again, a Huck Finn and a Nick Carraway Gatsby.
Right.
Or,
Yes, let's
Analyze
go for
how the
that.
author's point of view
or the implied
or
author
perspective
in,
impacts meaning.
the one you said, the sound. being
I think that
sound.
sounds good, what we
Yeah.
had up there for the little bullet point, don't you?
Oh, I know.
The
It
bullet.
just kills me trying to.
Yeah, but the
remember
11, are you talking about 11, 12, or are you talking about the bullet?
11, don't you think?
I like the impact of authors' choices. I like that wording, and that could just be me acting that go, but what I like about that is that there's, like, clearly in Huck Finn, the author made a choice there. And it was to tell this really important story through a 13-year-old boy.
And
You
the
know,
same would be the parallel with, the, Helen Mockingbird.
Yes, yeah, so those are extremely important choices the author's
Right.
making, they're not just
Right.
Okay.
And that's what we're on.
by accident.
Trial.
Right, so I'm thinking, that wording a little bit, I like it because of that reason. And,
All right.
you know, it's really thinking it not just about analyzing, because you can just analyze the fact that Huck Finn is he's told through a 13-year-old boy's perspective, but, the more important thing is to think about why would Mark Twain do that? What does he have to gain from that? Why, what does that do for his story, you know?
What
And
about,
that's something huge
just to make
to
it
talk
even
about.
more confusing, what about, a lot of modern, texts that are told from multiple narrative viewpoints?
You know, it's just, what I'm looking at, right, that's one.
What if we have something like analyze the impact the author's point of view has on meaning? Analyze the impact the author's point of view
And
has on
perspective.
meaning.
Because narrative.
It's not the author's point of view,
No,
it's
it's
the
not.
narrative point of view.
All right, well, let's analyze how the,
Narrative point of view.
analyze how the narrative point of view impacts meaning.
Did you
But
want
at 11,
perspective?
12, don't we want perspective in there as
Yeah.
well?
Well, I mean, but let's, all right, analyze how narrative point of view and perspective impacts meaning.
Yes.
So it's
Yes.
basically this. with the
So
word
you're getting the impact
contribute,
piece.
Impact.
Yeah,
Well, yeah, I guess my point is the impact comes from the author's decision.
Right. And analyze how the author's decision.
You could say author's choices, choice of narrative point of view,
Yes.
perspective, impact, meaning, but
Yes.
as long as that didn't get it too
middle.
Yeah.
Well, that's the other thing, I
Or
mean.
too close to that again.
Right, and I, like I said, I can let that go if everyone else is good with letting that go. I feel like that when we get to this point, we don't just talk about what is the narrative point of view and how does it impact the meaning, but we talk about why that happens, because it would be a very different story if it was told by a narrator that's not a character in the story. It would be very different if it was told by Jim or by his dad.
My only thing with that, and I know what you're trying to get at, I think, the idea that there were other options and the
Just
author
the, yeah,
picked.
just the why would, yeah.
Well,
I mean,
but
I
it still
think-
comes down to that you're analyzing it, the
Right.
significance it goes to in terms of the meaning.
And
Back
then
to our-
I guess that's fine.
Back to RL, analyze the impact of the author's choices regarding how to develop point of view.
That's okay, I'm really with this.
Okay. And we need clear definitions of the back, also narrative point of view,
Mhm.
perspective.
Impact.
Okay, so what does it look like at 10th grade?
That's what I just don't see.
Analyzing the impact of the.
What does this look like in 6th grade?
Sixth grade.
It's more at the level of just
Identify.
Analyzing.
They're identifying the narrative point of view and perspective?
Yes, but not necessarily all the perspectives, but appropriate perspectives. I don't
That's
know what-
grade 6?
And they're not going to necessarily get into, they might omniscient, and that's pretty complicated,
But first and third, and then what is the perspective of the narrator? In other words, to me, that implies what context is he or she coming out of or bringing to
And the perspective
story.
of
And
the
so then
narrator.
that gets you to talking about when was the story written? Hudson was
Well-
written in the 1880s, after the Civil War, but it's set pre-Civil War, all that.
What about if the stories were told from a different point of view, how would it impact?
Again, that would be a really good classroom activity.
I think it's fine for now, like, let's keep going, I think.
Yeah.
That was beautiful. So what's that look like? I'm thinking this is probably the same in
It's gonna be the same in 9 and 10.
9 and 10.
Don't we need to summarize it somehow? I mean, isn't part of
Summarize
it,
it?
well, yeah, I mean, part of it is being able to articulate it in a written and oral form, right? I mean,
Right, so that's the how they would do it.
Yeah.
So, and then typically in the standard it doesn't give that information, because then, you're prescribing, basically, you're starting to prescribe curriculum.
oh, yeah, I don't want to.
Yeah, or assessment.
Yeah.
This
I
is the
think you
one,
just
not
want them
the
to
Yeah.
have to do that.
Yeah, just do it and then the teacher
Yeah,
can.
Yeah.
and like she brought up an activity for doing that, but again,
Okay.
that's not.
Perfect.
Okay, so then, 7th and 8th grade, what does this look like?
Well, it should be much more than just identify the narrative point of view.
I think eighth and perspective.
They can do that?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I'm sorry, say what?
She thinks it's the same as 9 and 10.
Yeah, I would think so.
It is, I give them a sheet at the beginning, when we hit it 100 times, every story we look and see.
Okay.
Is this, what is this? Is
Curious
this-
if our
is
colleagues are
this
gonna
this?
kill us for having the same standard 4 times.
Well, we had it in some other one.
Yeah.
Well, here.
Just be thankful.
They're gonna be like, wow, we're really glad you did this.
Some
Nice.
people have been
Really
killed
helpful.
for different
Well,
reasons
they
than
can,
that.
Just saying.
What about 7th grade? Is it more just being able to identify it?
Yeah.
Mhm.
Okay, what do we want them to be able to do?
And maybe show evidence.
Okay.
Here's why I say that this is
Okay.
first person and
Using details.
this is the perspective.
Well, but
because
we
it
have the
says-
citing, yeah, we have the citing evidence standard already though,
But,
which should carry all the way through.
But at least it's one step.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I guess I'm not okay, like, I'm sorry, I get cranky, I'm sorry. I'm so really sorry.
We all do.
My problem with this kind of thing then is we start looking at what one thing can we change to make it look different from the one
Yeah,
before.
I have the same problem.
And I don't,
Maybe it's not.
I'm not good with that, and I don't think that taking another standard and adding it to this, so that it
Okay.
looks,
I
same thing
agree
with,
with
I'm
you.
struggling with
Yeah.
the fact that they're all the same. But I don't know how to, and I'm trying to think, what does it look like, when an 8th grader is analyzing, is it just, is it just the text that changes? Maybe it's just the text that changes.
Yes, a lot
And,
of it.
wow, that is
I know.
really kinda
That's kind of a signal
tricky,
to us.
right?
Yeah.
There you go. It's tricky. Maybe what has to happen is, you know, there needs to be some kind of disclaimer that, you know, as the text increases in complexity, you know, the standard itself, the expectation of the standard doesn't change, but because of the fact that the level of the text changes, I mean, it automatically raises the rigor of the.
At 8th and 7th grade level, I think, at least, I think I can, but we have some that are out of order, in my opinion, in our district, but the giver is at 8th grade, and there's another one where narrative point of view and perspective.
Just
Are,
kind of-
you know, they're gonna have to do that
Right.
in order to get that story.
That's
So
true.
to your point, Carrie, and that's why I raised before, summarize or.
Sorry.
No.
We need to take this.
Oh, go. So you don't have to, I mean, that's why I said, you know, summarize,
This is
because I was
Carrie.
trying to say that what Carrie just said, it comes down to like the level of the text, or it comes down to what the teacher wants to do. It's not really this standard that constitutes what happens in the classroom.
True.
So, I don't mind that it's all the same, and because I think that how it's going to be, students are gonna be asked to perform is gonna be so significantly
That's implemented.
different, right? So I don't know, without getting into, and maybe, aren't we having those little blurbs at the top, where we're having kind of an explanation? I mean, maybe that's where we put, you know, that although the standard is the same, the teachers, we're leaving it to the discretion
Yes.
of the curriculum and the classroom.
And the level of difficulty should increase.
Right.
The level of difficulty of the text should increase as the grade level increases or gets higher or whatever.
Yeah, I
you say.
think making 7 the same as the others. I'm thinking about the one time I ever was in a 6th grade class and actually was assigned to teach it. I was subbing for a 6th grade teacher so she could go view an 8th grade teacher, observing 8th grade teacher in Notre Dame. And I picked out for them to read, and this is nonfiction, but a segment from Helen Keller, her autobiography. Oh my gosh, it's the one where she first comprehends the idea of language by the water. Okay. Oh. All they could possibly do was identify point of view. They could not identify perspective in that class because they kept saying, well, she couldn't have done that if she was blind and deaf. How could you do that? And they would not let go of that.
Wow.
It was the most miserable teaching experience of my life. Oh, it was so bad. I was such a failure. I was such a failure. Well, but I mean, perspective is pretty hard at 6th grade.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. And
Yeah.
so just identifying it, but do you think by 7th grade, if it's an appropriate text, they would be able to think about how that, the perspective, what it is,
Yes, I
and
think
how
so.
it would impact a theme or meaning?
Yeah, I like that. What is the point of view and how does it analyze the connection between the point of view and the theme, or what do you
Meaning.
say?
You could say,
Yeah, well-
theme, analyze
Yeah.
how the narrative point of view and perspective contribute to theme. at
Yeah,
7th
that would
grade.
just
One of
be
my
one
seventh graders'
step.
favorite stories is about 2 dogs.
Yeah.
That talk to each other about their
Yes.
master.
And that would just be one step.
And
Well, then we can
above.
say contribute to
Their
theme and then meaning is
perspectives
more
on it
broad.
are different.
Yeah.
Okay, does somebody wanna go over there and type that before we all come here?
Just copy it
We'll
and
let
glue
them
it in
do.
and just change contributes to.
Yeah.
To,
Okay.
theme.
Yes.
write
Yeah,
it
that's a
down.
good idea. Thank you for doing that.
Oh my gosh, 2 till 3, I think we're done.
Yeah,
girls.
I think so.
Okay, so
It's
what are
been
we
a day.
changing now?
Okay.
Anything? Instead of impact meaning at grade 8, it now analyze how narrative point of view and perspective contribute to theme.
And let's have the narrative.
And then 6 is just identify, which we're lucky if we can do that on a good day.
Those kids, it was just like, oh my God, how do you do this? Teach 6th grade.
Oh,
They're the
Sixth
hardest to
grade.
me.
Oh, I love middle level. That was my teaching career was.
I'll take 8.
I love it.
7 before
The
I'll
thing I
take
noticed
6.
though, much girls change. I get
Yeah.
into sixth grade,
No, the only other thing
and
she
by
said
the
was
time
named
that
that
she
she
hit
doesn't-
seventh grade,
They
year,
can't.
She hasn't named the sheet yet, like she did the others.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah, you're right, I see that. She's like, I don't know, she forgot to rename it.
Are you talking about our
Huh? No, I'm talking about seventh grade girls. I would have students, 2 years, 6 and 7.
Are we done? Can we turn the camera off? We got, yeah, she's just gotta say that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Thanks, girl. You're
She'll have
probably
to say she's gotta rename that sheet. She hasn't done that.
All right, I'm still keeping an eye on this document.
No, I don't think so.
I don't know where that one is at, I would prefer for you to turn it off.
Yeah, and we told you yesterday, and you're gonna talk to you, this group wasn't going to just do it, it wasn't going to. We did, we asked you not to.
We're gonna turn the sheet, that thing off, we're done, you think?
We're done,
But-
I think? Okay.
Yeah, but you gotta
That's
name
why I
the
wanted
thing
to-
there, you haven't done it yet.
Oh, no, I haven't. Okay, let me grab,
Right,
Yeah, I don't know where he's at, or I would get it.
yeah, I'm sure someone will be like this. No, I mean,
Heavy lashes.
good work, women, I just think that,
Yes.
there's a way to.
Thank you all
And
for
that's
your
not, and that's the thing.
Thank you for your research, Ann.
Integrity of your position. Yeah. It's what I've been saying all along. And I told her yes.
That's strange.
So, let's see.